Attributes. Section Klei. Brahma said, "Listen, O son, as to how that Purusha is indicated. He is eternal and immutable. He is undeteriorating and immeasurable. He pervades all things." 19:18. O best of all creatures, that Purusha cannot be seen by thee, or me, or others. Those that are endued with the understanding and the senses but destitute of self-restraint and tranquility of soul cannot obtain a sight of him. The Supreme Purusha is said to be one that can be seen with the aid of knowledge alone. Though divested of body, he dwells in every body. Though dwelling, again, in bodies, he is never touched by the acts accomplished by those bodies. He is my Antaratma, inner soul. He is I inner soul. He is the all-seeing witness dwelling within all embodied creatures and engaged in marking their acts. No one can grasp or comprehend him at any time. The universe is the crown of his head. The universe is his arms. The universe is his feet. The universe is his eyes. The universe is his nose. Alone and single, he roves through all ksharas, bodies, unrestrained by any limitations on his will and as he likes. Kshara is another name for body. And because he knows all ksharas as also all good and bad deeds, therefore he, who is the soul of yoga, is called by the name of Kshrajna. 19:19. No one succeeds in perceiving how he enters into embodied creatures and how he goes out of them, agreeably to the Sankhya mode, as also with the aid of yoga and the due observance of the ordinances prescribed by it. I am engaged in thinking of the cause of that Purusha, but alas, I am unable to comprehend that cause, excellent as it is. I shall, however, according to the measure of my knowledge, discourse to thee upon that eternal Purusha and his oneness and supreme greatness. The learned speak of him as the one Purusha. That one eternal being deserves the appellation of Mahapurusha, the great supreme Purusha. Fire is an element, but it may be seen to blaze up in 1,000 places and 1,000 different circumstances. The sun is one and single, but his rays extend over the wide universe. Penances are of diverse kinds, but they have one common origin whence they have flowed. The wind is one, but it blows in diverse forms in the world. The great ocean is the one parent of all the waters in the world seen under diverse circumstances. Divested of attributes, that one Purusha is the universe displayed in infinitude. Flowing from him, the infinite universe enters into that one Purusha again who transcends all attributes, when the time of its destruction comes. By casting off the consciousness of body and the senses, by casting off all acts good and bad, by casting off both truth and falsehood, one succeeds in divesting oneself of attributes. The person who realizes that inconceivable Purusha and comprehends his subtle existence in the quadruple form of Aniruddha, Pradama, Sankarsana, and Vasudeva, and who, in consequence of such comprehension, attains to perfect tranquility of heart, succeeds in entering into the identifying himself with that one auspicious Purusha. Some persons possessed of learning speak of him as the Supreme Soul. Others regarded him as the One Soul. A third class of learned men describe him as the Soul. 19:20. The truth is that he who is the Supreme Soul is always divested of attributes. He is Narayana. He is the Universal Soul, and he is the one Purusha. He is never affected by the fruits of acts, even as the leaf of the lotus is never drenched by the water one may throw upon it. The Karamta, acting soul, is different. That soul is sometimes engaged in acts, and when it succeeds in casting off acts, attains to emancipation or identity with the Supreme Soul. The acting soul is endued with the 7 and 10 possessions. 19:21. Thus it is said that there are innumerable kinds of Purushas in due order. In reality, however, there is but one Purusha. He is the abode of all the ordinances in respect of the universe. He is the highest object of knowledge. He is at once the knower and the object to be known. He is at once the thinker and the object of thought. He is the eater and the food that is eaten. He is the smeller and the scent that is smelled. He is at once he that touches and the object that is touched. He is the agent that sees and the object that is seen. He is the hearer and the object that is heard. He is the conceiver and the object that is conceived. He is possessed of attributes and is free from them. What has previously, O son, been named Pradhana, and is the mother of the Mahat Tattva, is no other than the effulgence of the Supreme Soul, because he it is who is eternal, without destruction and any end and ever immutable. He it is who creates the prime ordinance in respect of Dhatri himself. Learned Brahmanas call him by the name of Aniruddha. Whatever acts, possessed of excellent merits and fraught with blessings, flow in the world from the Vedas, have been caused by him. 1922. All the deities and all the rishis, possessed of tranquil souls, occupying their places on the altar, dedicate to him the first share of their sacrificial offerings. 1923. I, that am Brahma, the primeval master of all creatures, have started into birth from him, and thou hast taken thy birth from me. From me have flowed the universe with all its mobile and immobile creatures, and all the Vedas, O son, with their mysteries, divided into 4 portions, viz., Aniruddha, Pradima, Sankarsana, and Vasudeva. He sports as he pleases. That illustrious and divine Lord is even such, awakened by his own knowledge. I have thus answered thee, O son, according to thy questions, and according to the way in which the matter is expounded in the Sankhya system and the Yoga philosophy. Section Klai. Soti said, after Vaisampayana had explained to King Janamejaya in this way the glory of Narayana, he began to discourse on another topic by reciting the question of Yudhishthira and the answer that Bhishma gave in the presence of all the Pandavas and the Rishis, as also of Krishna himself. Indeed, Vaisampayana began by saying what follows. 1924. Yudhishthira said, Thou hast, O Grandasai, discoursed to us on the duties appertaining to the religion of emancipation. It behoveth thee now to tell us what the foremost duties are of persons belonging to the several modes of life. 1925. Bhishma said, The duties ordained in respect of every mode of life are capable, if well performed, of leading to heaven and the high fruit of truth. Duties which are as so many doors to great sacrifices and gifts, and none of the practices inculcated by them are futile in respect of consequence. One who adopts particular duties with steady and firm faith, praises these duties adopted by him to the exclusion of the rest, O chief of Bharata's race. This particular topic, however, on which thou wishest me to discourse was in days of yore the subject of conversation between the celestial Rishi Narada and the chief of the deities, viz., Indra. The great Rishi Narada, O king, revered by all the world, is a siddha, that is, his sadhana has met fulfillment. He wanders through all the worlds unobstructed by anything, like the all-pervading wind itself. Once upon a time he repaired to the abode of Indra. Duly honoured by the chief of the deities, he sat close to his host. Beholding him seated at his ease and free from fatigue, the Lord of Sakya addressed him, saying, O great Rishi, is there anything wonderful that has been beheld by thee, O sinless one? O regenerate Rishi, crowned with ascetic success, thou rovest, moved by curiosity, through the universe of mobile and immobile objects, witnessing all things. O celestial Rishi, there is nothing in the universe that is unknown to thee. Do thou tell me, therefore, of any wonderful incident which thou mayst have seen or heard of or felt. Thus questioned, Narada, that foremost of speakers, O king, then commented to recite unto the chief of the celestials the extensive history that follows. Listen now to me as I recite that story which Narada told before Indra. I shall narrate it in the same manner in which the celestial rishi had narrated it, and for the same purpose that he had in view. Section Cliff. Bhishma said, in an excellent town called by the name of Mahabharata, which was situate on the southern side of the river Ganga, there lived, O best of men, a Brahmana of concentrated soul. Born in the race of a tree, he was endued with amiability. All his doubts had been dispelled by faith and contemplation, and he was well conversant with the path he was to follow. Ever observant of the religious duties, he had his anger under perfect control. Always contented, he was the complete master of his senses. Devoted to penances and study of the Vedas, he was honored by all good men. He earned wealth by righteous means, and his conduct in all things corresponded with the mode of life he led and the order to which he belonged. The family to which he belonged was large and celebrated. He had many kinsmen and relatives, and many children and spouses. His behavior was always respectable and faultless. Observing that he had many children, the Brahmana betook himself to the accomplishment of religious acts on a large scale. His religious observances, O king, had reference to the customs of his own family. 1926. The Brahmana reflected that 3 kinds of duties have been laid down for observances. There were first, the duties ordained in the Vedas in respect of the order in which he was born and the mode of life he was leading, viz., a Brahmana in the observance of domesticity. There were secondly, the duties prescribed in the scriptures, viz., those especially called the Dharmasastras. And, thirdly, there were those duties that eminent and revered men of former times have followed, though not occurring either in the Vedas or the scriptures. 1927. Which of these duties should I follow? Which of them, again, followed by me, are likely to lead to my benefit? Which, indeed, should be my refuge? Thoughts like these always troubled him. He could not solve his doubts. While troubled with such reflections, a Brahmana of concentrated soul and observant of a very superior religion came to his house as a guest. The householder duly honored his guest according to those ordinances of worship that are laid down in the scriptures. Beholding his guest refreshed and seated at ease, the host addressed him in the following words. The Brahmana said, O sinless one, I have become exceedingly attached to thee in consequence of the sweetness of thy conversation. Thou hast become my friend. Listen to me, for I wish to say something unto thee. O foremost of Brahmanas, after making over the duties of a householder to my son, I wish to discharge the highest duties of man. What, O regenerate one, should be my path? Relying upon the Jiva soul, I wish to achieve existence in the one, supreme, soul. Alas, bound up in the ties of attachment, I have not the heart to actually set myself to the accomplishment of that task. 1928. And since the best portion of my life has passed away in the observance of domesticity, I desire to devote the remnant of my life in earning the means of defraying the expenses of my journey in respect of the time to come. The desire has arisen in my mind of crossing the ocean of the world. Alas, whence shall I get the raft of religion with which to accomplish my purposes? Hearing that even the very deities are persecuted and made to endure the fruits of their acts, and beholding the rows of yamas, standards, and flags floating over the heads of all creatures, my heart fails to derive pleasure from the diverse objects of pleasure with which it comes into contact. Beholding also that the yatis depend for their sustenance upon alms obtained in course of their rounds of mendicancy, I have no respect from the religion of the yatis as well. O my reverend guest, do thou, aided by that religion which is founded upon the basis of intelligence and reason, set me to the observance of a particular course of duties and observance. 1929. Bhishma continued, endued with great wisdom, The guest, hearing this speech of his host, which was consistent with righteousness, said these sweet words in a melodious voice. The guest said, I myself also am confounded with respect to this topic. The same thought occupies my mind. I am unable to arrive at definite conclusions. Heaven has many doors. There are some that applaud emancipation. Some regenerate persons praise the fruits attainable by the performance of sacrifices. Some there are that take refuge in the forest mode of life. Some, again, betake themselves to the domestic mode of life. Some rely upon the merits attainable by an observance of the duties of kings. Some rely upon the fruits of that culture which consists in restraining the soul. Some think that the merits resulting from a dutiful obedience to preceptors and seniors are efficacious. Some betake themselves to restraints imposed on speech. Some, by waiting dutifully upon their mothers and fathers, have gone to heaven. Some have ascended to heaven by practicing the duty of compassion, and some by practicing truth. Some rush to battle, and after laying down their lives, have attained to heaven. Some, again, attaining to success by practicing the vow called Anka, have betaken themselves to the path of heaven. Some have devoted themselves to the study of the Vedas. Endued with auspiciousness and wedded to such study, these men, possessed of intelligence, with tranquil souls, and having their senses under complete control, attain to heaven. Others, characterized by simplicity and truth, have been slain by men of wickedness. Endued with pure souls, such men of truth and simplicity have become honored denizens of heaven. In this world, it is seen that men betake themselves to heaven through 1,000 doors of duty, all standing wide open. My understanding has been troubled by thy question, like a fleecy cloud before the wind. Section CCCLV. The guest continued, For all that, O Brahmana, I shall endeavour to instruct thee duly. Listen to me as I recite to thee that which I have heard from my preceptor. In that place whence, in course of a former creation, the wheel of righteousness was set in motion, in that forest which is known by the name of Naimishka, and which is situate on the banks of the Gomati, there is a city called after the Nagas. There, in that region, all the deities, being assembled together, had in days of old performed a grand sacrifice. The foremost of earthly kings, Mandatri, vanquished Indra, the chief of the celestials. A mighty Naga, of righteous soul, dwells in the city that stands in that region. That great Naga is known by the name of Padmanabha or Padma. Walking in the triple path of acts, knowledge, and adoration, he gratifies all creatures in thought, word, and deed. Reflecting upon all things with great care, he protects the righteous and chastises the wicked by adopting the quadruple policy of conciliation, provoking dissensions, making gifts or bribes, and using force. Repairing thither, thou shouldst put to him the questions thou wishest. He will show thee truly what the highest religion is. That Naga is always fond of guests. Endued with great intelligence, he is well conversant with the scriptures. He is possessed of all desirable virtues, the like of which are not to be noticed in any other person. By disposition he is always observant of those duties which are performed with or in water. 1930. He is devoted to the study of the Vedas. He is endued with penances and self-restraint. He has great wealth. He performs sacrifice, makes gifts, abstains from inflicting injury, and practices forgiveness. His conduct in all respects is excellent. Truthful in speech and freed from malice. His behavior is good and his senses are under proper control. He eats after feeding all his guests and attendants. He is kind of speech. He has knowledge of what is beneficial and what is simple and right and what is censurable. He takes stock of what he does and what he leaves undone. He never acts with hostility towards anyone. He is always engaged in doing what is beneficial to all creatures. He belongs to a family that is as pure and stainless as the water of a lake in the midst of the Ganges. Section 12. The host replied, I have heard these words of thine, that are so consoling, with as much gratification as is felt by a person heavily loaded when that load is taken off his head or shoulders. The gratification that a traveller who has made a long journey on foot feels when he lies down on a bed, that which a person feels when he finds a seat after having stood for a long while for want of room, or that which is felt by a thirsty person when he finds a glass of cool water, or that which is felt by a hungry man when he finds savoury food set before him, or that which a guest feels when a dish of desirable food is placed before him at the proper time, or that which is felt by an old man when after long coveting he gets a son, or that which is experienced by one when meeting with a dear friend or relative about whom one had become exceedingly anxious, resembles that with which I have been filled in consequence of these words uttered by thee. 1931. Like a person with upturned gaze I have heard what has fallen from thy lips and am reflecting upon their import. With these wise words of thine thou hast truly instructed me. Yes, I shall do what thou hast commanded me to do. Thou mayst go tomorrow at dawn, passing the night happily with me and dispelling thy fatigue by such a rest. Behold, the rays of the divine Surya have been partially dimmed and the god of day is proceeding in his downward course. Bhishma continued, hospitably waited upon by the Brahmana, the learned guest, O slayer of foes, passed that night in the company of his host. Indeed, both of them passed the night happily, conversing cheerfully with each other on the subject of the duties of the fourth mode of life, viz., sannyasa, renunciation. So engrossing was the nature of their conversation that the night passed away as if it were day. When morning came, the guest was worshipped with due rites by the Brahmana, whose heart had been eagerly set upon the accomplishment of what, according to the discourse of the guest, was regarded by him to be beneficial for himself. Having dismissed his guest, the righteous Brahmana, resolved to achieve his purpose, took leave of his kinsmen and relatives, and set out in due time for the abode of that foremost of Nagas, with heart steadily directed towards it. Section 12. Bhishma said, proceeding by many delightful forests and lakes and sacred waters, the Brahmana at last arrived at the retreat of the certain ascetic. Arrived there, he inquired of him, in proper words, about the Naga of whom he had heard from his guest, and instructed by him he pursued his journey. With a clear idea of the purpose of his journey, the Brahmana then reached the house of the Naga. Entering it duly, he proclaimed himself in proper words, saying, Ho! Who is there? I am a Brahmana, come hither as a guest! Hearing these words, the chaste wife of the Naga, possessed of great beauty and devoted to the observance of all duties, showed herself. Always attentive to the duties of hospitality, she worshipped the guest with due rites, and welcoming him, said, What can I do for you? The Brahmana said, O lady, I am sufficiently honoured by thee with the sweet words thou hast said unto me. The fatigue of my journey has also been dispelled. I desire, O blessed lady, to see thy excellent Lord. This is my high object. This is the one object of my desire. It is for this reason that I have come today to the residence of the Naga, thy husband. The wife of the Naga said, Reverend sir, my husband has gone to drag the car of Surya for a month. O learned Brahmana, he will be back in 15 days, and will, without doubt, show himself unto thee. I have thus told thee the reason of my husband's absence from home. Be that as it may, what else is there that I can do for thee? Tell me this. The Brahmana said, O chaste lady, I have come hither with the object of seeing thy husband. O reverend dame, I shall dwell in the adjacent forest, waiting for his return. When thy husband comes back, do kindly tell him that I have arrived at this place impelled by the desire of seeing him. Thou shouldst also inform me of his return when that event occurs. O blessed Lady, I shall, till then, reside on the banks of the Gomati, waiting for his return and living all the while upon frugal fare. Having said this repeatedly unto the wife of the Naga, that foremost of Brahmanas proceeded to the banks of the Gomati for residing there till the time of the Naga's return. Section 12. Bhishma continued. The Nagas of that city became exceedingly distressed when they saw that that Brahmana, devoted to the practice of penances, continued to reside in the forest, entirely abstaining all the while from food, in expectation of the arrival of the Naga chief. All the kinsmen and relatives of the great Naga, including his brother and children and wife, assembling together, repaired to the spot where the Brahmana was staying. Arrived on the banks of the Gomati, they beheld that regenerate person seated in a secluded spot, abstaining from food of every kind, observant the while of excellent vows, and engaged in silently reciting certain mantras. Approaching the presence of the Brahmana and offering him due worship, the kinsmen and relatives of the great Naga said unto him these words fraught with candour: O Brahmana, endued with wealth of asceticism, this is the 6th day of thy arrival here, but thou sayest no word about thy food. O regenerate one, thou art devoted to righteousness. Thou hast come to us. We too are here in attendance upon thee. It is absolutely necessary that we should do the duties of hospitality to thee. We are all relations of the Naga chief with whom thou hast business. Roots or fruits, leaves, or water, or rice or meat, O best of Brahmanas, it behoveth thee to take for thy food. In consequence of thy dwelling in this forest under such circumstances of total abstention from food, the whole community of Nagas, young and old, is being afflicted, since this thy fast implies negligence on our part to discharge the duties of hospitality. We have none amongst us that has been guilty of Brahmanacide. None of us has ever lost a son immediately after birth. No one has been born in our race that has eaten before serving the deities or guests or relatives arrived at his residence. The Brahmana said, in consequence of these solicitations of you all, I may be regarded to have broken my fast. 8 days are wanting for the day to come when the chief of the Nagas will return. 1932. If, on the expiry of the 8th night hence, the chief of the Nagas does not come back, I shall then break this fast by eating. Indeed, this vow of abstaining from all food that I am observing is in consequence of my regard for the Naga chief. You should not grieve for what I am doing. Do you all return to whence you came? This my vow is on his account. You should not do anything in consequence of which this my vow may be broken. The assembled Nagas, thus addressed by the Brahmana, were dismissed by him, whereupon, O foremost of men, they returned to their respective residences. Section clicks. Bhishma said, upon the expiry of the period of full 15 days, the Naga chief, Padmanabha, having finished his task of dragging the car of Surya and obtained the latter's permission, came back to his own house. Beholding him come back, his spouse approached him quickly for washing his feet and dutifully discharging other tasks of a similar nature. Having gone through these tasks, she took her seat by his side. The Naga then, refreshed from fatigue, addressed his dutiful and chaste wife, saying, I hope, my dear wife, that during my absence thou hast not been unmindful of worshipping the deities and guests agreeably to the instructions I gave thee, and according to the ordinances laid down in the scriptures. I hope, without yielding to that uncleansed understanding which is natural to persons of thy sex, thou hast, during my absence from home, been firm in the observance of the duties of hospitality. I trust that thou hast not transcended the barriers of duty and righteousness. The wife of the Naga said, The duty of disciples is to wait with reverence upon their preceptor accomplishing his binding. That of Brahmanas is to study the Vedas and bear them in memory. That of servants is to obey the commands of their masters. That of the king is to protect his people by cherishing the good and chastising the wicked. It is said that the duties of a kshatriya embrace the protection of all creatures from wrong and oppression. The duty of the Sudra is to serve with humility persons of the three regenerate orders, viz., Brahmanas, Kshatriyas and Vaisyas. The religion of the householder, O chief of the Nagas, consists in doing good to all creatures. Frugality of fare and observance of vow in due order constitute merit for persons of all classes, in consequence of the connection that exists between the senses and the duties of religion. 1933. Who am I? Whence have I come? What are others to me and what am I to others? These are the thoughts to which the mind should ever be directed by him who leads that course of life which leads to emancipation. Chastity and obedience to the husband constitute the highest duty of the wife. Through thy instruction, O chief of the Nagas, I have learnt this well. I, therefore, that am well conversant with my duty, and that have thee for my husband, thee that art devoted to righteousness, O, why shall I, swerving from the path of duty, tread along the path of disobedience and sin? During thy absence from home, the adorations to the deities have not fallen off in any respect. I have also, without the slightest negligence, attended to the duties of hospitality towards persons arrived as guests in thy abode. 15 days ago a Brahmana has come here. He has not disclosed his object to me. He desires to have an interview with thee. Dwelling the while on the banks of the Gomati, he is anxiously expecting thy return. Of rigid vows, that Brahmana is sitting there, engaged in the recitation of the Vedas. O chief of the Nagas, I have made a promise to him to the effect that I would dispatch thee to him as soon as thou wouldest come back to thy abode. Hearing these words of mine, O best of Nagas, it behoveth thee to repair thither. O thou that hearest with thy eyes, it behoveth thee to grant unto that regenerate person the object that has brought him hither. 1934. Section CCCLX. The Naga said, O thou of sweet smiles, for whom hast thou taken that Brahmana? Is he really a human being, or is he some deity that has come hither in the disguise of a Brahmana? O thou of great fame, who is there among human beings that would be desirous of seeing me, or that would be competent for the purpose? Can a human being, desiring to see me, leave such a command with thee about dispatching me to him for paying him a visit at the place where he is dwelling? Amongst the deities and asuras and celestial rishis, O amiable lady, the Nagas are endued with great energy. Possessed of great speed, they are endued again with excellent fragrance. They deserve to be worshipped. They are capable of granting boons. Indeed, we too deserve to be followed by others in our train. I tell thee, O lady, that we are incapable of being seen by human beings. 1935. The spouse of the Naga chief said, judging by his simplicity and candour, I know that that Brahmana is not any deity who subsists on air. O thou of great wrath, I also know this, viz., that he reveres thee with all his heart. His heart is set upon the accomplishment of some object that depends upon thy aid. As the bird called Chataka, which is fond of rain, waits in earnest expectation of a shower, for slaking its thirst, even so is that Brahmana waiting in expectation of a meeting with thee. 1936. Let no calamity betake him in consequence of his inability to obtain a sight of thee. No person born like thee in a respectable family can be regarded to remain respectable by neglecting a guest arrived at his house. 1937. Casting off that wrath which is natural to thee, it behoveth thee to go and see that Brahmana. it behoveth thee not to suffer thyself to be consumed by disappointing that Brahmana, the king or the prince, by refusing to wipe the tears of persons that come to him from hopes of relief, incurs the sin of feticide. By abstaining from speech one attains the wisdom. By practicing gifts one acquires great fame. By adhering to truthfulness of speech, one acquires the gift of eloquence and comes to be honored in heaven. By giving away land one attains to that high end which is ordained for rishis leading the sacred mode of life. By earning wealth through righteous means, one succeeds in attaining to many desirable fruits. By doing in its entirety what is beneficial for oneself, one can avoid going to hell. That is what the righteous say. The Naga said, I had no arrogance due to pride. In consequence, however, of my birth, the measure of my arrogance was considerable. Of wrath, which is born of desire, O blessed lady, I have none. It has all been consumed by the fire of thy excellent instructions. I do not behold, O blessed dame, any darkness that is thicker than wrath. In consequence, however, of the Naga having excess of wrath, they have become object of reproach with all persons. 1938, by succumbing to the influence of wrath, the 10-headed Ravana of great prowess became the rival of Sakra and was for that reason slain by Rama in battle. Hearing that the Rishi Rama of Bhrigu's race had entered the inner apartments of their palace for bringing away the calf of the Homa cow with their sire, the sons of Kartavirya, yielding to wrath, took such entry as the insult to the royal house, and as the consequence thereof, they met with destruction at the hands of Rama. Indeed, Kartavirya of great strength, resembling the thousand-eyed Indra himself, in consequence of his having yielded to wrath, was slain in battle by Rama of Jamadani's race. Verily, O amiable lady, at thy words I have restrained my wrath, that foe of penances, that destroyer of all that is beneficial for myself. I praise my own self greatly since, O large-eyed one, I am fortunate enough to own thee for my wife, thee that are possessed of every virtue and that hast inexhaustible merits. I shall now proceed to the spot where the Brahmana is staying. I shall certainly address that Brahmana in proper words, and he shall certainly go hence, his wishes being accomplished. Section Glixi. Bhishma said, having said these words unto his dear spouse, the chief of the Nagas proceeded to the place where the Brahmana was sitting in expectation of an interview with him. As he proceeded, he thought of the Brahman and wondered as to what the business could be that had brought him to the Naga city. Arrived at his presence, O chief of men, that foremost of Nagas devoted by his nature to righteousness, addressed his guest in sweet words, saying, O Brahmana, do not yield to wrath. I address thee in peace. Do not be angry. After whom hast thou come hither? What is thy object? Coming to thee, I ask thee in affection, O regenerate one, whom dost thou adore in this retired spot on the banks of the Gomati? The Brahmana said, Know that my name is Dharmanya, and that I have come hither for obtaining a sight of the Nagapadmanabha, O foremost of all regenerate persons. With him I have some business. I have heard that he is not at home and that, therefore, I am not now near his present quarters. Like a Chataka waiting in expectation of the clouds, I am waiting for him whom I regard as dear to me. For dispelling all evil from him and bringing about what is beneficial to him, I am engaged in reciting the Vedas till he comes and am in yoga and passing my time happily. The Naga said, Verily, thy conduct is exceedingly good. Pious thou art and devoted to the good of all righteous persons. O highly blessed Brahmana, every praise is due to thee. Thou beholdest the Naga with eyes of affection. I am that Naga, O learned Rishi, whom thou seekest. Do thou command me, as thou wishest, in respect of what is agreeable to thee and what I should do for thee. Having heard from my spouse that thou art here, I have approached this spot, O regenerate one, for beholding thee. When thou hast come hither, thou art certain to return hence with thy object fulfilled. It behoveth thee, O foremost of regenerate persons, to employ me to any task with all confidence. All of us have certainly been purchased by thee with thy merits. 1939, since thou, disregarding what is for thy own good, hast employed thy time in seeking the good of ourselves. The Brahmana said, O highly blessed Naga, I have come hither, moved by the desire of obtaining a sight of thee. I have come here, ignorant as I am with all things, for asking thee about something. O Naga, relying on the Jiva soul, I desire to attain to the Supreme Soul, which is the end of the Jiva soul. I am neither attached to, nor dissociated from, the world. 1940. Thou shinest with the effulgence of thy own merits, covered by pure fame, with an effulgence that is as agreeable as that of the moon. O thou that livest on air alone, do thou first answer a question that I wish to put to thee. Afterwards I shall inform thee of the object that has brought me hither. Section Klxi. The Brahmana said, Thou goest away for dragging the one-wheeled car of Vivas. What according to thy turn? It behoveth thee to describe to me anything wonderful that thou mayst have noticed in those regions through which thou sojournest. The Naga said, The divine Surya is the refuge or home of innumerable wonders. All the creatures that inhabit the three worlds have flowed from Surya. Innumerable Munis, crowned with ascetic success, together with all the deities, reside in the rays of Surya like birds perching on the branches of trees. What, again, can be more wonderful than this, that the mighty wind, emanating from Surya, takes refuge in his ray and thence yawns over the universe? What can be more wonderful than this, O regenerate Rishi, that Surya, dividing the wind into many portions from desire of doing good to all creatures, creates rain that falls in the rainy season? What can be more wonderful than this, that the Supreme Soul, from within the solar disk, himself bathed in blazing effulgence, looketh upon the universe? What can be more wonderful than this, that Surya has a dark ray which transforms itself into clouds charged with rain and pours showers of rain when the season comes? What can be more wonderful than this, that drinking up for 8 months the rain he pours it down once again in the rainy season? In certain rays of Surya, the soul of the universe is said to reside. From him is the seed of all things, and it is he that upholds the earth with all her mobile and immobile creatures. What can be more wonderful, O Brahmana, than this, that the foremost of Purushas, eternal and mighty armed, endued with exceeding effulgence, eternal, and without beginning and without end, resides in Surya? Listen, however, to one thing I shall tell you now. It is the wonder of wonders. I have seen it in the clear sky, in consequence of my adjacence to Surya. In former times, one day at the hour of noon, while Surya was shining in all his glory and giving heat to everything we beheld, or being coming towards Surya, who seemed to shine with effulgence that was equal to that of Surya himself, causing all the worlds to blaze up with his glory and filling them with his energy, he came, as I have already told thee, towards Surya, rending the firmament, as it were, for making his path through it. The rays that emanated from his body seemed to resemble the blazing effulgence of libations of clarified butter poured into the sacrificial fire. In consequence of his energy and splendor, he could not be looked at. His form seemed to be indescribable. Indeed, he appeared to us to be like a second Surya. As soon as he came near, Surya extended his 2 hands, for giving him a respectful reception. For honoring Surya in return, he also extended his right hand. The latter then, piercing through the firmament, entered into Surya's disk. Mingling then with Surya's energy, he seemed to be transformed into Surya's self. When the 2 energies thus met together, we were so confounded that we could not any longer distinguish which was which. Indeed, We could not make out who was Surya whom we bore on his car, and who was the being that we had seen coming through the sky. Filled with confusion, we then addressed Surya, saying, O illustrious one, who is this being that has mixed himself with thee and has been transformed into thy second self? Section Klxi. Surya said, This being is not the god of fire, he is not an Asura, nor is he a Naga. He is a Brahmana who has attained to heaven in consequence of his having been crowned with success in the observance of the vow called Anka. 1941. This person had subsisted upon fruits and roots and upon the fallen leaves of trees. He had sometimes subsisted upon water, and sometimes upon air alone, passing his days with concentrated soul. The deity Mahadeva had been gratified by him with constant recitation of the Samhitas. He had endeavoured to accomplish those acts that lead to heaven. Through the merits of those acts he hath now attained to heaven. Without wealth and without desire of any kind, he had observed the vow called Anka in the matter of his sustenance. This learned Brahmana, Nagas, had been devoted to the good of all creatures. Neither deities, nor Gandharvas, nor Asuras, nor Nagas, can be regarded as superior to those creatures that attain to this excellent end of coming into the solar disk. Even such, O regenerate one, was the wonderful incident that I beheld on that occasion. That Brahmana, who was crowned with success by the observance of the Anka vow and who thus obtained an end that persons crowned with ascetic success acquire, to this day, O regenerate one, goes round the earth, staying in the disk of Surya. Note, there was no section Klxif in the source edition. JBH. Section CCCLXV. The Brahmana said, without doubt, this is very wonderful, O Naga. I have been highly gratified by listening to thee. By these words of thine that are fraught with subtle meaning, thou hast shown me the way I am to follow. Blessed be thou, I desire to depart hence. O best of Nagas, thou shouldst recollect me now and then and inquire after me by sending thy servant. The Naga said, The object that brought thee here is still in thy breast, for thou hast not as yet disclosed it to me. Where then wilt thou go? Tell me, O regenerate one, what should be done by me, and what that object is which brought thee hither. After the accomplishment of thy business, whatever it is, expressed or unexpressed in speech, thou mayst depart, O foremost of regenerate persons, saluting me and dismissed by me cheerfully, O thou of excellent vows. Thou hast conceived a friendship for me. O regenerate Rishi, it behoveth thee not to depart from this place after having only seen me, thyself sitting under the shade of this tree. Thou hast become dear to me and I have become dear to thee, without doubt. All the persons in this city are thine. What objection then is there, O sinless one, to pass some time in my house? The Brahmana said, It is even so, O thou with great wisdom, O Naga that hast acquired a knowledge of the soul. It is very true that the deities are not superior to thee in any respect. He that is thyself is verily myself, as he that is myself is truly thyself. Myself, thyself, and all other creatures, shall all have to enter into the Supreme Soul. Doubt penetrated my mind, O Chief of Nagas, in the matter of the best means for winning righteousness or merit. That doubt has been dispelled by thy discourse, for I have learnt the value of the Anka vow. I shall hence follow that which is so very efficacious in the matter of beneficial consequences. That, O blessed one, has become my certain conclusion now, based on excellent reasons. I take thy leave. Blessings to thee. My object has been accomplished, O Naga. Bhishma said, having saluted that foremost of Nagas in this way, the Brahmana, named Dharmaranya, firmly resolved to follow the Amka mode of life, proceeded to the presence, O king, of Kayavana of Bhrigu's race, from desire of being formally instructed and initiated in that vow. 1942, Kayavana performed the samskara rites of the Brahmana and formally initiated him into the Enka mode of life. The son of Bhrigu, O monarch, recited this history to King Janaka in his place. King Janaka, in his turn, narrated it to the celestial Rishi Narada of high soul. The celestial Rishi Narada too, of stainless acts, repairing on one occasion to the abode of Indra, the chief of the deities, gave to Indra this history upon being asked by him. The chief of the celestials, having obtained it thus from Narada, recited this blessed history to a conclave consisting of all the foremost Brahmanas, O monarch. On the occasion, again, of my dreadful encounter with Rama of Bhrigu's race, on the field of Kurukshetra, the celestial Vasus, O king, recited this history to me. 1943, asked by thee, O foremost of righteous men, I have recited this history that is excellent and sacred and fraught with great merit. Thou hadst asked me about what constitutes the highest duty, O king. This history is my answer to thy query. A brave man he was, O monarch, that betook himself to the practice of the Enka vow in this way, without expectation of any fruit. Firmly resolved, that Brahmana, instructed by the chief of Nagas in this way about his duty, betook himself to the practice of Yama and Nema, and subsisting the while upon such food as was allowed by the Enka vow, proceeded to another forest. The end of Santipava. Footnotes. 1. Literally, the period of impurity. The period of mourning is the period of impurity, according to the Hindu scriptures. By performing the Shraddha rite, one becomes pure again. Till then, one can perform no religious rites. 2. Literally, shall not appear to thee by inward light. 3. The meaning is this weapon shall not dwell with thee up to thy last moments. Thou shalt forget it, or it shall not appear at thy bidding, when thy death becomes nigh, though at other times thou mayst be master of it. 4. The Kurus, our foes, having fallen in battle, have all gone to heaven, while grief has become our lot. 5. Sanjata Valaratnazu is the true reading. 6. The Bombay reading Jayathalam is correct. The Bengal reading Jamathalam, however, is not unmeaning. 7. What Yudhishthira says here is this: all the warriors that have been slain in this battle have perished. They have not attained to heaven. If, indeed, heaven has been theirs, then the slayers too would obtain heaven, the scriptural ordinance having said so. It is impossible, however, to suppose that men of wrath who have done such wicked deeds should obtain such regions of bliss hereafter. 8. Pairs of opposites, such as heat and cold, joy and grief, etc. Comp. Gita. 9. Because wealth enables its possessor to practice the rites of religion. 10. The sense is that when I will not wrong the denizens of even the woods, there is little chance of my wronging men of the world. 11. There is a class of recluses who support life by gathering the fallen fruits of trees. Taking the tree for a living person, they walk under its shade and beg of it its fruits. Those fruits that fall down on such occasions are regarded as the alms granted by the tree to its mendicant guest. 12. All the possessions of a man depend upon the acts of a previous life. Wives, children and kinsmen, therefore, as agents of happiness or the reverse, depend upon one's past acts. They are effects of pre-existing causes. Then again, they may be causes of effects to be manifested in the next life, for their acts also are supposed to affect the next life of him to whom they belong. 13. That is, they for whom he acts do not take the consequences of his acts. 14. Vijina is explained by Nilakantha as Svogsisaryana. 15. The sense is that as the ordainer cannot be censured, therefore, that which he has ordained for the Kshatriyas cannot be deserving of censure. 16. The meaning is that they who perform sacrifice and partake of the sacrificial food after offering it unto gods and guests, acquire such religious merit that the like of it cannot be acquired by other men. Sacrifice, therefore, is the highest act in life and the most meritorious that man can do. 17. The iti after Vedi is really ete. The absence of sandai in the proper form is asho. Literally rendered, the line becomes comma according to the manner in which the person of firm conviction approaches the soul, is the success that he gets here. As the Surutis declare, if one firmly regards oneself to be Shiva, the success one attains here and hereafter is after the kind of that deity. 18. The brevity of such passages is the chief obstacle to their clear comprehension. Fortunately, the allusions are very plain. What is meant is that those who die during the lighted fortnights of the summer solstice attain to solar regions of bliss. Those that die during the dark fortnights of the winter solstice attain to lunar regions. These last have to return after passing their allotted periods of enjoyment and happiness, while those that are freed from attachments, whatever the time of their death, go to stellar regions which are equal to that of Brahma. 19. Without attaining to the companionship of the gods and Pitris, and without obtaining Brahma, they sink in the scale of being and become worms and vermin. 20. The sense is that the gods themselves have become so by action. 21. The first word is compounded of an indistica. 22. Devayana is the yana or way along which the deities have gone, the strict observance of the Vedic rites. 23. Renouncer of his own self, because he dries up his very body by denying himself food. 24. Such a person also is not a true renouncer. For a Kshatriya, again, such a mode of life would be sinful. 25. Nilakantha thinks that the object of this verse is to show that even such a life properly appertains to a Brahmana and not to a Kshatriya. Therefore, if Yudhishthira would, without reigning, live quietly in the kingdom governed by some brother of his, he would then be equally sinning. 26. Acts done from vanity, that is, with the bragging consciousness of one being himself the actor and the arranger of everything. Acts done from a spirit of renunciation, that is, without hope of reaping their fruits. 27. The threefold aims, that is, religion, pleasure and profit. 28. Antara is thus explained by Nilakantha. 29. Sariram is contradistinguished from Vyayam. The first is explained as appertaining to or encased in Sarira, that is, the mind. 30. What Sahadeva wishes to say is that everything proceeds from selfishness is productive of death, while everything proceeding from an opposite frame of mind leads to Brahma or immortality. 31. The meaning entirely depends upon the word swabhavam, manifestation of self. In the second line, if vritam be read for bedtam, the sense would remain unaltered. 32. The three kinds of angers referred to, as explained by Nilakantha, are 1. The strength that depends on the master, 2. That depending on good counsels, and 3. That depending on the perseverance and the courage of the men themselves. 33. Literally, crushed with the rod of chastisement. 34. Censure is the only punishment for a Brahmana offender. A Kshatriya may be punished by taking away all property, but care should be taken to give him food sufficient for maintaining life. A Vaisya should be punished by forfeiture of possessions. There is practically no punishment for a Sudra for being unable to possess wealth. Dispossession of wealth cannot be a punishment in his case. Again, service being his duty, the imposition of labor on him cannot be a punishment. For all that, hard work may be imposed upon him. 35. A fisherman who would not slay fish would go without food. 36. The sense is that if, in supporting life, one kills these creatures, he does not in any way commit sin. 37. Boga is explained by Nilakantha as Palanaya, Mayariadaya. 38. The meaning seems to be that the milch cow suffers herself to be milked only through fear of chastisement, and maidens also marry, without practicing free love, through fear of chastisement by the king, society, or Yama in the next world. 39. If this does not come up to the grossness of the doctrine, spare the rod and ruin the child. It at least is plain that the fear of being regarded a dunce and a fool and incurring the ridicule or displeasure of the tutor and classmates induces one to acquire knowledge. 40. The illustration used by the commentator is that it is better to kill the tiger that has invaded the fold than remain quiet for fear of injuring that beast of prey and commit sin. For that slaughter there is merit, for if not slaughtered, the beast will slaughter the kind before the spectator's eyes, and the latter would incur sin by passively witnessing the sight. At any rate, to be more general, it is better to injure, says Arjuna, from righteous motives than not to injure from fear of sin. 41. Otherwise named phlegm, bile and wind. 42. The sense is that thou wert ever superior to joy and grief, and never sufferedst thyself to be elated with joy or depressed with grief. 43. The argument seems to be this: if it is thy nature to call back thy woes even when happiness is before thee, why dost thou not then recollect the insult to your wife? The recollection of this insult will fill thee with wrath, and convince thee that in slaying thy foes, those insulters of thy wife, thou hast acted very properly. 44. The meaning is that in consequence of thy abandonment of prosperity and kingdom, and, therefore, of the means of effecting thy salvation by sacrifice and gifts and other act of piety, thou shalt have to be reborn and to renew this mental battle with thy doubts. 45. This is a difficult verse, and I am not sure that I have understood it correctly. Gantavyam is explained by Nilakantha as connected with Paramavyaktarupasya. According to Nilakantha, this means that thou shouldst go to, that is conquer, and identify thyself with, the paramorpha, with that which is of unmanifest form, the mind. Of course, this would mean that Yudhishthira should identify himself with his own soul, for it is the soul which is his foe and with which he is battling. Such conquest and identification implies the cessation of the battle and, hence, the attainment of tranquility. 46. The condition of Draupadi's lot, that is, thou hast been restored to the normal condition. Draupadi had kept her locks dishevelled since the day they had been seized by Dusyasna. After the slaughter of the Kuras, those locks were bound up as before, or restored to their normal condition. 47. The Bengal tiger acts as a fisher to both animals and men. When the tiger goes on a fishing expedition, what it usually does is to catch large fishes from shallow streams and throw them landwards far from the water's edge. The poor beast is very often followed, unperceived, by the smaller carnivorous animals, and sometimes by bands of fishermen. I have seen large fishes with the claw marks of the tiger on them exposed for sale in a village market. 48. The sense seems to be that unless kings perform such penances they cannot escape hell. Such penances, however, are impossible for them as long as they are in the midst of luxuries. To accept wealth and not use it, therefore, is impracticable. 49. That is, thou art not liberated from desire. 50. The false speech, in this instance, consists in professing oneself to be really unattached while enjoying wealth and power, that is, the hypocritical profession of renunciation in the midst of luxuries. As already said by Yudhishthira, such renunciation is impracticable. 51. The path of the Baitrus means the course of Vedic rites by which one attains to bliss hereafter. The path of the gods means the abandonment of religious rites for contemplation and pious conduct. 52. This truth had been expressed in various forms of language in various passages of the Mahabharata. The fact is, the unification of infinite variety and its identification with the Supreme Soul is attainment of Brahma. One, therefore, that has attained to Brahma ceases to regard himself as separate from the rest of the universe. Selfishness, the root of sin and injury, disappears from him. 53. That is, sacrifice. 54. Literally, thy resolution is of one kind, while thy acts are of another kind. 55. Paratantreshu is explained by Nilakantha as dependent on destiny. If this means the fate that connects one's present life with the acts of a former one, the explanation is not incorrect. The more obvious meaning, however, is dependent on action. 56. A wedded wife is the companion of one's religious acts. 57. Thou shouldst not, therefore, abandon action. 58. The meaning seems to be this: if a person can truly act up to his resolution of complete renunciation of everything, then that person stands alone in the midst of the world, and he is nobody's, and nobody is his. Hence, he can neither be pleased nor displeased with anyone. King Janaka's abandonment, therefore, of wife and kingdom, is inconsistent with that perfect renunciation or withdrawal of self within self. He might continue to enjoy his possessions without being at all attached to or affected by them. 59. Such libations, to be efficacious, ought to be poured upon fires properly kindled with mantras. 60. Therefore, Janaka should resume his kingdom and practice charity, otherwise, religious mendicants would be undone. 61. Such a man might rule even a kingdom without forfeiting his title to be regarded a mendicant, for he might rule without attachment. 62. Refers to the well-known definition of the soul or mind in the Nyaya philosophy, which says that it is distinguished by the attributes of desire, aversion, will, pleasure and pain, and the cognitive faculties. 63. The soul, though really bereft of attributes, nevertheless revolves in a round among creatures, that is, enters other bodies on the dissolution of those previously occupied. The reason of this round or continual journey is avidya or illusion, viz., that absence of true knowledge in consequence of which men engage themselves in action. When the soul is freed from this avidya, action ceases, and the soul becomes revealed in its true nature, which consists in the absence of all attributes. 64. Hetumanta Bandita means, learned in the science of reasoning. Drapurva is explained by Nilakantha as persons endued with strong convictions of a past life. Sudurvata means difficult of being made to understand. 65. The sense is that instead of performing sacrifices after acquisition of wealth, it is better not to perform sacrifices if they cannot be performed without wealth. Nilakantha, by interpreting dana hetu as sacrifices which have wealth for the means of their accomplishment, would come to this meaning directly. 66. Atmanam is explained by Nilakantha as meaning something that is regarded as dear as self, that is, wealth. Such a person incurs the sin of killing a fetus, because that sin proceeds from killing one's own self. Improper use of wealth is, of course, regarded as killing one's own self. 67. The Srutis declare that he who frightens others is frightened himself, while he who frightens not, is not himself frightened. The fruits won by a person correspond with his practices. Yudhishthira is, therefore, exhorted to take the sovereignty. The sovereignty, righteously exercised and without attachment, will crown him with bliss hereafter. 68. Nayakam Nachapa is explained by Nilakantha thus. Literally, This means that it is not that others do not praise, a calm or contemplation, that is, some there are that praise contemplation or meditation. 69. Literally, the absence of contentment with present prosperity. 70. Adidana is explained as a robber or one who forcibly takes other people's property. Some texts read Nes Wara. The sense should remain unaltered. 71. Manu also mentions a sixth of the produce as the king's share. 72. Sanchyakutatma is explained by Nilakantha as without pride or resigned self. 73. Yoga is explained as vigor in action, Nyasa as the abandonment of pride. 74. And that have, by their death, escaped from all grief. 75. Murshatu is explained by Nilakantha as Badhata. 76. True knowledge is knowledge of Brahma. What is said here is that our conduct, acts, should be framed according to the opinion of persons possessed of such knowledge. 77. What the poet says here is this: it is better not to wish for or covet wealth as a means for the performance of sacrifices than to covet it for performing sacrifices. A poor man will act better by not performing sacrifices at all than by performing them with wealth acquired by the usual means. 78. The meaning is that I must undergo such a severe penance in order that in my next life I may not be born as an inferior animal but succeed in taking birth among men. 79. Even such, that is, spring from such causes. 80. Man covets freedom from decay and immortality, but instead of obtaining what he covets for, decay and death become his portion on earth. 81. That is, these appear and disappear in the course of time. 82. Literally, the science of life. 83. This inevitable and broad path is the path of life. What is said here is that every creature is subject to birth. 84. The first line of this verse refers to the disputed question of whether the body exists independent of life, or the creature exists independent of the body. This is much disputed by Hindu philosophers. The gross body may be dissolved, but the linga sarira, composed of the subtlest elements, exists as a cause for the unborn soul. This is maintained by many. 85. Param here is explained by Nilakantha as Paramatma. Pay court, that is, seek to obtain and enjoy them. 86. This sacrifice is one in which the performer parts with all his wealth. 87. Vasumati means possessed of wealth, from Vasu in the syllable mat. 88. The Bengal reading Chainam in the first line of 31 is better than the Bombay reading Chettiar, which, Nilakantha explains, means Che and Avinbhava. 89. These 7 sacrifices were the Agnishtoma, the Atyagnishtoma, the Yukthaya, the Shadashi, the Vajapaya, the Ittaratra, and the Aptoriyama. Each of these required the consecration of the Soma. 90. The expression used is he caused one umbrella only to be set up. The custom is well known that none but kings could cause umbrellas to be held over their heads. 91. Kanwa had brought up in his retreat Bharata's mother Sakuntala, who had been deserted, immediately after her birth, by her mother, Menaka. Bharata himself was born in Kanwa's retreat. 92. Jarathayan is explained by Nilakantha as Stut. It may also mean Trigunadakshanan. 93. The legend about the bringing down of Ganga is very beautiful. Ganga is nothing else than the melted form of Vishnu. For a time she dwelt in the pot, Kamandu, of Brahman. The ancestors of Bhagrata having perished through Kapla's curse, Bhagrata resolved to rescue their spirits by calling down Ganga from heaven and causing her sacred waters to roll over the spot where their ashes lay. He succeeded in carrying out his resolution after conquering many difficulties. Urvasi literally means one who sits on the lap. 94. Triple coast, because Ganga is supposed to have one stream in heaven, one on the earth, and a third in the nether regions. 95. The sense, I think, is that such was the profusion of Dileepa's wealth that no care was taken for keeping gold-decked elephants within guarded enclosures. 96. Satadhanwan is explained by Nilakantha as one whose bow is capable of bearing 100 anantas. 97. Literally, Mihishal Suk. 98. The Birdwind translators take Hasita and Gaya as one person called Asitan Gaya, and Gay P. Singer take Sanga and Vrihadritha to be two different persons. Of course, both are wrong. 99. Samyapat is explained as hurling a heavy piece of wood. What it meant here is that Yayati, having erected an altar, took up and hurled a piece of wood forward, and upon the place where it fell, erected another altar. In this way he proceeded till he reached the very seashore. 100. Dakshina is explained by Nilakantha as men possessed of Dakshaya. It may mean liberal-minded men. 101. Literally, there was but one umbrella opened on the earth in his time. 102. The word in the original is Nala. Nilakantha supposes that it has been so used for the sake of rhythm, the correct form being Nalwa, meaning a distance of 400 cubits. 103. Literally, one whose excreta are gold. 104. A Kshatriya should protect a Brahmana in respect of his penances and a Vaisya in respect of the duties of his order. Whatever impediments a Brahmana or a Vaisya might encounter in the discharge of his duties must be removed by a Kshatriya. 105. That is, thou shouldst think that the consequences of all acts must attach to the Supreme Being himself, he being the urger of us all. 106. Napara, etc., that is, there is no Supreme Being and no next world. 107. No one being free in this life, all one's acts being the result of previous acts, there can be no responsibility for the acts of this life. 108. The manner in which this great battle has been brought about shows evidence of design and not mere chance. Nilakantha reads Hatam, which is evidently wrong. There can be no doubt that the correct reading is Hatham. 109. Nilakantha explains this in a different way. He thinks that the expression Kritanta Visinjukta means comma through their own faults. 110. The performer of 100 sacrifices. 111. That is, charges his pupils a fee for teaching them the scriptures. 112. That is, not in a sacrifice. 113. Jai Ansat is Jai Ansi and Ayat, that is, may proceed with intention to slay. 114. That is, one who knows that the soma is used in sacrifices for gratifying the gods. 115. The rule laid down is that he should eat in the morning for the first 3 days, in the evening for the second 3 days, eat nothing but what is got without soliciting, for the next 3 days, and fast altogether for the 3 days that follow. This is called Kriskarabhajana. Observing this rule for 6 years, one may be cleansed of the sin of slaying a Brahmana. 116. The harder rule referred to is eating in the morning for 7 days, in the evening for the next 7 days, eating what is got without soliciting, for the next 7 days, and fasting altogether for the next 7. 117. These are the 5 products of the cow, besides earth, water, ashes, acids and fire. 118. Appropriation etc., as in the case of the king imposing fines on offenders and appropriating them to the uses of the state. Untruth, as that of the loyal servant or follower for protecting the life of his master. Killing, as that of an offender by the king, or in the exercise of the right of self-defense. 119. There were, as now, persons with whom the reading or recitation of the scriptures was a profession. The functions of those men were not unlike those of the rhapsodists of ancient Greece. 120. That is, one possessed of a knowledge of the Vedas. 121. With very slight verbal alterations, this verse, as also the first half or the next, like many others, occurs in Manu, Vidi Manu, ch. 2, v. 157-58. 122. Pratyasanaviya Suninam is explained by Nilakantha as I stand near these distressed brothers of mine, for whose sake only I am for accepting sovereignty. This is certainly very fanciful. The plain meaning is, I am about to lay down my life. 123. The priest of the Kauravas. 124. Sami is the acacia suma, Pipla is the pipalungam, and Palasa is the bdea frondosa. Udamvara is the ficus sclemerata. 125. These are peace, war, marching, halting, sowing dissensions, and defence of the kingdom by seeking alliances and building forts, and c. 126. For if he had acted otherwise, he would have been called ungrateful. 127. The literal meaning of Purusha, as applied to the Supreme Being, is one that pervades all forms in the universe. 128. That is, Aditi and of Aditi's self is born in different shapes at different times. 129. Yugas may mean either the three ages Krita, Treta and Dwapara, or the three pairs such as virtual knowledge, renunciation and lordship, and prosperity and fame. 130. Virat is one superior to an emperor and Swarat is one superior to a Virat. 131. Vishnu, assuming the form of a dwarf, deluded the Azura valley into giving away unto him 3 worlds which he forthwith restored to Indra. 132. The son of Utanapada, who in the greater age had adored Vishnu at a very early age and obtained the most valuable boons. 133. Sudaman was the priest of the Kuras. How came Dharmya, who was the priest of the Pandavas, to have from before an abode in the Kuru capital? 134. This is an allusion to Krishna's having covered the 3 worlds with 3 of his steps for deluding the Azura valley and depriving him of universal sovereignty. 135. There are 3 states of consciousness in the case of ordinary men, viz., waking, dream, and sound sleep. The 4th state, realizable by yogins alone, is called Duraya. It is the state of perfect unconsciousness of this world, when the soul, abstracted within itself, is said to be fixed upon the Supreme Being or some single object. 136. Mind, as used generally in Hindu philosophy, is the seat of the senses and the feelings. Buddhi is the understanding or the cognitive faculties of the Kantian school. The Bombay reading of the 2nd line is correct. It is Gunadevakshajni et etc. Nilakantha correctly explains it as Savtadaganabhajadva, that is, the senses. 137. The Supreme Being is called here and elsewhere Hansa, that is, swan, because as the swan is supposed to transcend all winged creatures in the range of its flight, so the Supreme Being transcends all creatures in the universe. He is called that, as in the Vedic formula of praise, thou art that, meaning, thou art inconceivable and incapable of being described in words. 138. Created things have attributes. It is Brahma only that has no attributes, in the sense that no attributes with which we are familiar can be affirmed of him. 139. The Vaks are the mantras, the Nuvaks are those portions of the Vedas which are called Brahmanas. The Nishads are those portions of the Vedic ritual which lead to an acquaintance with the gods. The Upanishads are those portions which treat exclusively of the knowledge of the soul. 140. Quadruple soul, that is, Brahma, Jiva, mind, and consciousness. The four names under which the Supreme Being is adored by the faithful are Vasudeva, Sankarsana, Pradyumna, and Aniruddha. 141. Penances are ever present in thee, in the sense thou art never without them, penances constituting thy essence. Performed by creatures, they live in thy limbs, in the sense that penances performed are never lost. 142. In ancient India, the rishis living in the woods got their fire by rubbing two sticks together. These they called Arani. Brahma on earth is explained by Nilakantha to mean the Vedas, the Brahmanas, and sacrifices. 143. These are the 12 Adityas or chief gods. 144. Thou art pure knowledge and resident beyond the darkness of ignorance. I bow to thee not in any of those forms in which thou art ordinarily adored, but in that form of pure light which yogins only can behold by spiritual sight. 145. The 5 libations are dana, karamba, parivapa, and water. The 7 woofs are the 7 mantras, akandas, predominating in the Vedic hymns, such as Gayatri, etc. 146. The Prajapatis, who are the creators of the universe, performed a sacrifice extending for 1,000 years. The Supreme Being appeared in that sacrifice as an act of grace to the sacrificers. 147. Sandhis are those changes of contiguous vowels, in compounding 2 words, that are required by the rules of euphony. Akshara is literally a character or letter, word made up of characters or letters. 148. The manifest is the body. The rishis seek thy unmanifest self within the body, in their own hearts. Kshra is pure intelligence. The Supreme Being is called Kshrajna because he knows every mind. Intelligence or mind is one of his forms. 149. The 16 attributes are the 11 senses and the 5 elements in their subtle forms, called Mahabhutas. Added to this is infinity. The Supreme Being, according to the Sankhya doctrine, is thus the embodiment of the number 17. Thy form as conceived by the Sankhyas, that is, thy form as number. 150. In cases of those that are reborn, there is always a residuum of sin and merit for which they have, in their earthly life, to suffer and enjoy. In the case, however, of those that have betaken themselves to a life of renunciation, the great endeavour is to exhaust this residuum. 151. That is that which is chewed, that which is sucked, that which is licked, and that which is drunk. 152. All creatures are stupefied by love and affection. The great end which the yogins propose to themselves is to tear those bonds rising superior to all the attractions of the flesh to effect their deliverance or emancipation from rebirth. 153. That is Brahmacharin. 154. Linamusatatisimon. 155. Samsara is the world or worldly life characterized by diverse attachments. Reflection on Hari frees one from those attachments. Or, samsara may mean the repeated deaths and births to which the unemancipated soul is subject. Contemplation of the Divine Being may prevent such repeated births and deaths by leading to emancipation. 156. That is, one that goes thither is not subject to rebirth. 157. The Vedas constitute the speech of the Supreme Being. Everything about morality occurs in them. 158. Literally, Everything thou knowest shall appear to thee by inward light. 159. The sense is, I who have already the full measure of fame can scarcely add to my fame by doing or saying anything. 160. Literally, the eternal bridge of virtue. 161. In the sense of being liberal. A king should not too minutely inquire into what is done with the things belonging to him. 162. Literally, worthy of being used by the king. 163. Literally, the Brahmana that would not leave his home. The verse has been quoted in this very pavan previously. 164. These 7 limbs are the king, army, councillors, friends, treasury, territory, and forts. 165. These 6 are peace, with a foe that is stronger, war, with one of equal strength, marching, to invade the dominions of one who is weaker, halting, seeking protection, if weak in one's own fort, and sowing dissensions among the chief officers of the enemy. 166. A Sambayan is explained by Nilakantha as incapable of being overreached by foes. 167. In the sense that without royal protection, but the world soon comes to grief. 168. The duties of the cowherd should lead him to the fields. If without manifesting any inclination for going to the field he likes to loiter within the village, he should not be employed. Similarly, the barber's duties require his presence within the village. If without being present there he likes to wander in the woods, he should never be employed, for it may then be presumed that he is wanting in that skill which experience and habit bring. These 2 verses are often quoted in conversation by both the learned and unlearned equally. 169. Eloquent Brahmanas learned in the scriptures are heroes of speech. Great Kshatriya kings are heroes of exertion. 170. Men, by pouring libations of clarified butter on sacrificial fires, feed the gods. The latter, fed by those libations, pour rain on the earth whence men derive their sustenance. Men therefore are said to pour upwards, and the gods pour downwards. 171. Conversation in respect of the wealth of traders and merchants, growth in respect of the penances of ascetics, and destruction in respect of thieves and wicked men. All these depend upon chastisement. 172. The Birdwin pundits have been very careless in translating the Santi Pava. Their version is replete with errors in almost every page. They have rendered verse 78 in a most ridiculous way. The first line of the verse merely explains the etymology of the word dandanitai, the verb na being used first in the passive and then in the active voice. The idam refers to the world, that is, men in general. K.P. Singer's version of the Santi is better, and, of course, gives the correct sense of this verse. 173. Literally, rose above the 5 in the sense of having renounced the world. The Birdwin pundits erroneously render it died. 174. A Manvantara is a very long period of time, not unequal to a geological age. 175. Numbered among human gods, that is, among kings. 176. The correct reading is Charanish Banda as given in the Bombay edition. 177. In both the vernacular versions, the second line of 130 has been rendered wrongly. The 2 lines are quite unconnected with each other. Nilakantha rightly supposes that Karyam is understood after Mukshita. Karuna, however, is not Kriya as explained by Nilakantha, but opportunities and means. 178. Nilakantha explains this verse erroneously. He thinks that the meaning is, the king becomes obedient to that person who beholds his face to be amiable, etc., etc. It should be borne in mind that Bhishma is answering Yudhishthira's query as to why the whole world adores one man. One of the reasons is a mysterious influence which induces every man who beholds the amiable face of the king to render him homage. 179. The difference between a Ritviya and a Purohitu is that the former is engaged on special occasions, while the services of the latter are permanent and constant. 180. Viz. Returning unwounded from battle. 181. For without battle, he cannot extend his kingdom and acquire wealth to give away and meet the expenses of sacrifices. 182. A beshtana is literally a cloth tied round the head, hence, a turban or pagri. The word azira is applied to both beds and seats. The Hindu Upanaha had wooden soles. 183. The Birdwin pundits understand this verse to mean that the Sudra should offer the funeral cake unto his sonless master and support masters if old and weak. There can be little doubt that they are wrong. 184. Atayakana evidently means with excessive zeal. Nilakanthu explains it as with greater zeal than that which is shown in supporting his own relations. It cannot mean, as Gay P. Singer puts it, with a surplus left after supporting his own relations. 185. A Pakayajna is a minor sacrifice, such as the propitiation of a planet foreboding evil, or worship offered to the inferior deities called Viswadevas. A Purnapatra is literally a large dish or basket full of rice. It should consist of 256 handfuls. Beyond a Purnapatra, the Sudra should not give any other dakshina in any sacrifice of his. 186. This ordinance lays down that the dakshina should be 100,000 animals such as kine or horses. In the case of this particular Sudra, that ordinance, without its mantras, was followed, and 100,000 Purnapatras were substituted for kine or horses of that number. 187. Hence the Sudra, by devotion to the members of the three other classes, may earn the merit of sacrifices though he is not competent to utter mantras. 188. For this reason the Sudra earns the merit of the sacrifices performed by the Brahmana masters and progenitors. 189. The Brahmana conversant with the Vedas is himself a god. The Sudra, though incompetent to read the Vedas and utter Vedic mantras, has Prajapati for his god whom he can worship with rites other than those laid down in the Vedas. The Brahmanas have Agni for their god, and the Kshatriyas, Indra. A Padrava means a servant or attendant, hence, a Sudra. 190. Sacrifices are performed by the body, by words, and by the mind. The Brahmana can perform sacrifices by all the three. The Kshatriya and the Vaisya cannot perform sacrifices by means of their bodies. They must employ Brahmanas in their sacrifices. These two orders, however, can utter mantras and perform mental sacrifices. The Sudra alone cannot employ his body or utter mantras in sacrifices. The holy sacrifice in his case is the mental sacrifice. A mental sacrifice is a resolve to give away in honor of the gods or unto the gods without the aid of the Vedic ritual. The resolve must be followed by actual gifts. 191. That is, for the Sudras also. 192. All sacrificial fires, as a rule, are procured from the houses of Vaisyas. The sacrificial fire of the Sudra is called Vitana. 193. Though originally one, the Vedas have become diverse. Similarly, from the Brahmana, who created first, all the rest have sprung. 194. Literally, with eyes, head, and face on all sides. 195. The sense seems to be that influenced by past acts everyone acts in subsequent lives. If he is a hunter in this life, It is because the influence of many cruel acts of a past life pursues him even in this. 196. Men, therefore, have not always balances of good acts to their credit. These are, however, free agents. The new acts they do determine the character of their next lives. 197. That is, their services as priests should not be taken. 198. Although I adopt Nilakantha's explanation of Susrashu here, yet I think that word may be taken here, as elsewhere, to have been used in the sense of one doing menial service. 199. The king is entitled to a sixth of the merits acquired by his subjects. The total merit, therefore, of the king, arising from renunciation, is very great. Besides, the merit of every kind of renunciation belongs to him in that way. 200. That is, for ascertaining whether kingly duties are superior to those laid down for the several modes of life. 201. Probably, in the sense of there being exceptions and limitations in respect to them. 202. That is, spread confusion on earth. 203. The sense seems to be that having failed, after such comparison, to resolve their doubts, they waited upon Vishnu. 204. The Bengal reading Satwata seems to be an error. The Bombay text has Saswata. 205. Yama is explained by Nilakantha to mean Kshatriya Dharmana. 206. Nilakantha thinks that Lingantagatam means omniscient. He is for taking this verse to mean, listen now to those duties about which thou askest my omniscient self. Bhishma, having acquired omniscience through Krishna's boon, refers to it here. The interpretation seems to be very far-fetched. 207. That object is Brahma. 208. That is, such a man acquires the merits of all the modes of life. 209. Dasadharmagatam is explained by Nilakantha as overcome with fear, etc. keeps his eye on the duties of all men, that is, protects all men in the discharge of their duties. 210. If this verse has a reference to kings, Nyastadanda would mean one who punishes without wrath. 211. In this and the preceding verse, Satwa, without being taken as used for intelligence, may be taken to mean the quality of goodness as well. 212. Anadram is explained by Nilakantha as a kingdom where anarchy prevails, sleeplessness being its certain indication. 213. The sense seems to be that men patiently bear the injuries inflicted upon them by others, without seeking to right themselves by force, because they can invoke the king to punish the offenders. If there were no kings, immediate vengeance for even the slightest injuries would be the universal practice. 214. That is, becoming foremost and happy here, attains to blessedness hereafter. 215. The wind is said to be the charioteer of fire, because whenever there is a conflagration, the wind, appearing, aids in extending it. 216. That is, no one should covet the possessions of the king. 217. Kalya means able or strong, Anagrandam is without allies, Anantara means without friends, and Vaya Saktam is engaged at war with another. 218. Tapara is explained by Nilakantha as Kashanapara. 219. I follow Nilakantha in reading this verse. 220. Chaitya trees are those that are regarded holy and unto which worship is offered by the people. 221. Nilakantha thinks that Uchvasa means breath or air. The small doors, he thinks, are directed to be kept for the admission of air. 222. The tirthas are 18 in number, such as the council room, etc. 223. Pays off his debt, that is, discharges his obligations to the subjects. 224. The ablative has here the sense of towards. 225. The correct reading seems to be Sarishtam and not Sarishtam. If the latter reading be preferred, it would mean the age-called greater that comes in time's course. 226. That is, these are the true sources of the royal revenue. 227. The meaning is that if a king attends only to the acquisition of wealth, he may succeed in acquiring wealth, but he will never succeed in earning religious merit. 228. Literally, never flourishes. 229. The charcoal maker uproots trees and plants, and burns them for producing his stock in trade. The flowerman, on the other hand, waters his trees and plants, and gathers only their produce. 230. Dharmakasha literally means the repository of all duties. 231. Children is a euphemism for subjects, suggested by the word Beatrice, to which it is antithetical. 232. Mahabharata is believed to mean a person making a voyage by the sea or the ocean. The literal meaning seems to be a person making a long or distant voyage. 233. A ritwich is a priest employed on a special occasion. A purohitu is one who always acts as a priest. 234. A maize raw food, such as paddy or uncooked rice, or fruits, etc. 235. The allusion is to such men as Utanka and Parasara, who although they performed such cruel acts as the snake sacrifice and the Rakshasa sacrifice, were nonetheless entitled to heaven. So Kshatriya kings, by invading the kingdoms of their foes and slaying thousands of mali and animals, are nevertheless regarded to be righteous and ultimately go to heaven. 236. Kshatrava, that is, for protecting the subjects. Anya means someone who is not a Kshatriya. Abhibhavit means subdues. 237. Idam Sastram Pratinamna is thus explained by Nilakantha. In cases of incapacity, again, to give the prescribed dakshina, the sacrificer is directed to give away all he has. This direction or command is certainly terrible, for who can make up his mind to part with all his wealth for completing a sacrifice? 238. The falsehood consists in finding substitutes for the dakshina actually laid down. They are morsels of cooked food for a living cow, a grain of barley for a piece of cloth, a copper coin for gold, etc. 239. The fact is that although the sacrificer may not be able to give the dakshina actually laid down in the Vedas, yet by giving its substitute he does not lose any merit, for a single purnapatra, 256 handfuls of rice, is as efficacious if given away with devotion as the richest dakshina. 240. That is, such a sacrifice, instead of producing no merit, becomes the means of extending the cause of sacrifices. In other words, such a sacrifice is fraught with merit. 241. A pavitra is made by a couple of kusa blades for sprinkling clarified butter upon the sacrificial fire. 242. The fact is that Ahuka and Akrura were bitterly opposed to each other. Both of them, however, loved Krishna. Ahuka always advised Krishna to shun Akrura, and Akrura always advised him to shun Ahuka. Krishna valued the friendship of both and could ill dispense with either. What he says here is that to have them both is painful, and yet not to have them both is equally painful. 243. The belief is still current that a wounded snake is certain to seek vengeance even if the person that has wounded it places miles of distance between himself and the reptile. The people of this country, therefore, always kill a snake outright and burn it in fire if they ever take it. 244. That is, as long as they are paid and have in their hands what has been given to them. 245. That is, shows these virtues in his conduct. 246. Triyavara is explained by Nilakantha as not less than 3. The number laid down generally is 5. In no case it should be less than 3. 247. Water citadels are those that are surrounded on all sides by a river or rivers, or the sea. Earth citadels are those that are built on plains fortified with high walls and encircled with trenches all around. Human citadels are unfortified cities properly protected by guards and loyal population. 248. Nilakantha says that this has reference to the second variety of citadels mentioned in the previous verse. 249. Such as banyan, pipul, etc. These afford refreshing shade to sunburned travellers. 250. Take wisdom, that is, consult with them. Should not always wait upon them, etc. lest robbers should kill them, suspecting them to be depositaries of the king's wealth. 251. The sense seems to be that if a sufficient margin of profit, capable of maintaining one at ease, be not left, one would refrain absolutely from work. The king, therefore, in taxing the outurns of work, should leave such a margin of profit to the producers. 252. The sense is that the subjects then, on occasions of their sovereign's want, hasten to place their resources at his disposal. 253. That is, without injuring the source. 254. The Bengal reading of the first time of this verse is vicious. The Bombay reading Kanchidinapadi, Fakasian Chidpadi, is the correct one. The commentator explains that this has reference to alms, loans, and taxes. Both the Bengal translators have made nonsense of this and the following verse. 255. Karma Bedata is explained differently by Nilakantha. He thinks that it means lest those acts suffer injury. 256. Anger is literally a part. The idea, however, is that the wealthy form an estate in the realm. Crooked is the hump of the bull. The meaning, of course, is that the man of wealth occupies a very superior position. 257. That is, before the Brahmanas get their fill. 258. The Brahmanas are authorities for guiding other men. When, therefore, a particular Brahmana leaves the kingdom, the people lose in him a friend, teacher, and guide. 259. The king should dissuade in the manner indicated in verse 4. If that does not suffice, and if the person intending to leave refers to the king's previous neglect, the king should ask forgiveness and, of course, assign to him the means of maintenance. 260. The original is elliptical in construction. The eta of the first line has been supplied in the translation. In rendering the second line, the second half should come first. The Birdwin version, as usual, is erroneous. K.P. Singh's also is incomplete and inaccurate. 261. The word used is dasyas, literally, robbers, here, enemies of society and order. 262. Some texts read Yodhayavyam for Bodhayavyam, and Banjita for Yanjita. 263. That is, thou shouldst care for such opinion, without being angry with those that censure or blame thee. 264. That is, they who have to undergo such privations in carrying on their useful occupation should not be taxed heavily. 265. The correct reading is Baranti. Taranti also may give the same meaning. K.P. Singh has erroneously rendered the second line. 266. That is, goes to heaven. 267. Bhishma says that this discourse is very old. Probably this verse has reference to the writer's idea of the motives that impelled the rishis of Brahmavata when they devised for their Indian colony the kingly form of government. 268. This verse gives the etymology of the word Rajan and Vrishala. He in whom righteousness shines, Rajat, is a Rajan, and he in whom righteousness, called Vrisha, disappear, is a Vrishala. Vide next verse. 269. The address Varadashaba is misplaced, seeing that it is Uttathaya who is speaking and Mandatory who is listening. The sense of the verse is that it is the king who causes the age, for if he acts righteously, the age that sets in is Krita. If, on the other hand, he acts sinfully, he causes the Kali age to set in, etc., etc. 270. He who protects weakness wins heaven, while he who persecutes it goes to hell. Weakness, thus, is a great thing. Its power, so to say, is such that it can lead to heaven and hell everyone with whom it may come into contact. 271. The keeper of a cow has to wait till it calves for milk. 272. The sense is, I suppose, that if the king be overtaken by destruction, his officers also do not escape. 273. Rajna, Nilakantha thinks, is an accusative plural. 274. Some texts read Sarunikan, meaning traders that make journeys and voyages. 275. The king is God, incarnate, and to all righteous men, because they may expect everything from him. As regards the second line, the meaning depends upon Bharati, which as the commentator explains means, obtains affluence or prosperity. For Patuka some texts read Pavaka. The meaning then would be becomes as a fire, that is, destroys his own roots, or, probably, becomes destructive to others. 276. K.P. Singh, I think, translates this verse erroneously. The Burdwan version is correct. The speaker, in this verse, desires to illustrate the force of righteous conduct. Transcriber's note, there was no corresponding footnote reference in the text, so I have assigned this footnote to an arbitrary location on the page, JBH. 277. Teshu that is, and to the ministers already spoken of. 278. The sense of the passage is that the king should not ride vicious elephants and horses, should guard himself against poisonous reptiles and the arts of women, and should take particular care while ascending mountains or entering inaccessible regions such as forests and woody valleys. 279. The sense is that although it is laid down that kings should fight with those only that are of the kingly order, yet when the Kshatriyas do not arm themselves for resisting an invader, or other orders may fight for putting down those that so arm themselves against the kings. 280. The Bengal reading of this verse, which I adopt, is better than the Bombay reading. The Bengal reading is more consistent with what follows in verse 8. If the Bombay reading be adopted, the translation would run thus: one should not fight a Kshatriya in battle unless he has put on armor. One should fight with one, after challenging in those words, shoot, for I am shooting at thee. K.P. Singh's rendering is substantially correct. The Burdwan version, as usual, is wrong. 281. The distress referred to here is of being unhorsed or deprived of car or of weapons, etc. 282. The original is very elliptical. I, therefore, expand it after the manner of the commentator. Regarding the last half of the second line, I do not follow Nilakantha in his interpretation. 283. This verse also is exceedingly elliptical in the original. 284. The sense seems to be that in fighting with the aid of deceit the enemy should not be slain outright, such slaughter being sinful. Slaying an enemy, however, in fair fight is meritorious. 285. This verse is not intelligible, nor does it seem to be connected with what goes before. 286. The meaning is that King Pratadana took what is proper to be taken and hence he incurred no sin. King Divodasa, however, by taking what he should not have taken, lost all the merit of his conquests. 287. Nilakantha takes Mahajanam to mean the Vaisya traders that accompany all forces. Following him, the vernacular translators take that word in the same sense. There can be little doubt, however, that this is erroneous. The word means vast multitudes. Why should Yudhishthira refer to the slaughter of only the Vaisyas in the midst of troops as his reason for supposing Kshatriya practices to be sinful? Apyana means flight. I prefer to read Avyana meaning march. 288. The protection of subjects is likened here to the performance of a sacrifice that has the merit of all sacrifices. The final present in that sacrifice is the dispelling of everybody's fear. 289. That is, not at the weapon's edge, but otherwise. 290. Agia is any liquid substance, generally of coarse clarified butter, that is poured upon the sacrificial fire. 291. Sphinx is the wooden stick with which lines are drawn on the sacrificial platform. 292. The van of the hostile army is the place of his wives, for he goes thither as cheerfully as he does to such a mansion. Agnis are those priests that have charge of the celestial fires. 293. To take up the straw and hold it between the lips is an indication of unconditional surrender. 294. I do not understand how this is an answer to Yudhishthira's question. Nilakantha thinks that truth, in the above, means the ordinances in respect of Kshatriya duties, that apapati, which I understand means reasoning, or conclusion, indicates a disregard for life. For those ordinances lead to no other conclusion. Good behavior, according to him, means encouraging the soldiers, speaking sweetly to them, and promoting the brave, etc. means and contrivances consist in punishing desertion and cowardliness, etc. If Nilakantha be right, what Bhishma says is that battles, which, of course, are intended for the protection of righteousness, become possible in consequence of these four causes. 295. The 7 stars of this constellation are supposed to be the 7 great rishis, viz., Marichi, Atri, Angira, Pulastya, Pulaha, Kratu, and Vasishta. 296. Venus. 297. Like Barisravas on the field of Kurukshetra. 298. Probably, one that has begun a sacrifice extending for a long period. The Yadava hero Akrura avoided challenges to battle by beginning a sacrifice. See Harivansa, the sections on the Simantaka stone. 299. A form of expression meaning shameless. 300. This refers to death and physical pain, as explained by Nilakantha. 301. Skanda, Nilakantha thinks, means Samuha here. 302. That is, the soldiers should be drawn up as to form a wedge-like appearance with a narrow head. 303. Kulinja has many meanings. Nilakantha think that the word, as used here, means snake. 304. The object of these 2 verses is to indicate that a learned astrologer and a learned priest are certain means for procuring victories by warding off all calamities caused by unpropitious fate and the wrath of the gods. 305. If a single deer takes fright and runs in a particular direction, the whole herd follows it without knowing the cause. The simile is peculiarly appropriate in the case of large armies, particularly of Asiatic hosts, If a single division takes to flight, the rest follows it. Fear is very contagious. The Bengal reading Jangu is evidently incorrect. The Bombay reading is Sanga. The Birdwin translators have attempted the impossible feat of finding sense by adhering to the incorrect reading. The fact is, they did not suspect the viciousness of the text. 306. I have endeavoured to give the very construction of the original. It is curious to see how the Birdwin pundits have misunderstood the simple verse. 307. Samiti is explained by Nilakantha to mean battle, and Vijayazya as Vijayashamanazya. Unless it be an instance of a truce, Vijayazya can scarcely be understood in such a sense. 308. That is, the king should try conciliation, sending at the same time an invading force, or making an armed demonstration. Such politic measures succeed in bringing about peace. 309. That is, ascertaining everything regarding him. 310. The French had taken Alsace and Lorraine. That was an impolitic step, though, perhaps, Germany also, by taking back those provinces after they had been completely Frenchified, has committed the same mistake. Such injuries rankle in the heart and are never forgotten. 311. That is, ruin him outright. 312. Brahmadanda is the chastisement through the gods. When foes are not seen, that is, when they are at a distance, the king should employ his priest to perform the rites of the Atharvan for bringing destruction upon them. In the case, however, of foes being seen, that is, when they are near, he should move his troops without depending upon Atharvan rites. 313. Nipanam is explained by Nilakantha as Kusalam, and after Drabat Pestum is understood. 314. The sixfold forces are foot, horse, elephants, cars, treasury, and traders following the camp. 315. I adopt Nilakantha's explanation of this verse. Loss of crops, etc. are the inevitable consequences of expeditions. The king, on such occasions, is obliged also to take particular care of the 7 branches of administration. As these are all unpleasant, they should be avoided. 316. That is, starts such subjects for conversation as do not arise naturally, for what he has in view is the proclaiming of the faults of other people, a topic in which he alone is interested and not his hearers. 317. In the Bengal texts there is an error of reading viz. Satrufayatra in the first line of verse 3. The Birdwin pundits repeat the error in their vernacular version. K.P. Singer, of course, avoids it. 318. The Bengal texts, in the second line of verse 7, contain an error. Saktinsha is evidently a misreading for Sokumcha. The Birdwin version, as a matter of course, repeats the error, while K.P. Singer avoids it. 319. That is, though dispossessed of my kingdom, I cannot yet cast off the hope of recovering it. 320. That is, he should think that his wealth has been given to him for the sake of friends and relatives and others. He will then succeed in practicing charity. 321. Nilakantha explains Kusala as Nyamasara and Anitra as Satra. I do not follow him. 322. The Bengal texts read Vitsadanamiva Cha. This is evidently erroneous. The correct reading, as given in the Bombay text, is Vitsasadanina Cha. Both the Bengali versions are incorrect. 323. The vilwa is the fruit of the eagle marmelos. 324. The sense seems to be that by causing thy foe to be attached to these things, the treasury of thy foe is likely to be exhausted. If this can be brought about, thy foe will soon be ruined. 325. That is, for the ruler of Vidas. 326. Jit of it is explained by Nilakantha as Praptajaya. 327. The word is Gana. It literally means an assemblage. There can be no doubt that throughout this lesson the word has been employed to denote the aristocracy of wealth and blood that surround a throne. 328. If the king, moved by avarice, taxes them heavily, the aristocracy resent it and seek to pull down the king. 329. That is, learned men of humility. 330. Probably, with the king. 331. The Birdwin pundits make a mess of the last two verses. In 31, there is an incorrect reading in the Bengal texts. It is Pradhanaka for Pradhanaka. The Birdwin version repeats the error. K.P. Singer, of course, avoids it, but his version is rather incomplete. 332. Literally, one should not follow that course of duty which they do not indicate. That again is duty which they command. This is settled. 333. Pratyasana is explained by Nilakantha in a different way. I think his interpretation is far-fetched. 334. That is, who knows when truth becomes as harmful as untruth, and untruth becomes as righteous as truth. 335. Vidyanti, Kanapava. 336. Alludes to Anti, Kanapava. The Rishi, by pointing out the place where certain innocent persons had concealed themselves while flying from a company of robbers, incurred the sin of murder. 337. The allusion is to the story of an owl going to heaven for having, with his beaks, broken 1,000 eggs laid by a she-serpent of deadly poison. The Birdwin pundits have made nonsense of the first line of verse 8. There is no connection between the first and the second lines of this verse. K.P. Singer has rendered it correctly. 338. This refers to the well-known definition of Dharma ascribed to Vasishta, viz., that which is laid down in the Srutis and Smritis is Dharma. The defect of this definition is that the Srutis and the Smritis do not include every duty. Hence Vasishta was obliged to add that where these are silent, the examples and practices of the good ought to be the guides of men, etc. 339. The Birdwin translator has made a mess of verse 21. K.P. Singer quietly leaves it out. The act is, Swakariastu is Swakariastu, meaning let the appropriator be. 340. The construction is elliptical. Ya say mayam chikrush atat gurvit. 341. The meaning is that though born in a low race, that is no reason why I should act like a low person. It is conduct that determines the race and not the race that determines conduct. There may be biased persons, therefore, in every race. The Birdwin version of this line is simply ridiculous. 342. Yatra means, as explained by the commentator, the duties of government. 343. Nilakantha explains a parasidana as a parasvidana, that is, without rasa or affection and without dana or wealth. This is very far-fetched. 344. Perhaps the sense is that men of vigorous understanding think all states to be equal. 345. The true policy, therefore, is to wait for the time when the foe becomes weak. 346. Mridustikshneena is better than Mridutikshneena. 347. A bird that is identified by Dr. Wilson with the Paraducana. 348. In India, the commonest form of verbal abuse among ignorant men and women is do thou meet with death, or go thou to Yama's house. What Bhishma says is that as these words are uttered in vain, even so the verbal accusations of wicked men prove perfectly abortive. 349. The Birdwin pundits have totally misunderstood the first line of this verse. K.P. Singer has rendered it correctly. 350. A dog is an unclean animal in Hindu estimation. 351. The antithesis consists, as pointed out by Nilakantha, in this, viz., the man of high birth, even if ruined undeservedly, would not injure his master. The man, however, that is of low birth, would become the foe of even a kind master if only a few words of censure be addressed to him. 352. Nilakantha explains that Nanurdandv means Nanish paragra. 353. That is, speak in brief of them, or give us an abridgment of thy elaborate discourses. 354. That is, as the commentator explains, keenness when he punishes and harmlessness when he shows favour. 355. That is, should assume the qualities, such as keenness, etc., necessary for his object. K.P. Singer's version of the last line of 8 is erroneous. The Burdwan version is right. 356. Vrihadvrikshemivasravat is explained by Nilakantha as Vrihatakvrikshayatra. Asravat is explained as Rasamprasravat. I think Vrihadvriksham may be taken as a full-grown palmyra tree. The sense is that as men always draw the juice from a full-grown tree and not from a young one, even so the king should take care as to how taxes should be laid upon subjects that are unable to bear them. 357. That is, by tampering with the governors of the citadels and the garrisons of his foes, as the commentator explains. 358. That is, that king who is vain and covetous. 359. Whether it belongs to himself or to any other person. 360. The sense seems to be that a king should always be guided by the precepts of the science of kingcraft without depending upon chance. 361. That is, he who earns religious merit is sure to obtain such regions, and as great merit may be acquired by properly discharging kingly duties one may, by such conduct, win much felicity hereafter. 362. Vyavahara is Vai and Avahara, hence that through which all kinds of misappropriation are stopped. It is a name applied to law and administration of justice. 363. The commentator, in a long note, gives very fanciful explanations touching every one of these peculiarities of form. He understands mrigru to mean the black antelope. I cannot reject the obvious meaning of the word. The object of the poet is simply to create a form that is frightful. 364. These are righteousness, law, chastisement, God, and living creature. 365. The nearest approach in English to what is meant here by Vyavahara is law. 3 kinds of Vyavahara or law are here spoken of. The first is the ordinary law, according to which the disputes of litigants are decided. It includes both civil and criminal law. It is quaintly described here as Vatra Pratyalakskana, that is, characterized by a belief in neither of 2 litigant parties. When a suit, civil or criminal, is instituted, the king or those that act in the king's name must call for evidence and decide the matter by believing either of the 2 parties. Then follows restoration or punishment. In either case, it is a form of chastisement. The second kind of Vyavahara or law is the ecclesiastical law of the Vedas. These are the precepts or injunctions laid down in those sacred books for regulating every part of human duty. The third kind of Vyavahara or law is the particular customs of families or races. It is also called Kulakara, where Kulakara is not inconsistent or in open variance with the established civil or criminal law, or is not opposed to the spirit of the ecclesiastical law as laid down in the Vedas. It is upheld. Even the British courts of law uphold Kulakara, interpreting it very strictly. What Bhishma says here is that even Kulakara should not be regarded as inconsistent with the scriptures, Vedas and Smritis. 366. In the verse 52, Bhishma says that the first kind of Vyavahara or law, that is, the ordinary civil and criminal law of a realm, must be regarded as resting on the king. But as this kind of law has the Veda for its soul and has originally flowed from Brahman, a king incurs no sin by administering it and by inflicting chastisement in its administration. The purport in brief of verse 54 is that Manu and others, in speaking of morality and duty, have said that it is as binding as the ordinary law that is administered by kings. 367. Jataharamadaizak may also mean ordered the removal of his matted locks, in other words, had a shave. 368. That is, to acknowledge thee as a tutor. 369. The sense is that inasmuch as the grandsire, who was the governor of the universe, assumed the mild and peaceful aspect of a sacrificer, chastisement which had dwelt in his furious form could no longer exist. 370. Though Sula is mentioned, yet it is Vishnu and not Mahadeva that is implied. Generally the word means any weapon. 371. The whole account contains more than one inconsistency. The commentator is silent. I think the inconsistencies are incapable of being explained. It is very probable that there have been interpolations in the passage. Verse 34 is probably an interpolation, as also verse 36. 372. That is, self-denial or discipline. 373. I have not the faintest idea of what is intended by these verses, viz. 43 and 51. Nilakantha is silent. It is very doubtful if they have really any meaning. 374. The commentator illustrates this by the action of a virtuous husband seeking congress with his wedded wife in the proper season. There is religious merit in the performance of the rites known by the name of Garbhadana. There is pleasure in the act itself, and lastly, wealth or profit in the form of a son is also acquired. 375. There are three qualities or attributes that characterize human acts, viz. Goodness, passion, and darkness. Vide the latter sections of the Bhagavad Gita. Such virtue and wealth and pleasure, therefore, are not very high objects of pursuit. Things possessing the attribute of goodness only are worthy of pursuit. 376. That is, one should seek virtue for only compassing purity of soul, wealth in order that one may spend it in acts undertaken without desire of fruit, and pleasure for only supporting the body. 377. Dharmadinkamanishthaikan, that is, having dharma for the first and karna for the last, hence virtue, wealth and pleasure. 378. Pisatordinum is food mixed with pounded meat, a kind of pillau, or, perhaps, kebab. 379. Vagagravadyanam is explained by Nilakantha to mean persons whose learning is at the end of their tongues and not buried in books, hence, persons of sharp memory. 380. The Aska wishes to rob Prahlada of his conduct. 381. This lake is at a great height on the Himalayas. 382. The spirits of those two immortal sages are supposed to dwell forever in that retreat in the enjoyment of true happiness. 383. That is, hope is slender, while things unconnected with hope are the reverse. 384. The sense is that such persons should always be distrusted. Yet there are men who hope for good from them. Such hope, the sage says, is slenderer than his slender body. 385. The word Mai repeated in verses 14 to 18 is explained by Nilakantha as having the sense of matter. The meaning, of course, is very plain. Yet the Birdwind translator has strangely misunderstood it. K.P. Singer, of course, gives an accurate version. 386. For the king's disregard of the sage in former days. 387. The distress which Yudhishthira felt at the thought of the slaughter in battle. 388. That is, this is not a subject upon which one can or should discourse before miscellaneous audiences. 389. That is, by ingenious contrivances a king may succeed in filling his treasury, or his best ingenuity and calculations may fail. 390. That is, with a pure heart. 391. That is, when the season of distress is over. 392. That is, under ordinary situations of circumstances. 393. That is, he should perform expiations and do good to them whom he has injured, so that these may not remain discontented with him. 394. He should not seek to rescue the merit of other or of himself, that is, he should not, at such times, refrain from any act that may injure his own merit or that of others. In other words, he may disregard all considerations about the religious merits of others and of himself. His sole concern at such a time should be to save himself, that is, his life. 395. Sankhalakatam, that is, that which is written on the forehead by the ordainer. 396. Literally, cause to be removed. 397. The army and the criminal courts. 398. The commentator explains it in the following way. The ordinary texts, without exceptions of any kind, lay down the seasons of distress, permit a king to fill his treasury by levying heavy contributions on both his own subjects and those of hostile kingdoms. An ordinary king, at such a time, acts in this way. A king, however, that is endued with intelligence, while levying such contributions, takes care to levy them upon those that are wicked and punishable among his own subjects and among the subjects of other kingdoms, and refrains from molesting the good. Compare the conduct of Warren Hastings in exacting a heavy tribute when his own treasury was empty, from Chait Singh, whose unfriendliness for the British power was a matter of notoriety. 399. The sense seems to be that there are persons who hold that priests and brahmanas should never be punished or taxed. This is the eternal usage, and, therefore, this is morality. Others who approve of the conduct of Sankar towards his brother Lakita on the occasion of the latter's appropriating a few fruits belonging to the former, are of a different opinion. The latter class of persons, Bhishma says, are as sincere as the former in their opinion. They cannot be blamed for holding that even priests and brahmanas may be punished when offending. 400. Duty depending on all the four foundations, that is, as laid down in the Vedas, as laid down in the Smritis, as sanctioned by ancient usages and customs, and as approved by the heart or one's own conscience. 401. That is, yield with ease. 402. Grammatically, the last line may mean, the very robbers dread a king destitute of compassion. 403. Their wives and children ought to be saved, and their habitations and wearing apparel and domestic utensils, etc., should not be destroyed. 404. That is, he that has wealth and forces. 405. The sense seems to be that a poor man can have only a little of all earthly things. That little, however, is like the remnant of a strong man's dinner. 406. It is always reproachful to accept gifts from persons of questionable character. 407. The king should similarly, by punishing the wicked, cherish the good. 408. The sense seems to be that sacrifice proceeds more from an internal desire than from a large sum of money lying in the treasury. If the desire exists, money comes gradually for accomplishing it. The force of the simile consists in the fact that ants, probably white ants, are seen to gather and multiply from no ostensible cause. 409. The meaning is that as regards good men, they become friends in no time. By taking only 7 steps in a walk together, 2 such men become friends. 410. Virtue prolongs life, and sin and wickedness always shorten it. This is laid down almost everywhere in the Hindu scriptures. 411. That is, effects casted for irreligious practices. 412. The correct reading is Jatak il-Wishat. 413. The sense, of course, is that such a man, when filled with fear, becomes unable to ward off his dangers and calamities. Prudence requires that one should fear as long as the cause of fear is not at hand. When, however, that cause has actually presented itself, one should put forth one's courage. 414. The hostility between Krishna and Sisupala was due to the first of these causes, that between the Kurus and the Pandavas to the second, that between Drona and Drupada to the third, that between the cat and the mouse to the fourth, and that between the bird and the king, in the present story, to the fifth. 415. The sense seems to be that the act which has led to the hostility should be calmly considered by the enemy before he gives way to anger. 416. If it is time that does all acts, there can be no individual responsibility. 417. That is, they are indifferent to other people's sorrow. 418. Honey-seekers direct their steps through hill and dale by marking intently the course of the flight of bees. Hence they meet with frequent falls. 419. Everything decays in course of time. Vide the characteristics of the different yugas, anti. 420. That is, do any of these or all as occasion may require. 421. The king should imitate the cuckoo by causing his own friends or subjects to be maintained by others. He should imitate the boar by tearing up his foes by their very roots. He should imitate the mountains of Meru by presenting such a front that nobody may transgress him. He should imitate an empty chamber by keeping room enough for storing acquisitions. He should imitate the actor by assuming different guises. And lastly, he should imitate devoted friend in attending to the interests of his loving subjects. 422. The crane sits patiently by the water-side for hours together in expectation of the fish. 423. That is, if he passes safely through the danger. 424. The triple aggregate consists of virtue, wealth, and pleasure. The disadvantages all arise from an injudicious pursuit of each. Virtue stands as an impediment in the way of wealth, wealth stands in the way of virtue, and pleasure stands in the way of both. The inseparable adjuncts of the three, in the case of the vulgar, are that virtue is practiced as a means of wealth, wealth is sought as a means of pleasure, and pleasure is sought for gratifying the senses. In the case of the truly wise, those adjuncts are purity of the soul as the end of virtue, performance of sacrifices as the end of wealth, and upholding of the body as the end of pleasure. 425. Literally, preservation of what has been got, and acquisition of what is desired. 426. These depend on the king, that is, if the king happens to be good, prosperity, etc., are seen. On the other hand, if the king becomes oppressive and sinful, prosperity disappears, and every kind of evil sets in. 427. In India, during the hot months, charitable persons set up shady thatches by the sides of roads for the distribution of the cool water and raw sugar and oat soaked in water. Among any of the principal roads running through the country, one may, during the hot months, still see hundreds of such institutions affording real relief to thirsty travellers. 428. Such as rakshasas and pisachas and carnivorous birds and beasts. 429. Abandoning his Homer fire. 430. That is, flowers already offered to the deities. 431. No one of the three regenerate orders should take dog's meat. If thou takest such meat, where would then the distinction be between persons of those orders and men like chandlers? 432. Agastya was a rishi. He could not do what was sinful. 433. The idea that man comes alone into the world and goes out of it alone. Only the wife is his true associate, for she alone is a sharer of his merits, and without her no merit can be won. The Hindu idea of marriage is a complete union. From the day of marriage the two persons become one individual for the performance of all religious and other acts. 434. The sense seems to be that our strength, though little, should be employed by us in attending to the duties of hospitality in our own way. 435. Literally, thou art at home, meaning I will not spare any trouble in making thee feel and enjoy all the comforts of home in this place. 436. Mahaprasthana is literally an unreturning departure. When a person leaves home for wandering through the world till death puts a stop to his wanderings, he is said to go on Mahaprasthana. 437. The theory is that all distresses arise originally from mental error which clouds the understanding. Vidi Bhagavad Gita. 438. Making gifts, etc. 439. Hiramam, the accusative of others, evidently means that and not this. I think the reference, therefore, is to heaven and not to this world. 440. These are Mleccha tribes of impure behavior. 441. That is, for my instructions. 442. So great was the repugnance felt for the slayer of a Brahmana that to even talk with him was regarded as sin. To instruct such a man in the truths of the Vedas and of morality was to desecrate religion itself. 443. The version of 5 is offered tentatively. That a person possessed of affluence should become charitable is not wonderful. An ascetic, again, is very unwilling to exercise his power. Witness Agastya's unwillingness to create wealth for gratifying his spouse. What is meant by these two persons not living at a distance from each other is that the same cause which makes an affluent person charitable operates to make an ascetic careful of the kind of wealth he has. 444. That which is a samikshitam is samagram karpanyam. 445. Nilakanthu explains that valor here means patience, strength to bear, and ojas, energy, means restraints of the senses. 446. Both the vernacular translators have rendered the second line of verse 25 wrongly. They seem to think that a person, by setting out for any of the sacred waters from a distance of 100 yojanas, becomes cleansed. If this meaning be accepted, then no man who lives within 100 yojanas of any of them has any chance of being cleansed. The sense, of course, is that such is the efficacy of these tirthas that a man becomes cleansed by approaching even to a spot within 100 yojanas of their several sites. 447. These mantras form a part of the morning, noon and evening prayer of every Brahmana. Agamarshana was a Vedic rishi of great sanctity. 448. In the first line of 26 the correct reading is Q to not cry to as adopted by the Birdwind translators. 449. That is, beasts and birds. The vernacular translators wrongly render it, behold the affection that is cherished by those that are good towards even the beasts and birds. 450. The correct reading is Murtina, as in the Bombay text, and not Murtina. The Burdwan version adopts the incorrect reading. 451. The allusion is to the story of Rama having restored a dead Brahmana boy. During Rama's righteous reign there were no premature deaths in his kingdom. It happened, however, one day that a Brahmana further came to Rama's court and complained of the premature death of his son. Rama instantly began to inquire after the cause. Some sinful act in some corner of the kingdom, it was suspected, had caused the deed. Soon enough Rama discovered a Sudra of the name of Samvuka engaged in the heart of a deep forest in ascetic penances. The king instantly cut off the man's head, inasmuch as a Sudra by birth had no right to do what that man was doing. As soon as righteousness was upheld, the deceased Brahmana boy revived. Ramayana, Uttarakandam. 452. Literally, by giving up their own bodies. 453. That is, he is sure to come back to life. 454. The word Sramana is used in Brahmanical literature to signify a certain order of ascetics or yatis that have renounced work for meditation. It is also frequently employed to mean a person of low life or profession. It should be noted, however, that in Buddhistic literature the word came to be exclusively used for Buddhist monks. 455. This is how Nilakantha seems to explain the line. Bhishma is anxious about the effect of his instructions. He says that those instructions would bear fruit if the gods will it, otherwise his words would go for nothing, however carefully he might speak. 456. The commentator explains that including the first, altogether 12 questions are put by Yudhishthira. 457. This is an answer to the first question, viz., the general aspect of ignorance. 458. The word Sriyas has a peculiar meaning. It implies, literally, the best of all things. Hence, ordinarily, in such passages, it means beatitude or the highest happiness that one may acquire in heaven. It means also those acts of virtue by which that happiness may be acquired. It should never be understood as applicable to anything connected with earthly happiness, unless, of course, the context would imply it. 459. The sense is that such a man never sets his heart upon things of this world, and accordingly these, when acquired, can never satisfy him. His aspirations are so great and so high above anything this world can give him that the attainment of even the region of Brahma cannot, as the commentator explains, gratify him. At first sight this may look like want of contentment, but in reality, it is not so. The grandeur of his aspirations is sought to be enforced. Contentment applies only to ordinary acquisitions, including even blessedness in heaven. 460. That is, such a man is sure of attaining to a blessed end. 461. Such as distinctions of caste, of dress, of food, etc., etc. 462. A reference to the region of Brahma, which is supposed to be located within every heart. One reaches that region through penances and self-denial. The sense, of course, is that his is that pure felicity of the heart who has succeeded in driving off all evil passions therefrom. 463. The word used here is Buddhasya, genitive of Buddha. May not this verse be a reference to the Buddhistic idea of a Buddha? 464. That is, both are equally efficacious. 465. In the Bengal texts, verse 9 is a triplet. In the second line the correct reading is Nirvidat and not Nirdzat. Avadya is fault. Vinivatate is understood at the end of the third line, as suggested by Nilakantha. Both the Bengali versions of 9 are incomplete, the Burdwan one being also incorrect. 466. The commentator explains that compassion, like the faults enumerated above, agitates the heart and should be checked for the sake of individual happiness or tranquility of soul. 467. In India, from the remotest times, preceptors are excluded from charging their pupils any fees for the instruction they give. No doubt, a final fee, called Guru Dakshina, is demandable, but that is demandable after the pupil has completed his studies. To sell knowledge for money is a great sin. To this day in all the indigenous schools of the country, instruction is imparted free of all charges. In addition to this, the pupils are fed by their preceptors. The latter, in their turn, are supported by the charity of the whole country. 468. Dakshina is the present or gift made in sacrifices. 469. Vahavayadishakrita, etc., is the correct reading. 470. That is, such a person may perform a grand sacrifice in which soma is offered to the gods and drunk by the sacrificer and the priests. 471. The Birdwind translator, misled by the particle na, supposes that this verse contains an injunction against the spoliation of a Sudra. The fact is, the na here is equal to ours. 472. Who has fasted for 3 whole days? 473. Asvastanavana is the rule of providing only for today without thinking of the morrow. 474. The sense, of course, is that if a Brahmana starves, that is due to the king having neglected his duty of providing for him. 475. I follow Nilakantha in rendering a Brahman Manyamana. It may also mean regarding himself to be a fallen Brahmana for the time being. 476. It should be noted that the word feticide used in such texts frequently means all sins that are regarded as equivalent to feticide. Hence, killing a Brahmana is feticide, etc. 477. There is a material difference of reading in this verse. Following the Bengal texts, the above version is given. The Bombay text runs as follows: upon his body being burnt therewith, or by death, he becomes cleansed. The Bombay text seems to be vicious. Drinking is regarded as one of the 5 heinous sins. The severer injunction contained in the Bengal texts seems therefore to be the correct reading. 478. The true reading is Nagakati and not Nakati. The Birdwind translator has misunderstood the word papam in this verse. 479. Nilakantha correctly explains the connection of Suwamsita. 480. Nilakantha explains that the question of Nakula excited the heart of Bhishma and caused a flow of blood through his wounds. Hence Bhishma compares himself to a hill of red chalk. 481. Davarani, Davaradini, Davakadini are some of the readings of the first line. 482. Literally, family or clan, here origin. 483. The second line of 19 is unintelligible. 484. Taditwa is tat height wa. Nilakantha thinks that twa here is twam. 485. In the Bengal texts, 41 is made a triplet, and 42 is made to consist of the single line. 42 is represented as Vaisampayana's speech. This is evidently an error. 41 a couplet. 42 also is so. Rajna, etc., refer to Bhima. K.P. Singer avoids the error. The Birdwind translator, as usual, makes a mess of 41 by taking it to be a triplet. 486. There can be very little doubt that the second line has a distinct reference to the principal article of faith in Buddhism. Emancipation here is identified with extinction or annihilation. The word used is nirvana. The advice given is abstention from attachments of every kind. These potions of the Santi are either interpolations, or were written after the spread of Buddhism. 487. The doctrine set forth in 48 is the doctrine of either universal necessity as expounded by Leibniz, or that of occasional causes of the Cartesian school. In fact, all the theories about the government of the universe are strangely jumbled together here. 488. That is, they that have wives and have procreated children. 489. Raktamivavicum and not Raktamivadicum is the correct reading. The Birdwind translator accepts the incorrect reading. 490. The true reading is Brahmavajita and not that word in the accusative. Both the Bengali versions have adhered to the incorrect reading of the Bengal texts. 491. That is, it was not a piece torn off from a full piece, but both its dasses or ends were there. 492. To this day there are many Brahmanas in India who are Asudra Pratigrahins, that is, who accept no gift, however rich, from a Sudra. 493. Kimpurasho is half man and half horse. The body is supposed to be that of a horse, and the face that of a man. 494. Literally, for obtaining goods. 495. At such entertainments, Hindus, to this day, sit on separate seats when eating. If anybody touches anybody else's seat, both become impure and cannot eat any longer. Before eating, however, when talking or hearing, the guests may occupy a common seat, that is, a large mat or blanket or cloth, etc., spread out on the floor. 496. Agni or fire is a deity that is said to have Vayu, the wind god, for his charioteer. The custom, to this day, with all travellers in India is to kindle a large fire when they have to pass the night in woods and forests or uninhabited places. Such fires always succeed in scaring off wild beasts. In fact, even tigers, raging with hunger, do not approach the place where a blazing fire is kept up. 497. Zurabi is the celestial cow sprung from the sage Daksha. 498. Whether the word is Charat or Ukrat is difficult to make out. 499. In Sanskrit the appellative has sometimes the sense of through. Here, Mitrat means both from and through. What is said is that wealth, honours, etc., may be acquired through friends, that is, the latter may give wealth or be instrumental in its acquisition, etc. 500. It is very difficult to literally translate such verses. The word dharma is sometimes used in the sense of religion or the aggregate of duties. At other times it simply means a duty or the course of duties prescribed for a particular situation. Taper is generally rendered penance. Here, however, it has a direct reference to Sravana, hearing, Manana, contemplation, and Nijayasana, abstraction of the soul from everything else for absolute concentration. The grammar of the second half of the first line is Sati Apratya, etc., Sat being that which is real, hence, the soul, or the supreme soul, of which every individual soul is only a portion. 501. And not the soul, as the commentator explains. With the death of the body joy and grief disappear. 502. The art by which the body could, as in Egypt, be preserved for thousands of years was not known to the rishis. 503. The commentator explains the sense of this as follows. The cow belongs to him who drinks her milk. Those who derive no advantage from her have no need for showing her any affection. One should not covet what is above one's want. It has been said that, to a thirsty or hungry or toil-worn man, a little quantity of vaccine milk is of more use than 100 kine. a small measure of rice more useful than 100 barns filled with grain. Half a little bed is of more use than a large mansion. 504. I follow Nilakantha in rendering this verse. His interpretation is plausible. Mudatama, according to him, are those who are in deep sleep. There are 4 stages of consciousness. These are 1. Wakefulness, 2. Dream, 3. Dreamless or deep slumber, and 4. Turiya or absolute samadhi, which the yogin only can attain to. 505. The 2 extremes, of course, are dreamless slumber and turiya or samadhi. The 2 intermediate ones are wakefulness and sleep with dream. 506. Pride in consequences of having insulted or humiliated others, and success over others such as victories in battle and other concerns of the world. 507. The first half of the second line is read variously. The sense, however, in effect, remains unaltered. What is said here is that man who succeeds in attaining to a state of Brahma by true samadhi or abstraction from the world can never be touched by grief. 508. In all treatises on yoga it is said that when the first stage has passed, the neophyte succeeds in looking at his own self. The meaning seems to be that he experiences a sort of double existence so that he succeeds in himself looking at his own self. 509. This is the same as 46. The Bombay edition does not repeat it. 510. The house referred to is the body. The single column on which it is supported is the backbone, and the 9 doors are the eyes, the ears, the nostrils, etc., etc. 511. The sense is that women always regard their human lovers as dear without regarding the Supreme Being to be so, although he is always with them. 512. That is, coursing on, without waiting for anyone. 513. Literally, intelligent. 514. The true reading is Jnanina and not Ajnanina. Then, in the last foot, the word is apihata and not apihata. The words with ava and api frequently drop the initial e. Hence apihata means not covered. 515. The word used in the text is divanam, of the gods. There can be no doubt, however, that the word diva is here used for implying the senses. 516. That is, wild beasts and lawless men. 517. Asatyadhyam and asatyadhyam are both correct. The sense is the same. The first means having untruth for the libation that it eats up. The second means having untruth from the food it devours. 518. Santi is tranquility. The Santi sacrifice is the endeavor to practice self-denial in everything, in other words, to restrain all sorts of propensities or inclinations. The Brahma sacrifice is reflection on truths laid down in the Upanishads. The word sacrifice consists in the silent recitation, japa, of the pranavaram, the initial mantra. The mind sacrifice is contemplation of the Supreme Soul. The work sacrifice consists in baths, cleanliness, and waiting upon the preceptor. 519. Both readings are correct, viz., kshrajna and kshrajna. Kshra is, of course, the body. If the latter reading be accepted, the meaning will be a sacrifice like that of a kshatriya, that is, battle. Hence, all kinds of acts involving cruelty. 520. Or, seek Brahma in thy understanding. The word Atman is often synonymous with Supreme Self. 521. The commentator explains that the object of Yudhishthira's question is this. In the preceding section or lesson it has been inculcated that one may seek the acquisition of the religion of moksha or emancipation even when he is young. Yudhishthira inquires whether wealth, so necessary for the performance of sacrifices, is needed for the acquisition of that religion. If wealth be necessary, the poor then would not be able to acquire that religion. Hence the inquiry about their way in which joy and sorrow come to the wealthy and to the poor. 522. The verses are said to be old. Nylacanthou accordingly supposes that it was not Sampaka who recited them to Bhishma, but someone else. I follow the commentator, but the grammar of the concluding verse of this section must have to be twisted for supporting him. 523. Kakatulayam is, literally, after the manner of the crow and the palmyra fruit. The story is that once when a crow perched upon a palmyra tree, a fruit, which had been ripe, fell down. The fruit fell because of its ripeness. It would be a mistake to accept the sitting of the crow as the cause of the fall. The perching was only an accident. Yet men very frequently, in tracing causes, accept accidents for inducing causes. Such men are said to be deceived by the fallacy of the crow and the palmyra fruit. 524. Exertion to be successful must depend on circumstances. The combination of circumstances is destiny. 525. It is difficult to resist the belief that many of the passages of the Santi are later traditions. Sukha was the son of Vyasa. To quote a saying of Sukha, or, as he was called, Sukadeva Goswamin, if Vyasa was the real writer of this passage, is rather suspicious. 526. That is, arrive at such a point that nothing was left for him to desire. 527. That is, with a view of doing thee good, I shall emancipate myself from all attachments and enjoy the blessedness of tranquility. 528. Here the theory of desire seems to be reversed. Desire is mere wish after anything. When its gratification is sought, the form it assumes is that of determination or will. If, however, karma be taken as the formulated desire after specific objects, then, perhaps, the will may be regarded as its foundation, at least, in respect of the distress and difficulties that come in its train. 529. I think the Bombay reading of this verse is incorrect. Bhaktigrama, nam, sing, should be bhutagramam, accusative sing. The ya is kama. It is desire that is exhorted to go away whithersoever it chooses. If the elements be thus exhorted, then it is death that the speaker desires. This would be inconsistent with the spirit of the passage. 530. The use of the plural yashmashu might lead at first sight to take it as standing for the elements. It is plain, however, that it refers to all attributes that are founded on rajas and dharmas. 531. Beholding all creatures in my own body and mind, that is, identifying myself with all creatures or never taking them as distinct and separated from me, in other words, professing and practicing the principle of universal love. 532. The two lines are antithetical. What is said here is that though there is misery in property, there is no real happiness in affluence. Hence Nilakantha is right in supposing that the last word of the first line is not Dane but Adan, the Sandai being Ashur. 533. Nilakantha explains that by Saranga here is meant the bee. The Anvishanam following it is going behind. The whole compound means imitation of the bee in the forest. 534. The allusion is to the story of Pingala, in section 74 ante. 535. The story, evidently a very ancient one, is given in full in the Bhagavat. Once on a time, a maiden, residing in her father's house, wished to feed secretly a number of brahmanas. While removing the grain from the barn, her anklets, made of shells, began to jingle. Fearing discovery through that noise, she broke all her anklets except one for each hand. 536. Animate data is explained by Nilakantha as one that has no cause, that is, Brahma. The commentator would take this speech as a theistic one. I refuse to reject the plain and obvious meaning of the word. All phases of speculative opinion are discussed in this ante. It is very possible that a religious indifferentism is preached here. 537. The sense of the passage is that as everything depends upon its own nature, it cannot, by its action, either gladden or grieve me. If a son be born to me, I am not delighted. If he dies, I am not grieved. His birth and death depend upon his own nature as a mortal. I have no power to alter that nature or affect it in any way. 538. The word Ajagara implies after the manner of a big snake that cannot move. It is believed that such snakes, without moving, lie in the same place in expectation of prey, eating when anything comes near, famishing when there is nothing. 539. The meaning is that even copious draughts do not slake thirst permanently, for after being slaked, it is sure to return. 540. In the Bengal texts, 44 is made a triplet. The correct reading, however, is to take 44 as a couplet and 45 as a triplet. Nilakantha points out that the in taste, etc., is grammatically connected with 45. 541. The auspicious constellations are such as Pushaya and others, the inauspicious Samala as Asha, Magga, etc. Yajnaprasava may also mean the fruits of sacrifices. 542. Anwikshikim may also mean microscopic. 543. The word datam, generally rendered gifts or charity, means and includes protection of suppliants, abstention from injury as regards all creatures, and actual gifts made outside the sacrificial altar. Similarly, the maintenance of the sacred fire, penances, purity of conduct, the study of the Vedas, hospitality to guests, and offer of food to the Vasudevyas, are all included in the word Ishta, which is ordinarily rendered sacrifice. 544. That is, even if he seeks to avoid it. 545. That is, becomes his inseparable associate. 546. What is meant is that if once the consequences of the acts of a past life are exhausted, the creature, with respect to whom such exhaustion takes place, is freed from all vicissitudes of life. Lest, however, such creatures become emancipated, the orthodox view is that a balance is always left of both merit and demerit, so that a new birth must take place and the consequences of what is thus left as a balance must begin to be enjoyed or suffered. This is not referred to here, but this is the view of all Orthodox Hindus. 547. The first word of this verse is diversely read. The reading I adopt is Samanam, meaning drenched in water. If it be Samjuktam, it would mean united, with filth, of course. Another reading is Samswinam, meaning drenched with sweat. Nilakantha explains apavasa here as equivalent to the renunciation of all earthly possessions. Ordinarily it means fasts. 548. This verse occurs in this antipava. It is difficult to understand in what sense it is said that the track of the virtuous cannot be marked. Perhaps it is intended that such men do not leave any history or record behind them, they having abstained from all kinds of action, good or bad. 549. Manasa means appertaining to the mind, or rather, the will. Mahat literally means great. 550. Veda is here used in the sense of knowledge and power. 551. Sarvabhutatmakrit is explained by Nilakantha thus. He who is Sarvabhutatman is again Bhutakrit. On the authority of the Srutis, the commentator adds Komo Yet Pancha Akasadayadavoda Pranakamanas A Eva Brahma. 552. The word diva here is evidently used in the sense of luminous or shining ones and not in that of gods or deities. 553. The rishis supposed that the pouring of water created the air instead only of displaying it. 554. All created things are called bhutas, but the five principal elements, viz., fire, air, earth, water, and space, are especially called bhutas or mahabhutas. 555. This is certainly curious as showing that the ancient Hindus knew how to treat diseased plants and restore them to vigor. 556. K.P. Singer wrongly renders this verse. The Birdwind translator is right. 557. Both the Bengal and the Bombay texts read Bhutani. The correct reading, however, appears to be Bhutanam. 558. The word for duct is srotas. It may also be rendered channel, very like the principal artery or aorta. 559. Notwithstanding much that is crude anatomy and crude physiology in these sections, it is evident, however, that certain glimpses of truth were perceived by the rishis of ancient times. Verse 15 shows that the great discovery of Harvey in modern times was known in ancient India. 560. In works on yoga it is laid down that the main duct should be brought under the control of the will. The soul may then, by an act of volition, be withdrawn from the whole physical system into the convolutions of the brain and the head. The brain, in the language of yogins, is a lotus of 1,000 leaves. If the soul be withdrawn into it, the living creature will then be liberated from the necessity of food and sleep, etc., and will live on from age to age, absorbed in contemplation of divinity and in perfect beatitude. 561. It is often said that in an advanced stage of yoga, one is enabled to behold one's soul, or a sort of double existence is realized in consequence of which the soul becomes an object of internal survey to the soul itself. Very probably, writers on yoga employ this language in a figurative sense. 562. The commentator explains that the words expressive of hue or color really mean attributes. What is intended to be said is that the Brahmanas had the attribute of goodness, sattva. The second order had the attribute of passion, rajas. The third got a mixture of the two, that is, both goodness and passion, sattva and rajas, while the lowest order got the remaining attribute, viz., darkness, tamas. 563. The distinction here laid down seems to be this: the eternal creation is due to the yoga or mental action of the primeval deity. That creation which we behold is the result of the penances of those sages who were first created. Perhaps, what is intended to be said is that the principle of life proceeding from life, and primal matter with space, etc., are all due to the fiat of God, while all visible and tangible objects, resulting from the action of those principles and from primal matter and space, are attributable to the ancient sages. 564. The word greener may also mean aversion. Of course, here it would mean, if used in that sense, aversion for all unrighteous acts. 565. The first half of the first line of 6 is differently read in the Bombay edition. Both readings are noticed by Nilakantha. I have adhered to the Bengal reading. Through the Bombay reading is clearer in sense. Vaisati is a transitive verb having British to or some such noun for its object. The literal meaning is he who acquires fame, etc. 566. Here the speaker describes the character of karma sannyasa, renunciation of acts. Samarambha generally means all kinds of acts. Here, however, only sacrifices and other scriptural rites are intended. I follow Nilakantha in rendering the second line, although the plain meaning would seem to be who poureth everything in gift. 567. The gross world is perceivable by the ordinary senses. Behind the gross world is a subtle one which the subtle senses, that is, the senses when sharpened by yoga, can perceive. With death, the gross body alone is dissolved. The subtle body or form, called the linga sarira, and made up of what is called the tanmataras of the primal elements, remains. Even that retains all the characteristics of the world in an incipient form. The linga sarira also must be destroyed before absorption into Brahma can take place. 568. The felicity that is obtained in heaven is not everlasting, being limited in point of duration by the degree or measure of merit that is achieved here. 569. The Puranic theory of both the solar and the lunar eclipse is that the sun and the moon are sought to be devoured by the Daitya, Rahu. 570. The sense seems to be that Vedas declare those fruits in order that men may strive for them when they lead to happiness. 571. Nearly the whole of this section is prose. 572. It is difficult to understand in what senses the word Dharma is used in the three successive questions here. 573. In the first line, the correct reading is Brahmana and not Brahmashi. The answer attributed to Bhrigu settles this. 574. A pupil should never solicit his preceptor for instruction. He should attend only when the preceptor calls him. To this day, the rule is rigidly observed in all schools throughout India. It should be added to the credit of those engaged in teaching that they very seldom neglect their pupils. The story is authentic of the grandfather of the great Bains War Vidyalanka of Nadia, himself as great a professor as Bains War, of continuing to teach his pupils in the outer apartments even after receiving intelligence of his son's death within the inner apartments of the family dwelling. The fact is, he was utterly absorbed in his work, that when his good lady, moved by his apparent heartlessness, came out to tax him, he answered her, in thorough absence of mind, saying, "Well, do not be disturbed. If I do not weep for my son, I will do so for that grandchild in your arms." The pupils at last recalled him to the realities of the hour. 575. That is, by picking up fallen grains from the field after the crop has been cut away and removed by the owner. 576. Apaskara means renunciation. 577. It is generally said that by procreating offspring, one gratifies the bitress or pays off the debt one owes to one's deceased ancestors. Here Bhrigu says that by that act one gratifies the Creator. The idea is the same that forms the root of the command laid on the Jews, go and multiply. 578. The end of these attributes is moksha or emancipation. 579. Sishta is explained by Nilakantha as one who has been properly instructed by wise preceptors. 580. Niyama is explained by the commentator as a rite, apayoga as a vow about food, chariya as an act like visiting sacred waters, vihitu as vana. 581. The Hindus had no poor laws. The injunctions of their scriptures have always sufficed to maintain the poor, particularly their religious mendicants. The mendicants themselves are restrained from disturbing the householders often. None again save the well-to-do were to be visited by the mendicants, so that men of scanty means might not be compelled to support the recluses. 582. The words used by Bharadwaj in the question are capable of being construed as an inquiry after the next world. Bhrigu also, in his answer, uses the word Paruloka. The reference to Himavat, therefore, is explained by the commentator as metaphorical. The whole answer of Bhrigu, however, leaves little room for doubt that the sage speaks of a region on earth and not in the invisible world after death. 583. Nilakantha would read Amritya from Mritya. It is a forced correction for keeping up the metaphorical sense. 584. All knowledge there is certain. 585. That is, to practice yoga. The Bengal reading is Dharanam. The commentator goes for explaining all the verses as metaphorical. Considerable ingenuity is displayed by him, and he even cites the Srutis in support. 586. This at least is a verse that evidently refers to the other or the next world, and, therefore, lends colour to the supposition that throughout the whole passage, it is the next world and no fictitious region north of the Himalayas that is described. Some Western scholars think that a verbal translation is all that is necessary. Such passages, however, are incapable of being so rendered. The translator must make his choice of either taking the verses in a plain or a metaphorical sense. If he inclines towards the latter, he cannot possibly give a verbal version. The genius of the two tongues are quite different. 587. Pushkara in Rajputana is supposed to be the spot where Brahman underwent his penances. 588. The Birdwind translator makes a mess of this verse 21 runs into 22 as explained by the commentator. K.P. Singer avoids the blunder, although in rendering the last line of 22 he becomes rather inaccurate. 589. The 5 limbs which should be washed before eating are the 2 feet, the 2 hands, and the face. 590. This may be a general direction for washing one's hand after eating, or it may refer to the final ganjashho, that is, the act of taking a little water in the right hand, raising it to the lips, and throwing it down, repeating a short formula. 591. The Birdwind translator has misunderstood this verse completely. 592. It is difficult to understand what this verse means. Nilakantha proposes 2 different kinds of interpretation. What then is Sankazuka or Sankukuka? The above version is offered tentatively. The commentator imagines that the true sense of the verse is that it declares such men to be unable to attain to Mahadayu, which is Brahma and not long life. 593. Prishtamamsa is explained by the commentator as the meat forming the remnant of a Sraddha offering. I do not see the necessity of discarding the obvious meaning. 594. In the sense of being moved or used. The commentator adds that the sacred thread also should be wound round the thumb, as the Grihaya Sutras declare. 595. In every instance, the person who receives should say, all sufficient, gratify to the fill, and has fallen copiously, or words to that effect. Krisara or krikara is food made of rice and peas, or rice and sesame, probably what is now called kikri. 596. The polite form of address is bhavan. It is in the third person singular. The second person is avoided, being too direct. 597. It is not plain in what way the sinful acts come to the sinner. The Hindu idea, of course, is that the consequences of those deeds visit the doer without fail. This verse, however, seems to say that the recollection of those sins forces itself upon the sinner and makes him miserable in spite of himself. 598. The Hindu moralist, in this verse, declares the same high morality that Christ himself preached. Merit or sin, according to him, does not depend on the overt act alone. Both depend on the mind. Hence the injunction against even mentally harming others. 599. The sense seems to be that if one succeeds in ascertaining the ordinances about virtue or piety, but if the mind be sinful, no associate can be of any help. The mind alone is the cause of virtue and piety. 600. A diatma is anything that depends on the mind. Here it is, as explained by the commentator, used for yoga dharma as depending upon or as an attribute of the mind. Generally speaking, all speculations on the character of the mind and its relations with external objects are included in the word diatma. 601. After Bhrigu's discourse to Bharadwaja, this question may seem to be a repetition. The commentator explains that it arises from the declaration of Bhishma that righteousness is a property of the mind, and is, besides, the root of everything. V31, seconds 193, anti. Hence the inquiry about Adhyatma as also about the origin of all things. 602. The word rendering perceptions is vijnanani. Cognitions would perhaps be better. 603. Generally, in Hindu philosophy, particularly of the Vedanta school, a distinction is conceived between the mind, the understanding, and the soul. The mind is the seat or source of all feelings and emotions, as also all our perceptions, or those which are called cognitions in the Kantian school, including comparison, which, in the Kantian school, is called the verneft or reason. This last is called the understanding or buddhi. The soul is regarded as something distinct from both the body and the mind. It is the being to whom the body and the mind belong. It is represented as an active, and as the all-seeing witness within the physical frame. It is a portion of the Supreme Soul. 604. Goodness includes all the higher moral qualities of man. Passion means love, affection, and other emotions that appertain to worldly objects. Darkness means anger, lust, and such other mischievous propensities. 605. I follow Nilakantha in his grammatical exposition of this verse. The meaning, however, is scarcely clear. The identity of the understanding or intelligence with the senses and the mind may be allowed so far as the action of the three qualities in leading all of them to worldly attachments is concerned. But what is meant by the identity of the understanding with all the objects it comprehends? Does Bhishma preach idealism here? If nothing exists except as it exists in the understanding, then, of course, with the extinction of the understanding, all things would come to an end. 606. Brown and other followers of Reid, whether they understood Reid or not, regarded all the perceptions as only particular modifications of the mind. They denied the objective existence of the world. 607. The commentator explains this verse thus, although as regards the second line he stretches it a little. If Nilakantha be right, K.P. Singer must be wrong. Generally, however, it is the known incapacity of the ocean to transgress its continents that supplies poets with illustrations. Here, however, possibly, the rarity of the phenomenon, viz., the ocean's transgressing its continents, is used to illustrate the rare fact of the intelligence, succeeding by yoga power, in transcending the attributes of rajas, tamas and sattva. 608. On the other hand, directing one's thoughts boldly to it, one should ascertain its cause and dispel that cause, which, as stated here, is passion. 609. The first two words of the second line are those of verse 5. C.I. Manu. 610. Kathanchit is explained by Nilakantha as due to great luck. 611. I do not follow Nilakantha in rendering this verse. 612. The soul is said to be only a witness or spectator and not an actor. The rishis understood by the soul the being to whom the mind, the senses, etc., all belong. Could the idea of the inactive and unsinning soul have arisen from observation of the moral principle of conscience which discriminates between right and wrong, and acts, therefore, as an impartial judge, or watches everything like an uninterested spectator? European moralists generally attribute two other functions to the conscience, viz., impelling us to do the right and avoid the wrong, and approving when right is done and wrong avoided. But these functions may easily be attributed to some other principle. At any rate, when the question is one of nomenclature only, the last two functions may be taken away and the word soul applied to indicate the conscience as the faculty of discrimination only. 613. The qualities here referred to are those of sattva, goodness, rajas, passion, and tamas, darkness. What is meant by this verse is that such a person transcends the qualities instead of the qualities transcending him and his acts. 614. Nilakantha takes the third line as elliptical and is for supplying labyrinth. 615. I follow the commentator in his exposition of this verse. Anuvas antipurvakam is explained as nishkamam. Ubayam is prachinamahakam charkamam. Apriyam is equivalent to vadam. The substance of prayam, etc., is thus given, moksham prati to kamana karanatvam duranirastam. 616. Atram is explained as pierced by lust, wrath, etc. Asuyat is equivalent to dikaroti. Jhana is explained by the commentator as parakshaka, but it would be better to take it as standing for people generally. Tasya is an instance of the genitive for the accusative. Tat refers to Nindhyam Kama, Savat means Savashu Yonishu. Janai Arti Janina Datati. The object of the verse is to show that sinful acts produce fear both here and hereafter. 617. Loka is in the locative case, the final vowel indicating to the locative having been dropped for Sandai. Niravishan is an adverb, equivalent to Samyakabhinausam Kavan. Tadiva means those and those, that is, possessions, such as Putradaradukam. Kuzalan is Saro Sarivive Kunapunan. Ubayam is explained as Karmamakin and Sadomaktim. Bisma here points out the superiority of the latter kind of emancipation over the former, hence Vedic acts or rites must yield to the yoga which drills the mind and the understanding and enables them to transcend all earthly influences. 618. The soul state is the state of purity. One falls away from it in consequence of worldly attachments. One may recover it by yoga which aids one in liberating oneself from those attachments. 619. The three words used here are vikara, vivga, and vitarka. They are technical terms implying different stages of progress in yoga. The commentator explains them at length. 620. Everything that man has is the product of either exertion or destiny, of exertion, that is, as put forth in acts, and destiny as dependent on the acts of a past life or the will of the gods or pure chance. Yoga felicity is unattainable through either of these two means. 621. Sankhya is understood by the commentator as implying Vedanta Vikara. 622. This verse is a triplet. The commentator explains that Vedanta in the second line means Sankhya, I think. This is said because of the agreement between the Vedanta and the Sankhya in this respect, notwithstanding their difference in other respects. The object of the verse is to say that according to the Sankhya, there is no necessity for silent recitation of mantras. Mental meditation, without the utterance of particular words, may lead to Brahma. 623. Both declare, as the commentator explains, that as long as one does not succeed in beholding one soul, one may silently recite the pranava or the original word Om. When, however, one succeeds in beholding one soul, then may one give up such recitation. 624. There are two paths which one in this world may follow. One is called Pravritti Dharma and the other Nivritti Dharma. The first is a course of actions, the second of abstention from actions. The attributes indicated in 10 and 11 belong to the first course or path. They are, therefore, called pravataka yajna or sacrifice, having its origin in pravriti or action. 625. That is, he should first cleanse his heart by observing the virtues above enumerated. 626. Samadhi is that meditation in which the senses, having been all withdrawn into the mind, as explained previously, is made to dwell on Brahma alone. 627. The end declared by Bhishma in the previous section is the success of yoga, or freedom from decrepitude and death, or death at will, or absorption into Brahma, or independent existence in a beatific condition. 628. It should be noted that hell, as here used, means the opposite of emancipation. Recita may attain to the joys of heaven, but compared to emancipation, they are hell, there being the obligation of rebirth attached to them. 629. Even this is a kind of hell, for there is rebirth attached to it. 630. Ayurveda or the attributes of Godhead are certain extraordinary powers attained by yogins and recitas. They are the power to become minute or huge in shape, or go whithersoever one will, etc. These are likened to hell, because of the obligation of rebirth that attaches to them. Nothing less than emancipation or the absorption into the Supreme Soul is the end that should be striven for. 631. In the Bengal texts there is a vicious line beginning with prajna, etc. The Bombay text omits it, making both 10 and 11 couplets, instead of taking 11 as a triplet. 632. Nasamyukta is explained by the commentator as a Viraktopihathanati Aktabhoga. 633. For the no forms exist to become the objects of such functions. All is pure knowledge there, independent of those ordinary operations that help created beings to acquire knowledge. 634. The 6 sangas are sexual, kalpa, vyakarana, nirukta, khandas, yatish. 635. That is, an insight not obtained in the ordinary way but by intuition. 636. K.P. Singer mistranslates the word sadi. It means I go, and not I will strive, etc. The Birdwin translator is correct. 637. Work and abstention from work are the 2 courses of duty prescribed or followed. 638. It seems that Vikrita had given away a cow. He had then made a gift to Virupa of the merit he had won by that righteous act. 639. Picking solitary grains from the crevices in the fields after the crops have been gathered and taken away. 640. He gave me the merit he won by giving away 1 cow. I wish to give him in return the merit I have won by giving away 2 cows. 641. Verses 107 and 108 are rather obscure. What the king says in 107 seems to be that you 2 have referred your dispute to me who am a king. I cannot shirk my duty, but am bound to judge fairly between you. I should see that kingly duties should not, so far as I am concerned, become futile. In 108 he says, being a king I should discharge the duties of a king, that is, I should judge disputes, and give, if need be, but never take. Unfortunately, the situation is such that I am obliged to act as a Brahmana by taking what this particular Brahmana is desirous of offering. 642. This verse also seems to be very obscure. The king's natural inclination, it seems, prompts him to oblige the Brahmana by accepting his gift. The ordinances about kingly duties restrain him. Hence his condemnation of those duties. In the second line, he seems to say that he is morally bound to accept the gift, and intends to make a gift of his own merits in return. The result of this act, he thinks, will be to make both courses of duty, viz., the Kshatriya and the Brahmanas, produce the same kind of rewards in the next world. 643. This is not emancipation, but merely terminable felicity. 644. Attains to emancipation or absorption into the essence of Brahma. 645. These are direct knowledge, through the senses, revelation, inference, and intuition. 646. The first six are hunger, thirst, grief, delusion, disease, and death. The other 16 are the 5 breaths, the 10 senses, and the mind. 647. I think K.P. Singer misunderstands this verse. 3 different ends are spoken of. One is absorption into Brahma, the other's enjoyment of ordinary felicity, which, of course, is terminable, and the last is the enjoyment of that felicity which is due to a freedom from desire and attachments. 126 speaks of this last kind of felicity. 648. In the second line, Saradam is not an indeclinable, or, if it be taken as such, the sense may still remain unaltered. What the monarch does is to call upon the Brahmana to share with the monarch the rewards that the monarch had won. 649. The sense seems to be that yogins attain to Brahma even here, whereas reciters attain to him after death. 650. The fact is, I do not know anything of him, but still I profess to worship him. This is false behavior. How shall I be rescued from such falsehood? This is what Vrihaspati says. 651. The Khandas are the rules of prosody as applicable to the Vedic hymns. Jyotish is astronomy. It forms an anga of the Vedas. Nirukta furnishes rules for interpreting obscure passages of the Vedas, and also gives the meanings of technical or obscure words used therein. Kalpa is the description of religious rites. Siksha is the science of pronunciation as applied to Vedic hymns and mantras. 652. They who believe that happiness is not eternal and that, therefore, they should not pursue it, withdraw themselves from pious acts which lead to that happiness. They seek knowledge as the best means for avoiding all that is transitory and changeful. They seek moksha or complete emancipation, which has been described in the previous sections. 653. The meaning of hell as applied in such passages has been explained before. 654. This is a highly aphoristic line. I give the sense by expanding the words. By acts here is meant sacrifices and other religious observances. The intention of Vrihaspati is to enforce the propriety of acts, for without acts, the ends of life cannot, he maintains, be secured. 655. The sense is that one should devote oneself to acts as a sort of preparation. Afterwards one should abandon them for obtaining the higher end. Acts, therefore, have their use, and help one, though immediately, in the acquisition of Brahma. 656. The mind and acts have created all things. This has been explained in the last verse of section 190 ante. Both are good paths, for by both, good end may be attained, viz., the highest, by drilling the mind, as also, immediately, by acts, as explained in verse 14 above. The fruits of actions must be mentally abandoned if the highest end is to be attained, that is, acts may be gone through, but their fruits should never be coveted. 657. Nilakanthu explains the grammar of the first line differently. His view is Yathachak Zarupa Pranit Nayako, etc. A better construction would be Yathachak Shopranta, Bhavati, etc. 658. This verse may be said to furnish the key of the doctrine of karma or acts and why acts are to be avoided by persons desirous of moksha or emancipation. Acts have three attributes. For some are sattvika, good, as sacrifices undertaken for heaven, etc. Some are rajasika, of the quality of passion, as penances and rites accomplished from desire of superiority and victory, and some are tamasika, of the quality of darkness, as those undertaken for injuring others, notably the Atharvan rites of Marana, Uchatana, etc. This being the case, the mantras, without acts, cannot be accomplished, and necessarily subject to the same three attributes. The same is the case with rituals prescribed. It follows, therefore, that the mind is the chief cause of the kind of fruits one, that is, it is the motive that determines the fruits, viz., of what kind it is to be. The enjoyer of the fruit, of course, is the embodied creature. 659. There can be no doubt that Nilakanthu explains this verse correctly. It is really okrus. The words Naro Nasamstnagata Prabhusit must be taken as unconnected and independent. Nasamstan Agatu is before death. Prabhu is adhikari, and fail being understood. K.P. Singer gives the sames correctly, but the Birdwind translator makes nonsense of the words. 660. The subject of this verse, as explained by the commentator, is to inculcate the truth that the result of all acts accomplished by the body is heaven, where one in a physical state, however subtle, enjoys those fruits. If emancipation is to be sought, it must be attained through the mind. 661. The sense depends upon the word acts. If acts are accomplished by the mind, their fruits must be enjoyed by the person in a state in which he will have a mind. Emancipation cannot be achieved by either recitation, japa, or dhyana, meditation, for both these are acts. Perfect liberation from acts is necessary for that great end. 662. Viz., taste, etc. 663. Existent, line atom, non-existent, line space, existent non-existent, line maya or illusion. 664. Aswabhavam is explained by the commentator as Brahmatritwadi Vahanam. 665. That is, one sees one's own soul. 666. That is, which, though one, divides itself into 1,000 form like the image of the moon in a quantity of agitated water. 667. The analogy consists in this: good and evil fruits, though incompatible, dwell together. Similarly, knowledge, though not material, resides in the material body. Of course, knowledge is used here in the sense of the mind or the understanding. 668. It is difficult to understand why the idea of lamps set on trees is introduced here. 669. The analogy is thus explained. Fire, when fed, bursts into flames. When not fed, it dies out, but is not destroyed, for with new fuel the flames may be brought back. The current of the wind ceases, but does not suffer extinction, for if it did, there would be no current again. The same is the case with the rays of the sun. They die in the night, to reappear in the morning. The rivers are dried up in summer and refilled during the rains. The body, once dissolved, appears in another form. It will be seen that the weakness of the reasoning is due only to incorrect notions about the objects referred to. 670. Exists in its own nature, that is, unaffected by attributes and qualities and accidents. 671. Some of the Bengal texts read Sumagan and Sabadi in the second line. Of course, this is incorrect. The true reading is Samana and Sabadih, meaning with mind and with understanding. In the Bombay edition occurs a misprint, viz., Sumana for Samana. Nilakantha cites the correct readings. 672. The Birdwind translator misunderstands the word linga as used in both 14 and 15. K.P. Singh also wrongly renders that word as it occurs in 15. The commentator rightly explains that linga has no reference to linga sarira or the invisible body composed of the tanmatra of the primal elements, but simply means the gross body. In 14, he says, lingatstulad at lingam te diva dihantaram. In 15, anina linjana sivabhutna. Adristha means a lakshata. A little care would have removed such blunders. 673. The commentator cites the Gita, which furnishes a parallel passage, viz. Indriyani paranyaharindray bhaya param mana, etc. 674. This verse seems to show that the rishis had knowledge of spectacles, and probably also of microscopes. The instrument that showed minute objects must have been well known, otherwise some mention would have been made of it by name. The commentator calls it a pintra. 675. By death on sleep. 676. Ugapat means simultaneous. Atuliakalam means differing in point of time in respect of occurrence. Kritism qualifies Indriyatam. Vidwan means sakshi, anika, independent and distinct. What is intended to be said here is that when the soul, in a dream, musters together the occurrences and objects of different times and places, when, in fact, congruity in respect of both time and place does not apply to it, it must be regarded to have an existence that is distinct and independent of the senses and the body. 677. The object of this is to show that the soul has only knowledge of the pleasures and pains arising in consequence of sattva and rajas and tamas, and in connection with the three states of the understanding due to the same three attributes. The soul, however, though knowing them, does not enjoy or suffer them. He is only the silent and inactive witness of everything. 678. The object of the simile is to show that as wind is a separate entity although existing with a fire in a piece of wood, so the soul, though existing with the senses, is distinct from them. 679. The Bengal texts read Indriyanam, which I adopt. The Bombay edition reads Indriyam, meaning the sense of the senses, in the same way as the Srutis declare that is the prana of prana, the eye of the eye, the ear of the ear, etc. Sravanina dasanam tathakritam is apprehended by the ear, that is, as rendered above, apprehended through the aid of the Srutis. 680. The commentator uses the illustration of a tree. Before birth the tree was not, and after destruction, it is not, only in the interim, it is. Its formlessness or nothingness is manifest from these two states, for it has been said that which did not exist in the past and will not exist in the future cannot be regarded as existing in the present. Tagatu is explained by the commentator as Udaya Stamanagatu or Tadasana. 681. Both the vernacular translators render the second line incorrectly. The first line is elliptical, and would be complete by supplying sanam pasyanti. The paraphrase of the second line is pratyai and amjnam jnanabais amitam pratininisanti. Jnam is explained by the commentator as praptanjam. Jnanabais amitam means that which is known by the name of knowledge, that is, Brahma, which has many similar names, some of which the commentator quotes, such as Satyam, truth, Jananam, knowledge, Anantam, infinite, Vijnanam, true knowledge, Anandam, joy or happiness. 682. Tamas is another name for a u. The first line, therefore, refers to the manner in which an eclipse occurs. There is no absolute necessity, however, for taking it as an allusion to the eclipse. The meaning may be more general. Every day, during the lighted fortnight, the moon gains in appearance, as, indeed, every day, during the dark fortnight, it loses in appearance. It may, therefore, be said that darkness approaches it or leaves it for eating it away or discovering it more and more. The actual process of covering and discovering cannot be noticed. This circumstance may be taken as furnishing the simile. In verse 21, similarly, Thomas is capable of a wider meaning. In 22, the word Ra'u is used. It should be explained, however, that Ra'u is no imaginary monster as the Puranas describe, but the descending node of the moon, that is, a portion of space in and about the lunar orbit. 683. This is a very difficult verse, and the distinction involved in it are difficult to catch. Of course, I follow the commentator in rendering it. What is said here is that in a dream, Vyakta, manifest body, lies inactive, while the Chayanam, the subtle form, walks forth. In the state called Sushupti, deep slumber which is like death, the Indriyasamyaktam, the subtle form, is abandoned, and Jnanam, the understanding, detached from the former, remains. After this manner, abhava, non-existence, that is, emancipation, results from destruction of bhava or existence as subject to its known conditions of a dependence on time, manner of apprehension, etc. For emancipation is absorption into the Supreme Soul which is independent of all the said conditions. The commentator explains that these observations become necessary to show that emancipation is possible. In the previous section, the speaker drew repeated illustrations for showing that the soul, to be manifest, depended on the body. The hearer is, therefore, cautioned against the impression that the soul's dependence on the body is of such an indissoluble kind that it is incapable of detachment from the body, which of course is necessary for emancipation or absorption into the Supreme Soul. 684. Kaswasasya is an instance of bhava-pradhananurjasa, that is, of a reference to the principal attribute connected by it. 685. Indriya rapyanti or nirapyanti, hence Indriya rupani. 686. The objects to be abandoned are those which the senses apprehend and those which belong to primordial matter. Those last, as distinguished from the former, are, of course, all the linga or subtle forms or existence which are made up of the tanmataras of the grosser elements. 687. Or, regains his real nature. 688. I adopt the Bombay reading Aptavan instead of the Bengal reading Atmavat. Pravritam Dharmam, as explained previously, is that dharma or practice in which there is pravritti and not nivritti or abstention. 689. The sense is this: by abstaining from the objects of the senses one may conquer one's desire for them. But one does not succeed by that method alone in totally freeing oneself from the very principle of desire. It is not till one succeeds in beholding one's soul that one's principle of desire itself becomes suppressed. 690. The separate existence of an objective world is denied in the first clause here. All objects of the senses are said here to have only a subjective existence. Hence the possibility of their being withdrawn into the mind. The latest definition of matter, in European philosophy, is that it is a permanent possibility of sensations. 691. It is explained by the commentator as Brahmabhagata. K.P. Singer wrongly renders the last foot of the second line. The Burdwan version is correct. 692. In the first line is equal to Tava. 693. I follow the commentator in so far as he is intelligible. It is evident that the words jnanam and jnam are used in the original not consistently throughout. 694. The meaning seems to be this: ordinary men regard all external objects as possessing an independent existence, and their attributes also as things different from the substances which own them. The first step to attain to is the conviction that attributes and substances are the same, or that the attributes are the substances. This accords with the European idealism. The next stage, of course, is to annihilate the attributes themselves by contemplation. The result of this is the attainment of Brahma. 695. Antaratmanudasini is explained by the commentator as that which has the Antaratman for its anudus nor witness. The Birdwind translator is incorrect in rendering the second line. 696. The first knowledge refers to the perception of the true connection between the soul and the not-soul. Fruits mean the physical forms that are gained in new births. The destruction of the understanding takes place when the senses and the mind are withdrawn into it. All of them, united together, are directed towards the soul. Jnapratishthaitam jnanam means, of course, knowledge of Brahma. 697. The commentator explains that sorrow arises from the relation of the knower and the known. All things that depend upon that relation are transitory. They can form no part of what is eternal and what transcends that relation. 698. I take the obvious meaning, instead of the learned explanation offered by Nilakantha. 699. The very yogins, if led away by the desire of acquiring extraordinary powers and the beatitude of the highest heaven, do not behold the Supreme. 700. Ganam, literally, attributes, hence objects possessed of attributes. 701. That which is called the external world has no objective existence. It is purely subjective. Hence, it is the mind that sees and hears and touches the mind itself. 702. This verse is a gruse. There can be no doubt that Nilakantha's explanation is correct. Only, as regards Badayavara, I am disposed to differ from him very slightly. The grammar of the first line is this: Ganadain manasata badira, viprayoj chartesham Badayavara. Now Ganadana means the adana, destruction, of Gana. This root da means to cut. What is meant by the destruction of Gana or attribute or earthly objects is merging them in the buddhi by yoga, in other words, a withdrawal of the senses into the mind, and the senses and their mind into the understanding. Viprayoga chartesham means in their separation, that is, when these objects are believed to be real and as existing independently of the mind. The result of this would be the acquisition of Badayavara, implying the acquisition of those very objects. In the case of yogins, whose minds may be in such a frame, the powers called asatwarya are required. There is no especial necessity, however, for taking the case of yogins. 703. What is said here is that happiness and sorrow have an end, though it may not be seen, and the soul will surely come to its final resting place. This accords with the doctrine of infinite spiritual improvement. 704. Rishavam Salvatvam literally means the bull of Satwatas. Ordinarily, it is an appellation of the Krishna, the prince of the Satwatas or Yadavas. Here, however, the word is used to signify persons prizing the attribute of goodness, hence righteous persons. 705. Prajapati literally means Lord of creatures. It is a name applied to those sons of Brahman who begat children. 706. Samavatin is another name for Yama, the punisher of the wicked. 707. Nirikshan is explained by Nilakantha as Nirayamivikshantitan, that is, those who have their gaze directed towards hell alone. The Birdwind translator takes it as indicative of houseless or nomadic habits, upon what authority, it is not plain. 708. K.P. Singh takes Naravara as the name of a tribe. Of course, it is a careless blunder. 709. I think K.P. Singh misunderstands this verse. All the texts agree in reading it in the same way. To take it, therefore, as implying that the sinful races, by warring with one another, suffer destruction, is doing violence to the word Rajanath. There can be no doubt that Sandai Kala means the period of junction between the two ages, Treta and Dwapara. It is called terrible. It was at this time that dreadful famine occurred which compelled the royal sage Viswamitra to subsist on a canine haunch. Vidi Anti. 710. The correct reading is Mahatmana, instrumental, implying Krishna. The Bengal reading Mahatmavan is vicious. K.P. Singer has rendered the verse correctly. The Birdwind translator, with Nilakantha's note before him, for he uses the very words of the commentator, adheres to the vicious reading and mistranslates the verse. 711. This verse evidently shows that there was dispute about Krishna's supremacy, as Professor Weber guesses. The Krishna cult was at first confined among a small minority. Sisupalas and Jarasanda's unwillingness to admit the divinity of Krishna distinctly points to this. 712. This is certainly a very fanciful etymology of the word Sanatana, which ordinarily implies eternal. 713. Atma Atmana is explained by Nilakantha as Jivasya Paramarthikam Swarupam. 714. Swamatmanam is Pratyatmyam. 715. The sense is that when all men are equal in respect of their material cause, why are such differences in the Srutis and the Smritis about the duties of men? 716. The meaning seems to be this: in the beginning of every celestial yuga, that is, when the Supreme Being awaking from sleep desires to create creatures anew, and creatures or beings start again into life. With such starting of every being, the rules that regulate their relations and acts also spring up, for without a knowledge of those rules, the new creation will soon be a chaos and come to an end. Thus, when man and woman start into life, they do not eat each other but combine to perpetuate the species. With the increase of the human species, again, a knowledge springs up in every breast of the duties of righteousness and of the diverse other practices, all of which help to regulate the new creation till the Creator himself, at the end of the Yuga, once more withdraws everything into himself. 717. That is, the body. 718. What is meant seems to be this: there can be no river without water. A river cannot exist without water. When a river is mentioned, water is implied. The connection between a river and water is not an accident but a necessary one. The same may be said of the sun and its rays. After the same manner, the connection between the soul and the body is a necessary one and not an accident. The soul cannot exist without a body. Of course, the ordinary case only is referred to here, for, by yoga, one can dissociate the soul from the body and incorporate it with Brahma. 719. The mind has no existence except as it exists in the soul. The commentator uses the illustration of the second moon seen by the eye in water, etc., for explaining the nature of the mind. It has no real existence as dissociated from the soul. 720. Swabhavashivabhava is explained by the commentator as the virtuous and vicious propensities. Swabhava purvasamskara, sa eva heterisham kaman amla bhava. All else, of course, means avidya or maya, which flows directly from Brahma without being dependent on past acts. The meaning, then, is this: as soon as the soul takes a new form or body, all the propensities and inclinations, as dependent on its past acts, take possession of it. Avidya or Maya also takes possession of it. 721. Both the vernacular translators have wrongly rendered this verse, notwithstanding the help they have derived from Nilakantha's gloss. The fact is, the gloss itself sometimes requires a gloss. Verses 3 and 4 and connected with each other. In verse 3, the speaker mentions two analogies, viz. First, that of iron, which is inanimate, following the lodestone, and, second, of swabadhishubhava, meaning, as already explained, all such consequences as are born of the acts of previous lives, as also anyadapi, that is, all else of a similar nature, meaning, of course, the consequences of avidya or maya which flow directly from Brahma instead of the former acts. In verse 4, reference is again made to avyaktajabhava, meaning propensities and possessions born of avidya or maya. This is only a repetition, in another form, of what has already been stated in the second line of verse 3. The commentator explains this very clearly in the opening words of his gloss. After this comes the reference to the higher propensities and aspirations that are in the soul. The grammar of the line is this: Dadvat Katu Karanalakshana, Bhava, Karanata. The plain meaning, of course, is that like all the darker and indifferent propensities and possessions that come to the soul in its new life, born of the acts of past lives, all the higher aspirations also of the soul come to it from Brahma direct. The word Karana is used in both instances for Brahma as the supreme cause of everything. 722. The sense is this: in the beginning there was nothing save the Chit soul. Existent objects exist only because of ignorance, having defiled the soul. Their connection again with the soul is not absolute and necessary. That connection may be destroyed without the soul losing anything. What is intended to be conveyed by this verse is that at first, that is, before the creation, there was nothing except jiva or the soul with knowledge alone for its indicating attribute. The things mentioned, viz., earth, etc., were not. Nor do they adhere to jiva with even ignorance or delusion for its indicating attribute, that is, to the born soul. The born soul may seem to manifest all those attributes, but it is really independent of or separate from them. Their connection with the soul, as already said, is neither absolute nor eternal. In the next verse, the speaker explains the nature of those manifestations. 723. The connection between earth, etc., with the soul has before been said to be neither absolute nor eternal. Whence then that connection? In 6. It is said that all the apprehensions of the soul with regard to earth, etc., are due to ignorance or delusion flowing directly from Brahma and assailing it thereafter. The apprehension of the soul that it is a man or an animal, that it has a body, that it is acting, etc., are, to borrow the commentator's illustration, just like that of one's being a king in a dream who is not, however, really a king, or of one's being a child who is not, however, really a child. Being eternal or without beginning its first existence under the influence of delusion is untraceable. As long, again, as it has knowledge alone for its attribute, it remains indestructible, that is, free from the mutations of existence. It occurs in every creature, that is, in man and beast. 724. The sense seems to be this: in consequence of desires, the soul manifests itself in some form of existence. In that state it acts. Those acts again lead to desires anew, which, in their turn, bring on new forms or states of existence. The circle of existence or life thus goes on, without beginning and without end. 725. The cause has ignorance. The effect is the body and the senses of a particular form of existence. When the creature, in consequence of this union, engages in acts, these latter become causes for new states of existence. 726. The object of this verse is to reiterate the doctrine that the possession of the body and the senses, etc., does not alter the state of the soul. The soul is really unattached to these, though it may apparently exist in a state of union with them, like the wind, which existing in a state of apparent union with the dust it bears away is even at such times viewed by itself and as a substance, exist separately. 727. The Vedas contain declarations of both kinds, viz., they urge to action as also to abstention from action. The former is necessary as a stepping stone to the latter. Such men are rare as understand the declarations of the Vedas in this way and as conform by their conduct to those declarations thus. What is seen, on the other hand, is that some betake themselves to acts and some to abstention from acts. The second line of the verse has been expanded a little in the translation, following Nilakantha's gloss. 728. Dyapanam means destruction of the connection the body has with the soul. In the second line, the performance of acts is prescribed only as a preparation, for they contribute to purity of the soul. Acts should not, the speaker says, be performed from desire of fruit, viz., heaven, by one desirous of emancipation. K.P. Singh omits the first line of the verse, that gives the sense of the second line correctly. The Birdwind translator misunderstands the gloss he quotes and makes nonsense of the verse. 729. Vipakram is explained by Nilakantha as Pakahinam, and Apakvakashayakayam as Apakvakashapamsiyakai Apidsayasyalam etc. 730. Anuplavan is Anusaran, Akramya means Apamriju. 731. Vijnana here means the loss or absence of knowledge. 732. That is, for the true objects of life, viz., for acting righteously and accomplishing emancipation. 733. At first there was only Jiva or the soul having knowledge alone for its attribute. When it became clothed with ignorance, the universe sprang up around it. Consciousness is due to the union of the soul with ignorance. Hence, all things rest on consciousness, and consciousness is the root of all sorrow. 734. The sense of this verse seems to be this: if all things rest on consciousness, which is an attribute of ignorance or delusion, why then this uniformity instead of the irregularity that characterizes all perceptions in dreams? The answer is that the uniformity is the result of past acts, of acts which are due to consciousness. These produce uniformity of perceptions even as time, subject to its own laws, produces the phenomena of the seasons with uniformity. 735. I have expanded the last line for bringing out the meaning of the word Nasyati clearly. Of course, I follow Nilakantha's explanation of the simile. 736. In the Srutis it is said that Brahma has two attributes, Vidya, knowledge, and Avidya, ignorance, with Maya, delusion. It is in consequence of this Maya that chit souls or jivas become attached to worldly things. It is in consequence of this Maya that persons, even when they understand that all is naught, cannot totally dissociate themselves from them. 737. Mana is explained by the commentator as worship of one's own self, Dapa is freedom from all restraints, and Ahankara is a complete disregard of others and centering all thoughts on one's own self. Here Ahankara is not consciousness. 738. Kritalakshana is explained by the commentator as Kritaswikara. 739. The force of the simile lies in this: Prakriti binds Kshrajna or the soul and obliges it to take birth, etc. Women are Prakriti, men are souls. As the soul should seek to avoid the contact of Prakriti and strive for emancipation, even so should men seek to avoid women. It should be added that women, in almost all the dialects of India derived from Sanskrit, were commonly called Prakriti or symbols of Prakriti, thus illustrating the extraordinary popularity of the philosophical doctrine about Prakriti and Purusha. 740. Kritya is mantra power or the efficacy of Atharvan rites. What is said here is that women are as frightful as Atharvan rites, which can bring destruction upon even unseen foes. Rajasi and Tahita means that they are sunk so completely in that attribute as to become invisible, that is, completely enveloped by that attribute. 741. The sense is this: parasitical vermin spring from sweat and other filth emitted by the body. Children spring from the vital seed. In the former case, it is Swabhava, nature, that supplies the active energy. In the latter, the undying influence of previous acts and propensities supply the active force. One's offspring, therefore, are like parasitical vermin on one's body. Wisdom should teach disregard or indifference for either. 742. This is a repetition of what has been asserted in various forms before. Rajas, passion, is the cause of pravritti or propensity for acts. Sattva, goodness, is enlightenment or the higher aspirations that lead to Brahma. Both rest on tamas, darkness, the first immediately, the last immediately. Chitta-jiva is pure knowledge. When overtaken by tamas or avyakta, it becomes clothed with that existence which is called life or which we realize in the world, the conditions of that life being consciousness and intelligence. 743. The chit or soul is all knowledge. When overspread with ignorance or darkness, it becomes manifested by intelligence and consciousness, that is, assumes a form or body. Knowledge overspread by darkness, therefore, or knowledge with the attributes of intelligence and consciousness, is the cause of chit or soul or jiva assuming a body. Such knowledge, therefore, is called the seed of the body. Then, again, the tadvijam, the second expression, that is, the foundation on which knowledge overspread by ignorance, or knowledge with the attributes of intelligence and consciousness, rests, is, of course, pure knowledge or chit or jiva or soul as it existed before life. It is only another form of repeating a statement made several times before. Both the vernacular translators have misunderstood the last half of the second line. 744. The meaning, of course, is that while in the mother's womb, the soul remembers the acts of past lives, and those acts influence and determine the growth of its senses as also the character it will display in its new life. 745. I do not follow Nilakantha in his grammatical exposition of the second line. That exposition seems to be very far-fetched. Besides, tebayatayagat is no violence to grammar, the use of the ablative in this sense not being infrequent in these writings. 746. Women have before, Vaidhi, verse 9 of this section, been said to be the embodiment of the senses and as and dahata in rajas or passion. The senses, therefore, are, it is concluded here, originated in rajas. By the destruction, again, of rajas, they may be destroyed. What is wanted, therefore, is the conquest of rajas or passion. This may be effected with the aid of the eye whose vision has been sharpened by scriptural knowledge. 747. After Indriyam, as explained by the commentator, Prapyapi is understood. There are two classes of Indriyas, viz., those of knowledge and those for the performance of acts. Escapes the obligation of rebirth, that is, attains to emancipation. 748. Athasamaniyam is explained by Nilakantha as Phalasamyam Mokshakayam Niratai Sayam. The Birdwind translator, while using the very words of the commentator, mistranslates this verse. The speaker desires to show the difference between the religion of pravritti or acts and that of nivritti or abstention from acts. Those that follow the former cannot attain to emancipation. What they gain are certain good qualities mentioned in the next verse, which, however, are equally gained by the followers of the religion of nivritti. 749. The vow of Graichka consists of certain fasts. Pass 3 days in water, that is, stand in tank or stream with water up to the chin. 750. The 3 riks begin with retention, Satyanksha, etc. Every Brahmana who knows his morning and evening prayers knows these three riks well. 751. With the aid of the mind means yoga. Dehakarma means one whose acts are undertaken only for the purpose of sustaining the body, that is, one who does no act that is not strictly necessary for supporting life, hence, as the commentator explains, one who is free from all propensities leading to external objects. Manovaham pranan nudan, that is, bringing to sending the vital breaths to the duct called manovaha or sushama. Though a physical act, its accomplishment becomes possible only by a long course of penances consisting in the withdrawal of the mind from external objects, reducing their three attributes to a state of uniformity, as explained by the commentator, means arriving at nirvikalpa, that is, at that state of knowledge which is independent of the senses. 752. The knowledge here spoken of is that knowledge which is independent of the senses. What the speaker says is that such knowledge has no myth, is sure to arise. When it arises, its possessor comes to know that the external world, etc., is only the mind transformed, like the sights seen and sounds heard and thoughts cherished in a dream. In the second line the results of that knowledge are declared. The mind of a Mahatma is mantrasiddha, that is, has won success by the meditation of the initial mantra, or Om. It is nitya, that is, eternal, meaning probably that though the result of Maya or avidya, it is no longer subject to rebirth, it is virajas, that is, free from desire and passion, and lastly it is jyatishmat luminous, meaning omniscient and omnipotent. The commentator cites a passage from Vasishta's treatise on yoga which declares the same results as consequent on the attainment of knowledge. It is, of course, implied that in attaining to such a state, the mind as mind must be destroyed or merged into the soul, and the soul, with knowledge only for its attribute, must exist. In the previous verse emancipation after death had been spoken of. In this Jivanmukti or emancipation in life is referred to. 753. Freeing oneself from the attributes of passion and darkness, that is, by practicing the religion of abstention from acts. 754. Adat from da meaning to cut or destroy. Manasam volam, as explained by the commentator, is sankalpam, that is, desires or purposes. The man of ripe understanding, by doing this, attains to that knowledge which is not subject to decay with age. Hence, such knowledge is superior to knowledge acquired in the ordinary way. 755. Compassion may sometimes lead to excess of attachment, as in the case of Bharata towards his little deer. The universe is the result of acts because acts determine the character of the life the soul assumes. In the case of Bharata, he was obliged to take birth as a deer in his next life in consequence of all his thoughts in the previous life having been centered on the deer. 756. K.P. Singh wrongly translates this verse. Tat should be supplied before us newt. There is redundant va in the first line. The Birdwin translator renders it correctly. 757. The buddhi here referred to is intelligence cleansed by scriptures. Samahitam manakis, as explained by the commentator, mind freed from anger and malice, etc., that is, properly trained. 758. One should not covet, etc., like kingdoms and thrones in the case of ordinary men. Non-existent objects, such as sons and wives that are dead or that are unborn or unwed. 759. Samsara, as explained by the commentator, means both this and the other world. It is bound in speech in this sense, viz., that whatever is spoken is never destroyed and affects permanently both the speaker and the listener, so that not only in one life, but in the infinite course of lives, the speaker will be affected for good or for evil by the words that escape his lips. This fully accords with the discovery of modern science, so eloquently and poetically enunciated by Babbage, of the indestructibility of force or energy when once applied. How appalling is the sanction, which is not a myth, under which evil speaking is forbidden. 760. Such self-disclosure destroys the effects of those acts and prevents their recurrence. 761. Robbers laden with booty are always in danger of seizure. Even so unintelligent men bearing the burdens of life are always liable to destruction. 762. Nishpraharina means Nirudhana as explained by the commentator. 763. I adopt the reading Prakasla and the interpretation that Nilakantha puts upon it. 764. K.P. Singer translates these words very carelessly. The Birdwind translator, by following the commentator closely, has produced a correct version. Kalmasha means ripe grains or seeds of the faceless radiatus. Binyaka is the cake of mustard seed or sesamum after the oil has been pressed out. Yavaka means unripe barley, or, as the commentator explains, raw barley powdered and boiled in hot water. 765. What is meant by the first line of the verse is this. The soul had, before the creation, only knowledge for its attribute. When ignorance or delusion, proceeding from Supreme Brahma, took possession of it, the soul became an ordinary creature, that is, consciousness, mind, etc., resulted. This ignorance, therefore, established itself upon knowledge and transformed the original character of the soul. What is stated in the second line is that ordinary knowledge which follows the lead of the understanding is affected by ignorance, the result of which is that the soul takes those things that really spring from itself to be things different from itself and possessing an independent existence. 766. The correct reading, I apprehend, is Apagataspraha and not Apagataspraha. Nilakantha is silent. All that he says is that the first verse has reference to yogins, the second to yogins and non-yogins alike. Both the vernacular translators adhere to Apagataspraha. 767. I expand verse 8 a little for giving its meaning more clearly than a literal vention would yield. All the impressions, it is said here, in dreams, are due either to the impressions of this life or those received by the mind in the countless lives through which it has passed. All those impressions, again, are well known to the soul though memory may not retain them. Their reappearance in dreams is due to the action of the soul which calls them up from the obscurity in which they are concealed. Avicenna's theory of nothing being ever lost that is once acquired by the mind and the recollection of a past impression being, due to a sudden irradiation of the divine light, was, it seems, borrowed from Hindu philosophy. 768. The sense is this, a particular attribute among the three, viz., goodness or passion or darkness, is brought to the mind by the influence of past acts of either this or any previous life. That attribute immediately affects the mind in a definite way. The result of this is that the elements in their subtle forms actually produce the images that correspond with or appertain to the affecting attribute and the manner in which it affects the mind. 769. Nothing less than yoga can discard or destroy them, for they really spring from desires generated by past acts. 770. The Bombay reading Manuhrishayan is better. 771. Both the external and the internal worlds are due to consciousness, which, in its turn, arises from delusion affecting the soul. That which is called the mind is only a product of the soul. The world, both external and internal, is only the result of mind as explained in previous sections. Hence the mind exists in all things. What is meant by all things existing in the soul is that the soul is omniscient and he who succeeds in knowing the soul wins omniscience. 772. The body is called the door of dreams because the body is the result of past acts, and dreams cannot take place till the soul, through past acts, becomes encased in a body. What is meant by the body disappearing in the mind is that in dreamless slumber the mind no longer retains any apprehension of the body. The body being thus lost in the mind, with the body lost in it, enters the soul, or becomes withdrawn into it. Nidarsanam is explained as Nishchitadarsanam Sakshirupam. The sense of the verse is that in dreamless slumber the senses are withdrawn into the mind becomes withdrawn into the soul. It is the soul alone that then lives in its state of original purity, consciousness, and all things which proceed from it disappearing at the time. 773. That is, the mind becoming pure, he gains omniscience and omnipotence. 774. The Birdwind translator, using the very words of Nilakantha, jumbles them wrongly together and makes such nonsense of both the original and the gloss. 775. Brahma cannot, as the commentator properly explains, be seized like a creature by the horns. All that one can do is to explain its nature by reason and analogy. It can be comprehended only in the way indicated, that is, by pratyahara. 776. The commentator thinks that the rishi alluded to in this verse is Narayana, the companion and friend of Nara, both of whom had their retreat on the heights of Vadari where Vyasa afterwards settled himself. Tattva here does not, the commentator thinks, mean a topic of discourse but that which exists in original purity and does not take its colour or form from the mind. Anarapadam rupam yazyatat. 777. The religion of pravriti consists of acts. It cannot liberate one from rebirth. The whole chain of existences, being the result of acts, rests upon the religion of pravriti. The religion of nivritti, on the other hand, or abstention from acts, leads to emancipation or Brahma. 778. Nidasaka is explained by the commentator as equivalent to Drashtamikjan. 779. Avyakta or unmanifest is prakriti or primordial matter, both gross and subtle. That which transcends both prakriti and purusha is, of course, the supreme soul or Brahma. Vaisham is explained by the commentator as distinguished from everything else by its attributes. 780. That is, as the commentator explains, Purusha is non-creating and transcends the three attributes. 781. Asamatau is explained by the commentator as Atyantavivictau. Purusha implies the two Purushas, that is, the Chit soul and the Supreme Soul. 782. The four topics are these: the points of resemblance between Prakriti and Purusha, the points of difference between them, the points of resemblance between Purusha and Iswara, and the points of difference between them. The four considerations that cover these topics are absence of beginning and end, existence as chit and in animation, distinction from all other things, and the notion of activity. 783. Yojinastam prapasyanti bhagavantam santanam. Even this is what people always say to yoga and yogins. 784. The commentator in a long note explains that what is really implied by this verse is that one should betake oneself to some sacred spot such as Kazi for casting off one's life. The death at Kazi is sure to lead to emancipation, for the theory is that Shiva himself becomes the instructor and leads one to that high end. 785. When divested of rajas, that is, freed from the senses and the propensities derived from their indulgence. 786. Adat is explained by the commentator as Dihapatat. Dihantat applies to the destruction of all the three bodies. By the destruction, after death, of the gross body is meant to escape from the obligation of rebirth. The karana body is a subtler form of existence than the linga sarira. It is, of course, existence, prakriti, as mentioned in verse 21. 787. Paripratyas aj means on the rise of a knowledge of Brahma. Nati is necessity, in consequence of which jiva goes through an endless wheel of existences. Bhavanta prabhavaprajna is bhavanamanta prabhavavaprajna yesham. The object of the verse is to show that such mistaken persons as take the body, the senses, etc., and all which are not self, to be self, are always taken up with the idea that things die and are born, but that there is nothing like emancipation or a complete escape from rebirth. 788. By the aid of patience is explained by the commentator as without leaving their seats and changing the yoga attitude, etc., withdrawing themselves from the world of senses means attaining to a state that is perfectly independent of the senses and, therefore, of all external objects. Adore the senses in consequence of their subtlety, as explained by the commentator, is thinking of prana and the indriyas as self or soul. I do not understand how this amounts to the statement that such yogins attain to Brahma. 789. Proceeding according to the stages indicated in the scriptures alludes to the well-known verses in the Gita, beginning with Indriya Vyapara, Yatha, etc. The several stages, as mentioned in those verses, are as follows. Superior to the senses are their objects. Superior to the objects is the mind. Superior to the mind is the understanding. Superior to the understanding is the soul. Superior to the soul is the unmanifest. Superior to the unmanifest is Purusha, Brahma. There is nothing above Purusha. Dehantam is explained as that which is superior to Avyakta or unmanifest, hence Brahma or Purusha. 790. A flash of lightning repeatedly realized becomes a mass of blazing light. Perhaps this is intended by the speaker. 791. In the Bengal texts, verse 28 is a triplet. In the second line the correct reading is Dehantam. 792. Mara, Prakriti, and Purusha, or effects, their material cause, and the Supreme Soul. 793. Nanapashan Devashana is another reading which is noticed by the commentator. It is explained as censurers of diverse sects of Lokayatikas. 794. Panchasritas implies the mind which is said to have 5 currents. 795. These are the Annamaya, the Pranamaya, the Minamaya, the Vijnanamaya, and the Anandamaya. For particulars, vide Wilson's Dict. 796. The verb use is naivde ayat, literally, represented, that is, started for discourse, or enquired into. The Birdwind translator renders it exposed or promulgated, which, I think, is incorrect. 797. The Birdwind translator makes a ridiculous blunder by supposing that Ajuri obtained this knowledge in consequence of the questions of his disciple. The fact is, Samprishta, as correctly explained the commentator, means Samyak Prishta Prasnuyazia. K.P. Singer avoids the error. 798. Kutamvini means a matron or the wife of a householder. 799. Either Makandya or Sanat Kumara, according to the commentator. 800. I slightly expand Savanurvdam according to the explanation given by Nilakantha. The Sankhya doctrine proceeds upon the hypothesis that all states of life imply sorrow. To find a remedy for this, that is, to permanently escape all sorrow, is the end of that philosophy. 801. These are the characteristics of that delusion under which man takes birth in this world and goes on living till he can permanently conquer all sorrow. 802. The construction of the first foot is atmanum rejivanitma, meaning the soul's death, or that which is called death, is the soul's extinction. Verse 24 recites the opinion of the skeptics, not that of the speaker. K.P. Singer mistranslates the verse. The Birdwind translator renders it correctly. 803. This and all the following verses are statements of the skeptic's arguments. 804. Verse 29 is highly terse. The words are grammatically unconnected with one another. Only a few substantives have been used. These represent the heads of the different arguments urged by skeptics for showing the non-existence of anything besides the body which is seen and felt. I have, of course, followed the commentator in his elaboration of the sense of the verse. There can be no doubt that the commentator is right. 805. Some idea may be formed by the English reader of the extreme terseness of these verses by attending to the elaborations contained within the parenthesis above. The exigencies of English grammar as also of perspicuity have obliged me to use, even in the portions unenclosed, more words than what occur in the original Sanskrit. All these verses are gruses intended to stagger gainer. 806. Both the vernacular translators have rendered this verse wrongly. This fact is, without clearly understanding either the text or the gloss, they have used bits of the gloss without being able to convey any intelligible idea. The gloss sometimes requires gloss to make it intelligible. The commentator says that the theory of rebirth mentioned in verse 34 is that of the Shagatas or Buddhists. That theory is refuted in verse 35. The objection to the Buddhistic theory is that mere ignorance and karma cannot explain rebirth. There must be an indestructible soul. This the Buddhists do not allow, for they believe that nirvana or annihilation is possible. The argument, as sketched, proceeds in this way. The being that is the result of the rebirth is apparently a different being. What right have we to assert its identity with the being that existed before? Ignorance and karma cannot create a soul, though they may affect the surroundings of the soul in its new birth. The objections to the Buddhistic theory became clear in the verses that follow. 807. The sense is this: it is never seen in the world that the acts of one person affect for good or for evil another person. If Chaitra exposes himself to the night air, Maitra never catches cold for it. This direct evidence should settle the controversy about the unseen, viz., whether the acts of one in a previous life can affect another in a subsequent life if there be no identity between the two beings in two lives. 808. It is needless to say that I have considerably elaborated the second line of the verse, as a literal rendering would have been entirely unintelligible. For example's sake I give that rendering: that which is separate consciousness is also different. That from which it is does not recommend self. 809. If, as has already been said, the second consciousness be the resulting effect of the loss or destruction itself of the previous consciousness, then destruction is not annihilation, and, necessarily, after nirvana has been once attained, there may be a new consciousness or new birth, and, thus, after having again attained to nirvana, the same result may follow. The Buddhistic nirvana, therefore, cannot lead to that final emancipation which is indicated into the Brahmanical scriptures. 810. The Buddhists then, according to this argument, are not at all benefited by asserting the existence of a permanent soul unto which each repeated consciousness may inhere. The soul, according to the Brahmanical scriptures, has no attributes or possessions. It is eternal, immutable, and independent of all attributes. The affirmance of attributes with respect to the soul directly leads to the inference of its destructibility, and hence the assertion of its permanency or indestructibility under such conditions is a contradiction in terms, according to what is urged in this verse. 811. The commentator explains that the object of this verse is to point out that the senses, when destroyed, merge into their productive causes or the substances of which they are attributes. Of course, those causes or substances are the elements or primordial matter. This leads to the inference that though attributes may meet with destruction, yet the substances, of which they are attributes, may remain intact. This may save the Buddhist doctrine, for the soul, being permanent and owing consciousness, etc., for its attributes, may outlive, like primordial matter, the destruction of its attributes. But the speaker urges that this doctrine is not philosophical and the analogy will not hold. Substance is conjunction of attributes. The attributes being destroyed, the substance also is destroyed. In European philosophy too, matter, as an unknown essence to which extension, divisibility, etc., inhere, is no longer believed in or considered as scientific. 812. Here the speaker attacks the orthodox Brahmanical doctrine of the character of the soul. 813. Possibly because they are based on revelation. 814. The first 5 are the effects of intelligence, the vital breaths of wind, and the juices and humours of stomachic heat. 815. Intelligence is called avijaya because it leads to emancipation, which is such. It is also called Mahat because of its power to lead to Brahma, which is Mahat. Tattvaniskaya is called the seed of emancipation because it leads to emancipation. 816. That path consists of yoga. 817. By casting off the mind one casts off the 5 organs of action. By casting off the understanding, one casts off the organs of knowledge with the mind. 818. That is, in each of these operations 3 causes must exist together. 819. The inference is that the functions being destroyed, the organs are destroyed, and the mind also is destroyed, or, the mind being destroyed, all are destroyed. 820. The commentator correctly explains that Nananupariyata is the non-sing of man, meaning here, of course, the dreamer. Nilakantha's ingenuity is certainly highly commendable. 821. Aparamam is Yugapade Bhavasya Ukshtam or extinction of the state of association of the soul with the understanding, the mind, and the senses. This dissociation of the soul from the understanding, etc., is, of course, emancipation. Emancipation, however, being eternal, the temporary dissociation of the soul from the understanding, etc., which is the consequence of dreamless sleep, is the result of tamas or darkness. That dissociation is certainly a kind of felicity, but then it differs from the felicity of emancipation, which is everlasting, and which is not experienced in the gross body. 822. In this verse the speaker points out that the felicity of emancipation may at first sight seem to be like the felicity of dreamless sleep, but that is only an error. In reality, the former is untouched or unstained by darkness. Nakrichakramanupashyati is the reading I take, meaning in which no one sees the slightest tincture of sorrow. The kind of sorrow referred to is the sorrow of duality or consciousness of knower and known. In emancipation, of course, there cannot be any consciousness of a duality. Both the vernacular versions are thoroughly unmeaning. 823. In this verse the speaker again points out the similarity between dreamless sleep and emancipation. In both Swakama Pratyaya guna is discarded. Guna, as explained by Nilakantha, means here the whole range of subjective and objective existences from consciousness to gross material objects. Swakama Pratyaya means karmahitu keva bhava, that is, having acts from the cause of their manifestation. This refers to the theory of rebirth on account of past acts. 824. The sense of the verse is this: all creatures are perceived to exist. That existence is due to the well-known cause constituted by avidya and desire and acts. They exist also in such a way as to display a union between the body and soul. For all common purposes of life we treat creatures that we perceive to be really existing. The question then that arises is, which, the body or the soul, is destructible question mark. We cannot answer this question in any way we like for swaswatu vakathamu chidavan, Bavat, that is, how can the soul, which is said by the learned to be eternal, be regarded as destructible? Bhatamaneshu should be treated as lokikavya vareshu. Ukshidu is, of course, equivalent to Ukshidavan. 825. That is, the gross body disappears in the subtle into the guna, potential, form of existence, and this last into the supreme soul. 826. Merit and sin, and with them their effects in the form of happiness and misery both here and hereafter, are said to be destroyed when men become unattached to everything and practice the religion of abstention or nivritti. The paraphrase of the second line is asakta alapamakasam ashaya mahati alangamiva pasyanti. Alapamakasam ashaya is explained by the commentator as sagunam brahmo ashaya. 827. Urnanaba is generic term for all worms that weave threads from within their bellies. It does not always mean the spider. Here, it implies a silkworm. The analogy then becomes complete. 828. Nipatitya Saktu is wrongly rendered by the Birdwind translator. K.P. Singer gives the sense correctly but takes Nipatili for Utpatati. 829. Samudaya is explained by the commentator as equivalent to Hetu. 830. Giving food and clothes to the poor and needy in times of scarcity is referred to. 831. The reading I adopt is Varataluvta. If, however, the Bengal reading Varatalupla be adopted, the meaning would be such men are deceived by their vows, the sense being that though acquiring heaven and the other objects of their desire, yet they fall down upon exhaustion of their merit and never attain to what is permanent, viz., emancipation, which is attainable by following the religion of nivritti only. 832. The object of Bhishma's two answers is to show that the giving of pain to others, sacrificing animals, is censurable, and the giving of pain to one's own self is equally censurable. 833. Existence comes into being and ceases. Non-existence also comes into being and ceases. This is the grammatical construction. The words, of course, imply only the appearance and disappearance of all kinds of phenomena. 834. This refers to the theory set forth in the previous sections about the soul's real inactivity amidst its seeming activity in respect of all acts. 835. The Birdwind translator renders the second line as 6,000 Gandharvas used to dance before these 7 kinds of dance. 836. Both the vernacular translators have misunderstood this verse. A samya is explained as a little wooden cane measuring about 36 fingers breadth in altitude. What Vali did was to go round the earth, anu pariyaga, that is, parahartigatavan, throwing or hurling a samu. When thrown from a particular point by a strong man, the samya clears a certain distance. This space is called a divyajana. Vali went round the globe, performing sacrifices upon each such divyajana. 837. Pravyahara is explained by the commentator as prakrishtuki. 838. I follow Nilakantha's gloss in rendering this verse. Hatam is explained as nirjivamdiham, that is, the body divested of soul. He who slays another is himself slain, means that a person who regards his own self as the slayer is steeped in ignorance, For the soul is never an actor. By thinking that he is the actor, a person invests his soul with the attributes of the body and the senses. Such a man, as already said, is hatu or slain, that is, steeped in ignorance. Comparing this with verse 19 of Sec. 11 of the Gita, we find that the same thing is asserted there in a slightly different way. He who regards the soul as the slayer and he who regards it as slain are both mistaken. The soul does not slay nor is slain. 839. Compare this with the saying usually credited to Napoleon that Saint Helena was written in the Book of Fate. 840. The original, if literally rendered, would be time cooks everything. 841. Bhagyanti is explained by the commentator as equivalent to Palyanti or Samriyanti. 842. Brahma is indestructible as Jiva or soul, and is destructible as displayed in the form of not self. 843. I expand verse 50 for giving its sense as a literal version would be unintelligible. 844. One that is born with great difficulty. 845. Literally, the desire for action, hence abundance or plenty that is the result of action or labor. 846. All these names imply plenty and prosperity. 847. That is, with hands not washed after rising from his meals or while going on with his meals. 848. The commentator explains that according to the Puranic theory, the world stands all around the mountains of Meru. The region of Brahman stands on its top. The sun travels round Meru and shines over all the directions or points of the compass. This happens in the age called the Vivaswata Manvantara, the age or epoch of Manu, the son of Vivaswat. But after the lapse of this age, when the Savanaka Manvantara comes, the sun will shine upon only the region on the top of Meru, and all around there will be darkness. 849. That is, all things are destructible instead of being eternal. 850. The commentator explains that Hridayam means Hrishyam Swarupam. By Kalyanam, of course, moksha or emancipation is intended. 851. As explained in previous verses, one striving to attain emancipation must set himself to yoga. As a consequence of yoga, one acquires, without wishing for them, many wonderful powers. The accomplishment of one's objects then follows as a matter of course. 852. The sense is this: a wise man never regards himself as the actor, and hence never feels sorrow. Whatever sorrow overtakes him he views unmoved and takes it as the result of what had been ordained. Not so the foolish man. He deems himself to be the actor and looks upon sorrow as the result of his own acts. Hence, he cannot view it unmoved. Sorrow, therefore, lies in one's regarding oneself as the actor, the true view being that one, instead of being an actor, is only an instrument in the hands of the great ordainer. 853. The object of this verse is to show that right conclusions in respect of duties are very rare. 854. This is a hard hit. The listener, viz., Indra, had violated, under circumstances of the most wicked deception, the chastity of Gautama's spouse Ahalya. Gautama had to punish his wife by converting her into a stone. This punishment, however, reacted upon Gautama inasmuch as it put a stop to his leading any longer a life of domesticity. In spite of such a dire affliction, Gautama did not suffer his cheerfulness to depart from his heart. The effect of the illusion is to tell Indra that the speaker is not like him but like Gautama, that is, that Namachi was not the slave of his passions but that he was the master of his senses and the heart. 855. The we here is the pronoun of dignity, applying to the speaker only and not to both the speaker and the listener. 856. The sentence is an interrogative one. The Birdwin translator mistakes the meaning. KP Singer is correct. 857. These things had not happened for many days in consequence of the wickedness of the Asuras. With the victory of Indra, sacrifices returned, and with them universal peace. 858. The words Adravad Warabhavam. The commentator is silent. Probably a Himalayan pass. The vernacular translators think it is the region of the pole star that is intended. Dhruva is a name of Brahman, the creator. It may mean, therefore, the river as it issues out of Brahman's Lokawar region. The Puranic myth is that issuing from the foot of Vishnu, the stream enters the commander of Brahman and thence to the earth. 859. The reader of Lord Lytton's works may, in this connection, be reminded of the discourse between Mejna and the neophyte introduced to him by Zanoni, in course of their evening rambles over the ridges of the Apennines. 860. K.P. Singh wrongly translates this verse. 861. It is difficult to give to non-Hindu people the idea of what is Uvakishta. The hand becomes Uvakishta when set to food that is being eaten. Without washing that hand with pure water, it is never used by a Hindu for doing any work. The food that remains in a dish after some portion of it has been eaten is Uvakishta. The idea is particular to Hinduism and is not to be seen among other races or peoples in the world. 862. Yavaza is pasture grass. 863. Pyaza is a kind of pudding prepared of rice boiled in sugared milk. Krisara is milk, sesamum, and rice. Sashkalai is a sort of pie, made of rice or barley boiled in sugared water. 864. No merit attaches to the act of feeding an illiterate person. 865. The correct reading is via Bajat. The Bengal reading via Bayat would imply a tautology, for the second line would then give the same meaning as the first. 866. Everything else liable to be affected by primordial nature. Only the Supreme Soul cannot be affected. Hence, Brahma is often said to be above Prakriti. Prakriti, here, is of course used in its largest sense. 867. The second line of verse 8 and the last clause of the first line of verse 9 are wrongly rendered by both the vernacular translators. K.P. Singh omits certain portions, while the Birdwin translator, as usual, writes nonsense. The verb is nanuvanti, meaning conceal, that is, do not brag of. The verb vedishayanti is to be repeated after a hitam. Hitam may be read by way of antithesis. 868. K.P. Singer mistranslates this verse. 869. The Birdwin translator misunderstands the word anavajnata. K.P. Singer skips over it. 870. The sense is this, though really unattached, he seems to be attached. In this there is a special merit. A man doing the duties of a householder, without, however, being attached to wife and children and possessions, is a very superior person. Such a one has been compared to a lotus leaf, which, when dipped in water, is never soaked or drenched by it. Some, seeing the difficulty of the combat, fly away. In this there is little merit. To face all objects of desire, to enjoy them, but all the while to remain so unattached to them as not to feel the slightest pang if dissociated from them, is more meritorious. 871. Kalaj Naninanishthaitam are the words of the original. Vyasa's answer is taken up with assigning limits to the successive periods of creation and non-existence, or the durations of Brahman's wakeful and sleeping periods. 872. Aga is explained by the commentator as Srishteprak. 873. The Krita extends in all for 4,800 years. The Treta for 3,600, the Dwapara for 2,400, and the Kali for 1,200. These are, however, the years of the deities. Verses 15-17 and 20-21 occur in Manusmriti, chapter 1. 874. This verse occurs in Manusmriti, corresponding with 81 of chapter 1. The reading, however, in Manusmriti is slightly different, for the last clause is Manushine Pavatate. In rendering verse 23, I take this reading and follow Meditathi's gloss. If Nilakantha's gloss and the reading in both the Bengal and the Bombay texts be followed, the passage would run thus: no instruction or precept of that age ran along unrighteous ways, since that was the foremost of all ages. Nilakantha explains para as Sacha para. K.P. Singer skips over the difficulty, and the Birdwind translator, as usual, gives an incorrect version. 875. The total comes up to 12,000 years. These constitute a Deva-yuga. 1,000 Deva-yugas compose a day of Brahman. Verse 28 occurs in Manusmriti, chapter 1. 876. The reader who has gone through the previous sections can have no difficulty in understanding this. The external world is nothing but mind transformed. Mind, therefore, is spoken of here as Vyaktatma, or that which is the soul of the Vyakta, or that is manifest, or that which is the Vyakta, or between which and the Vyakta there is no difference whatever. Some of the Bengal texts do not conclude section 231 with the 32nd verse, but go on and include the whole of the 232nd section in it. This, however, is not to be seen in the Bombay texts, as also in some of the texts of Bengal that I have seen. 877. Tejamayam is explained by the commentator as Vasanimayam, or having the principle of desire or wish within it, otherwise creation could not take place. Yazya is used for yata. 878. By Mahat is meant pure or subtle intelligence. The manifest starts into existence from mind or has mind for its soul. Hence, as explained in previous sections, mind is called Vyaktatmakam. 879. These 7 great beings or entities are Mahat, the same speedily transformed into mind, and the 5 elemental entities of space, etc. 880. Verses 4, 5, 6 and 7 occur in Manusmriti, corresponding with the latters 75, 76, 77 and 78 of chapter 1. 881. Chaturjiva is called Purusha or resider in body, because when overlaid with Avijja by the Supreme Soul, it is not possible for it to exist in any other way than by being invested with covering or case made of primordial matter determined by the power of acts. Here, however, it means limbs or avyam. 882. What is stated in verse 10, 11 and 12 is this: the 7 great entities, in their gross form, are unable, if separate, to produce anything. They, therefore, combine with one another. Thus uniting, they first form the Asrayam of Sarira, that is, the constituent parts of the body. They, at this stage, must be known by the name of Purusha of Avyava, that is, me limbs. When these limbs again unite, then Murtimachadasatmakam Satrambhavati, that is, the full body, possessed of form and having the 6 and 10 attributes, comes into existence. Then the subtle Mahat and the subtle Bhutas, with the unexhausted residue of acts, enter it. The plural form Mahanti is used because, as the commentator explains, Pratapurusha Mahatadinam Binatvapratipadanurtham, that is, the same Mahat, by entering each different form apparently becomes many. Thus there are 2 bodies, one gross, and the other subtle, called Ling Asarira. The residue of acts is thus explained. All creatures enjoy or suffer the effects of their good and bad acts. If, however, the consequences of acts, good and bad, be all exhausted, there can be no rebirth. A residue, therefore, remains in consequence of which rebirth becomes possible. Creation and destruction, again, are endlessly going on. The beginning of the first creation is inconceivable. The creation here described is one of a series. This is further explained in the verses that follow. 883. The 6 and 10 parts are the 5 gross bhutas, and the 11 senses of knowledge and action, including mind. The great creatures are the 10 mantras of the gross elements, that is, their subtle forms. At first, the gross body, with the principle of growth, is formed. Into it enters the subtle body or the linga sarira. At first, as already said, the gross elements come together. Then the subtle ones with the residue of acts. Then enters the soul, which is Brahma itself. The soul enters into the subtle form for witnessing, or surveying. All creatures are only manifestations of that soul due to the accident of avidya or maya. Tapas means, as the commentator explains, alochana. 884. That is, this variety of being and this variety of relations. 885. Anab is explained as ubhaya vyatiriktam. Sattvastas are those that depend upon the really existent, that is, those that regard Brahma as the sole cause competent for the production of all effects. 886. It is exceedingly difficult to understand the true meaning of these verses. A verbal translation is not calculated to bring out the sense. Apparently, the statement that all things are contained in the Vedas is nonsense. In reality, however, what is intended to be said is that as the Vedas are speech or words, the Creator had to utter words symbolizing his ideas before creating anything. It is remarkable that there is a close resemblance between the spirit of the first chapter of Genesis with what is contained in the Shrutis on the subject of creation. Let there be earth, and there was earth, says the inspired poet of Genesis. Nilakantha cites exactly similar words from the Shrutis as those which Brahman uttered for creating the earth, such as Bharativaya Harau as Bhumimasrajat. Then the 4 modes of life with the duties of each, the modes of worship, etc., were also indicated. Hence, all acts also are in the Vedas which represent the words of Brahma. 887. All things are sujata or well made by him. In Genesis it is said that God uttered particular words and particular objects sprang into existence, and he saw that they were good. 888. The first line contains only technical terms. Nama means Rigveda. Hence, it stands for study of all the Vedas. Veda stands for half, that is, for the wife, who must be associated with her husband in all religious acts. Tapa is penance, hence it stands for all kinds of observances like Chandrayana, and modes of life, Vanaprastha, etc. Karma means such acts as the saying of morning and evening prayers, etc. Yama is sacrifice like Yatishtoma, etc. Kai means such acts as lead to good fame, like the digging of tanks, the making of roads, etc. Loka, meaning meditation, is of 3 kinds. Lastly, comes Siddhi, meaning that emancipation which is arrived at by one during this life. The instrumental plural krame should be construed as dasabhikame namadabhisahitu vedashu appreciate. K.P. Singer has correctly rendered the verse, omitting reference to Siddhi. The Birdwind translator has totally misunderstood it. 889. Gahanam is explained by the commentator as Duravagaham Brahma, Vedavedashu means, according to him, the rites and observances laid down in the Vedas. It is better, however, to take it literally, that is, for the words of the Vedas. Vedantashu means in the Upanishads, which come after the Vedas, Both the vernacular translators have misunderstood this verse. 890. This verse is, no doubt, pleonastic. The commentator interprets it in the way I have rendered it. Thadamam, according to him, means without transgressing acts and duties consistent with virtue. Thagamam means following the authority of the scriptures. Vicreate implies do from motives of advantage and gain. The sense seems to be that in the three of yugas, men, without absolutely abandoning virtue, perform good acts and Vedic sacrifices and rites and scriptural vows and observances, from motives of low gain and not as a preparation for emancipation. Thus even in the Kali age, Vedic rites are not absolutely unknown. The motive, however, from which these are undertaken is connected with some low or sordid gain. 891. Se mayasthanam matam, sa eva bhutani bhavati, sa eva dandadati. This is the construction, as explained by the commentator. 892. From what has been said in the previous sections, the reader will have no difficulty in understanding what is meant by abhivyaktatmakam mana. It is mind that is the essence of all that is abhivyakt or manifest. That mind swallows up the attribute of space. Hence it is avyaktam that swallows up the manas of vyaktam. This swallowing up is Brahma Samprati Sanchara or destruction of the outward universe in its manifest vastness. The commentator gives the substance of the verse in these words, Manakol Pito Virat Manas Evilate. From the verses that follow it would seem that the object of this section is to describe the yogin's pratyahara and not the actual dissolution of the universe. 893. Verses 16 and 17 are exceedingly difficult. The commentator has shown great learning in expounding them. Unfortunately, the subject is a yoga mystery, and the explanation and illustrations of the commentator refer to things beyond the reach of ordinary experience and intelligence. The words chandramas, kala, and vilam, and akasa also and goza, in verse 17, are technical terms of yoga. I referred the passage to more than one learned pundit. My referees are of opinion that yoga mystery is here expounded, which yogins alone can understand. European scholars will probably smile at the statement that there is a hidden meaning in these words. Most readers will take the verses for nonsense. Reflection, however, has convinced me that yoga is not nonsense. One who has not studied the elements of geometry or algebra cannot, however intelligent, hope to understand at once a proposition of the Principia or the theorem of de Moivre. Failing to give the actual sense, I have contented myself with giving a verbal translation. 894. Jatakarma is the ceremony that is performed with certain Vedic mantras immediately after a child's birth. There are many such ceremonies to be performed till Samavardhana or return from the preceptor's home after completion of the period of pupillage. These ceremonies are necessarily such that they must be performed by the child's father or somebody else whom the latter might call in. 895. In this country, no fees are charged for tuition. The pupil, however, after completing his studies, may give his preceptor a final fee which is determined by the choice of the preceptor himself and which varies according to the means of the pupil leaving the preceptor's home for his own. 896. By begetting children, one pays off one's debt to ancestors. By studying the Vedas, one pays off one's debt to the rishis, and by performing sacrifices one pays off one's debt to the deities. 897. It is a deadly sin to take anything from the father-in-law or other relatives, by marriage, of a daughter. What is got from such sources is, to this day, spent freely. Those persons that sell their daughters in marriage are universally reckoned as fallen. 898. The fact is, The duty of the householder obliges him to worship the deities and the Pitris, and to become hospitable to the others named. The Brahmana, however, has no ostensible means for discharging this duty. The only means open to him is acceptance of gifts. In this case, acceptance, therefore, for such ends is not productive of demerit. 899. Krutadapi is explained by the commentator as Pakvanadapi. 900. The sense is that there is no gift which is too valuable for such persons. 901. The first and the fourth verses are triplets in the Bengal texts. 902. These are, of course, religious acts. 903. In the Bengal texts, verse 12 consists of one line. This, I think, is correct. Verses 13, 14, 15, and 16 form one sentence. Verse 12 is complete by itself. Udaka in Kaladaka should be taken as meaning stream or river, otherwise I or Atrajalina would be pleonastic. Again Arthakamajalina, to avoid redundancy, should be taken as implying the springs that supply the water. Vihinsataruvehinna is, having benevolence for the trees that float on its water. This idea is beautiful. Creatures that are being borne away in the stream of time may catch these trees of benevolence for saving themselves. The Birdwind translator misunderstands Vihinsa and makes nonsense of the idea. Altogether, though highly ornate, the metaphors are original. Of course, the idea is eminently oriental. Eastern rhetoric being fond of spinning out metaphors and similes, which, in the hands of Eastern poets, become highly elastic. 904. K.P. Singer misunderstands this verse. The Birdwind translator is also inaccurate. 905. The place should be a level spot, not impure, such as a crematorium, etc., free from cankars, fire, and sand, etc., solitary and free from noise and other sources of disturbance. Acts include abstention from food and sports and amusements, abstention from all kinds of work having only worldly objects to accomplish, abstention also from sleep and dreams. Affection means that for good disciples or for progress in yoga. Objects refer to sacred fuel, water, and suppression of expectancy and anxiety, etc. means refer to the seat to be used, the manner of sitting, and the attitude of the body. Destruction refers to the conquest of desire and attachments, that is, renunciation of all attractive things. Certainty means the unalterable belief that what is said about yoga in the Vedas and by preceptors is true. The nom. Sing. Inflection stands for the instrumental plural. Eyes include the other senses. All these should be restrained. Food means pure food. Suppression refers to the subjugation of our natural inclination towards earthly objects. Mind here has reference to the regulation of the will and its reverse, viz., irresolution. Survey means reflection on birth, death, decrepitude, disease, sorrow, faults, etc. In giving these meanings, I, of course, follow Nilakantha. 906. Notwithstanding Nilakantha's gloss, which shows great ingenuity and which has been apparently followed by both of them, the vernacular translators have misunderstood portions of these verses which sketch out the course of life which one desirous of attaining to emancipation or Brahma is to follow. Particular virtues or attributes have been represented as particular limbs of the car. It does not appear that there is, except in one or two instances, any especial aptitude in any of those virtues or attributes for corresponding with one instead of with another limb of the figurative car. A pastka is that part of the car on which the driver sits. Virata is their wooden fence round a car for protecting it against the effects of collision. Shame is the feeling that withdraws us from all wicked acts. Kavara is the pole to which the yoke is attached. Apaya and Apaya, which have been called the Kavara, Al means and destruction, explained in verse above. Aksho is the wheel. Yuga is the yoke. Vandura is that part of Yuga where it is attached to the pole, that is, its middle, about which appears something like a projecting knob. Nema is the circumference of the wheel. Nabi is the central portion of the car upon which the rider or warrior is seated. Pratoda is the goad with which the driver urges the steeds. The commentator explains that Jiva Yukta means having such a Jiva as is desirous of attaining to emancipation or moksha. Such elaborate figures are favorite conceits of Oriental poets. 907. Adopting the Kantian distribution of the mental phenomena, viz., the three great divisions of cognitive faculties, pleasure and pain, and desire and will, Sir William Hamilton subdivides the first, viz., the cognitive faculties, into the acquisitive faculty, the retentive faculty, the reproductive faculty, the representative faculty, and reason or judgment, by which concepts are compared together. Dharana corresponds with the exercise of the representative faculty or the power by which the mind is held to or kept employed upon a particular image or notion. It is this faculty that is especially trained by yogins. Indeed, the initial stop consists in training it to the desirable extent. 908. The 7 kinds of dharanas appertain respectively to earth, wind, space, water, fire, consciousness and understanding. 909. All these have been explained lower down. 910. The construction of both these lines is difficult to understand. The prose order of the line is Yogatu Yaktasu, Madai, Yazyatha, etc., Vikrama, Tatha Vakshayami, Atmani Pasyata, Janasya, Yaktasya Yogasya, Etha, Siddhi, Tatha Vakshayami. Yogata means apyata, that is, according to rules and ordinances. Vikrama is used in a peculiar sense, viz., Anubhavakrama, that is, the order of conception or conceptions in other order. Atmani Pasyata means of him who looks into himself, that is, who withdraws his mind from the outer world and turns it to view his own self. Without Nilakantha's aid, such verses would be thoroughly unintelligible. 911. Pasyata means of that which sees, that is, of the Atman or soul. 912. The understanding is called the soul of the 5 elements and of the consciousness of individuality because these 6 things rest on it or have it for their refuge. The reader will easily understand this from what has been said in the previous sections. 913. It is from the unmanifest or the Supreme Soul that the world or all that is manifest, springs or emanates. The yogin, in consequence of his superior knowledge, apprehends all that is manifest to be but the unmanifest Supreme Soul. 914. Nakritina, that is, Kritiva. Nirukriti is regardless of dress and appearance. K.P. Singh wrongly translates both these words. 915. That is, who has neither friend nor foe. This means that he regards all creatures with an equal eye, showing particular favour to none, and having no dislike for any. Coldness of heart is not implied, but impartial and equal benevolence for all. Taking praise and blame equally, that is, never rejoicing at praise nor grieving at blame. 916. It is said that with the practice of yoga, during the first stages, certain extraordinary powers come to the yogin whether he wishes for them or not. In a previous section it has been said that the yogin who suffers himself to be led away by these extraordinary acquisitions goes to hell, that is, fails to attain to emancipation, beside which heaven itself with the status of Indra is only hell. Hence, he who transcends the puissance that yoga brings about becomes emancipate. 917. Dara is explained as Dhyanavan. Santi has reference to emancipation, for it is emancipation alone that can give tranquility or final rest. The commentator points out that in this verse the speaker shows a decided preference for the Sankhya philosophy. 918. Vidi Peter, verses 4 and 5, chapter 5. 919. Brahmanam is Arsho for Brahman. 920. I follow Nilakantha's gloss in rendering the words vidya, pravritti and nivritti, as used in this verse. By the first, the commentator thinks, is meant that course of instruction in consequence of which error may be dispelled and truth acquired. The usual illustration of the cord and the snake is given. The former may be mistaken for the latter, but when the mistake ceases, correct apprehension follows. Pravritti has been sufficiently indicated in the text in which the words of the gloss has been incorporated. By nivritti is meant the doctrine of the Sunyavadins and Lokayatikas, evidently the Buddhists, who seek annihilation or extinction as the only true emancipation. Both the vernacular translators are wrong. The Birdwind translator, as usual, citing the very words of the gloss, misunderstands them completely. 921. The construction of the first line is Yastuation abhavam vina swabhavana, savambhati pasyan, etc., etc., Pershayat, anakanchana Bhavan is explained as adhisthana satam. The commentator is of opinion that the speaker refers in this verse to the Sunyavadins. 922. The Bombay text reads Patwatranimashikambha. 923. Inam is singular. The commentator thinks it should be taken distributively. In verse 3, the doctrine of the nihilists, Sunyavadins, has been referred to. In verse 4, that of the Lokayatikas. In both, nature is spoken of as the cause, with this difference that the former regard the universe to be only an erroneous impression of an existent entity, while the latter regard it as a real entity flowing from and manifesting itself under its own nature. Both doctrines, the speaker says, are false. 924. Both the vernacular translators skip over the word parabhava in the second line of verse 6. The commentator correctly explains that swabhava in 6 means swasava bhava satikaran amiti akar paksha. Parabhava, he explains, is paratiswasya vitirsham bhava. The first refers to the nihilists, the second to the Lokayatikas, or to verses 3 and 4 respectively. 925. It is by the wisdom that all these results are achieved. Wisdom is the application of means for the accomplishment of ends. Nature never rears palaces or produces vehicles and the diverse other comforts that man enjoys. He that would rely upon nature for these would never obtain them, however long he might wait. The need for exertion, both mental and physical, and the success which crowns that exertion furnish the best answer, the speaker thinks, to both the nihilists and the Lokayatikas. The word Chulia is skipped over by both the Bengali translators. 926. By para is meant the chit or soul, by avara, all else, that is, non-ego or matter. The words prajna, jnana, and vidya are all as used here, equivalent. The second line of this verse is wrongly rendered by both the Bengali translators, the Birdwind translator, as usual, not understanding the words of the gloss he quotes. 927. It is difficult to render the word cheshtu as used here. Ordinarily it implies effort or action. It is plain, however, that here it stands for intelligent energy, implying both mental and physical effort or action, for its function is to distinguish or differentiate. 928. The Itarani do not refer to pisachas as rendered by K.P. Singer, but to birds which are called kechara or denizens of the sky or air. Kechara may include pisachas, but these are also bachara or denizens of the surface of the earth. 929. The commentator explains that for ascertaining who are you Dharma or foremost, the middling or intermediate ones are first spoken of and their distinctions mentioned in the following verses. Of course, the foremost are foremost, and the intermediate ones can never be superior to them. For all that, intermediate ones are observers of the duties of caste, the foremost ones are not so, they having transcended such distinctions. Hence, tentatively, the ignorant or popular opinion is first taken, to the effect that the observers of caste are superior to those who do not observe Jata Dharma. 930. This probably means that as the Vedas had not been reduced to writing, their contents rested or dwelt in memories of men versed in them. 931. To understand what is birth and what is death, and to avoid birth, and, therefore, death, are the highest fruits of knowledge of the soul. Those that have no knowledge of the soul have to travel in a round of repeated rebirths. 932. That is, of power that comes of yoga. 933. The word para, the locative form of which is used here, always means that which is high or foremost. It is frequently employed to mean either Brahma or the soul, and as soul is regarded to be a part of Brahma, para has but one and the same meaning. The Birdwind translator takes it for scriptures other than the Vedas. K.P. Singer skips over it. Of course, Savda Brahma stands for the Vedas. 934. To look upon everything in the universe as one's own soul is the highest aspiration of a righteous person. It is yoga that enables one to attain to this highest ideal of existence. One who realizes this is said to be a true Brahmana, a really regenerate person, in fact, a god on earth. Adhyajna and Adidvatu are words that signify the soul. 935. What the distinction is between Anta and Nan is not obvious. The commentator is silent. K.P. Singer translates the verse correctly. The Birdwind translator makes such nonsense of the words in the second line. 936. Whether karma is swabhavavajnanam means, as the commentator explains, whether it is obligatory or optional. Jnanam, of course, means here jnanajanakam, that is, leading to knowledge. Knowledge is essential to success or emancipation. If facts become necessary for leading to knowledge, the doubt may then arise that they cease to be obligatory, for knowledge may be supposed to be attainable otherwise than by acts. K.P. Singer translates this verse correctly, the Birdwind translator incorrectly, and, as usual, misunderstands the gloss completely. 937. The first line of this verse is exceedingly terse. The construction, as explained by the commentator, is Tatra, Samse, Purusham Pratijnanam, Jnanajanakam, Karma, Sat, Dahi, Sa, Eva, Vedavih. One cannot help admiring Nilakantha for his patience and ingenuity. 938. Deva is explained by the commentator as Grawakala. I think it is used to signify some kind of blind force whose origin is untraceable. Hence, I render it necessity. Vritti in verse 5 is evidently exertion, for the word implies course of conduct. Avivkam is samachkayam or a combination of all the three. 939. Inspired with doubt, with reference to the declarations of the Srutis. Possessed of tranquil souls, that is, not penetrated by doubts of any kind. 940. In the Traitu and the other Yugas, people are seen professing attachment or devotion to one only of the Vedas and not to the others, be it the Richs, the Samans, or the Ajases. The speaker, dissatisfied with this, refers to the greater age as one in which such difference of faith were not observable. The men of that age regarded all the Vedas equally, and, in fact, as even identical. 941. Jiva becomes puissant and succeeds in creating the universe by means of penance. By penance one attains to Brahma, and, therefore, universal puissance. This has been sufficiently explained in the previous sections. 942. This is one of the most important verses in this section, for, as the commentator explains, this furnishes the answer to the question proposed in the previous section, viz., what is that knowledge? In the Vedas both acts and knowledge have been spoken of. In the province of acts, Brahma has been represented as Indra and the other gods. Brahma, therefore, as spoken of there, is Gahana, or hidden to, or inconceivable by, even those that are conversant with that province or sphere of the Vedas. In the Vedanta, again, knowledge or vidya has been spoken of as the means by which to attain to Brahma. The knowledge or vidya, therefore, which is the subject of the question, is not what is implied by pravritti dharma or by nivritti as used in the previous section. 943. The second line of this verse corresponds with the second line of verse 87 of chapter 2 of Manusmriti. 944. They are seen and not seen is an idiomatic expression for becoming invisible. 945. That is, kine do not yield copious and sweet milk, the soil ceases to be fertile, water ceases to be sweet, and the medicinal and edible herbs lose their virtues of healing as also their flavour. 946. The commentator thinks that Swadharmaska is connected with Adhrama in the first line. I prefer the more obvious construction. 947. Vashati means Pushanati. Angani means the observance is necessary for the practice of yoga as also all kinds of rites and vows. The Vedas cause these to grow, and they, in their turn, aid all students of the Vedas in achieving their purposes. 948. Prabhava is Utpatti, or origin, Sthanam is Poshanam. Both the vernacular translators skip over the last word, thinking that Prabhavasthanam is one word. The commentator notices them as separate. In the beginning of the second line, yatra is understood, swabhavana is explained by the commentator as brahmabhavana, natavikritna rupina. I think the explanation is correct, and have adopted it accordingly in the text. 949. Ether in the first line of verse means, as the commentator explains, Yat Prakarakam. 950. The commentator points out that by these four words the four modes of life are indicated. 951. The commentator explains that this means that amongst embodied creatures they that are ignorant take those great entities which are really non-ego for either the ego or its possessions. 952. The commentator explains that the object of this verse is to show that the yoga view of the soul being only the enjoyer but not the actor is not correct. On the other hand, the Sankhya view of the soul being neither the enjoyer nor the actor is true. The deities, remaining in the several senses, act and enjoy. It is through ignorance that the soul ascribes to itself their enjoyments and their actions. 953. I render Bhutatma by knowledge, following the commentator who uses the words Buddhupadurjiva for explaining it. 954. Nama and Visarga are explained by the commentator as destruction and creation. I prefer to take them as meaning guiding or restraining, and employing. Practically, the explanations are identical. 955. What is meant by the objects of the senses residing within the bodies of living creatures is that, as the commentator explains, their concepts exist in the cavity of the heart, probably, mind, so that when necessary or called for, they appear before the mind's eye. Swabhava is explained as attributes like heat and cold, etc. 956. This is a very difficult verse. I have rendered it, Following Nilakantha's gloss. In verse, the speaker lays down what entities dwell in the body. In the rest he expounds the nature of sattva, which the commentator takes to mean buddhi or knowledge. He begins with a statement that sattva is raya nasti. This does not mean that the knowledge has no refuge, for that would be absurd, but it means that the raya of the knowledge, that is, that in which the knowledge dwells, viz., the body, does not exist. The true doctrine being that the body has no real existence but that it exists like to its image in a dream. The body being non-existent, what then is the real refuge of the knowledge? The speaker answers it by saying Gana, implying that primeval Prakriti characterized by the three attributes is that real refuge. Then it is said that Chana, by which is implied the soul here, is not the refuge of the knowledge, for the soul is dissociated from everything and incapable of transformation of any kind. The question is then mentally stated, may not the gunas be the qualities of the knowledge, instead of being, as said above, its refuge? For dispelling this doubt, it is stated that sattva is the product of tejas, desire. The gunas are not the product of tejas. Hence the gunas, which have a different origin, cannot be the properties of sattva. The gunas exist independently of desire. Thus the knowledge, which has desire for its originating cause, rests on the gunas or has them for its refuge. In this verse, therefore, the nature of the body, the knowledge, and the gunas is expounded. The grammatical construction of the first line is exceedingly terse. 957. Such men behold Brahma in all things. Abhijna is explained by the commentator as Sishayakaladih. This seems to be the true meaning of the word here. 958. In rendering this word datam, where it occurs in the Gita, it has been shown that to take it as equivalent to spread is incorrect. In such connections, it is evident that it means pervaded. 959. If I have understood the gloss right, this is what the first line of 21 means. Vedatma is explained as Vedic sound, that is, the instructions inculcated in the Vedas. The word Atma in the second clause means simply oneself or a person or individual. The sense then is this. The Vedas teach that all is one's soul. The extent to which one succeeds in realizing this is the measure of one's attainment of Brahma. If one can realize it fully, one attains to Brahma fully. If partially, one's attainment of Brahma also is partial. 960. The track of such a person, it is said, is as invisible as the skies. The commentator explains that the very gods become stupefied in respect of the object which such a man seeks, the object, of course, being Brahma. 961. That, of course, in which time is cooked, is Brahma. 962. By this the speaker says that Brahma is not to be found in any particular spot, however holy. 963. Because Brahma is infinite. 964. Nita is explained by the commentator as Vakanchela, and Vasi as without the fault of Apadi. Hansati, that is, Gachchatiite, hence Gatamati. 965. The sense is that the soul residing within the body is identical with the Supreme Soul, and men of wisdom only know it. 966. The construction is Hansokdam Chayat Aksharam Tat, Eva, Kutascham Aksharam, meaning that there is no difference between Jivatman and Paramatman. Both are identical. 967. Satvana is explained as by intelligence or the knowledge. 968. The construction, as explained by the commentator, is Brahma Tajamayam Sukram. Yazya Sukrasya Savamaidam Tasyapi Brahmarasa. The last word means era. 969. Both the vernacular translators have skipped over this line. The meaning is this: Brahma opened his eyes for becoming many, as the Srutis declare, and thereupon he became many. This, as the commentator explains, Akshana Kartritvana Savitmakatwam Gatam, or by a glance Brahma became the soul of all things mobile and immobile. 970. The commentator explains that Brahmanipada means Prakritim. He thinks, therefore, that the last clause of the second line means should seek to subdue Prakriti, which is the last anam of Mahatattva. I prefer the obvious sense of the words. 971. Paramatamkalam is explained by the commentator as equivalent to 6 months as the Srutis declare. 972. These 2 verses set forth the yoga ideal. By the practice of yoga all these are capable of being acquired or attained. But then the yogin who suffers himself to be led away by those valuable possessions is said to fall in hell, for the enjoyment of this kind is nothing but health compared to the high object for which yogins should strive. Brahma, Brahma, and Avata are technical terms. Equality with the wind means speed of motion, power to disappear at will, and capacity to move through the skies. 973. Her chaitya is a sacred or a large tree which stands firm on its roots and about which all round a platform of earth is raised. Vrikshagra means in the front of a tree, probably implying under the shade of its spreading branches. 974. The commentator explains that he should imitate the wind by becoming Sangha, that is, unattached to all things. Anikita means without a house or fixed abode. 975. It is difficult to understand what is meant by Savda Brahmati Vartate. I follow the commentator. Brahma, as represented by sound, is, of course, Pranavaram, the mystic monosyllable standing for the Trinity. K.P. Singer, taking Savda Brahma for an accusative, regards it as implying such a man transcends all Vedic rites. This is precisely the meaning attached to it by the commentator where it occurs in verse 7 of section 236 ante. 976. The inferior order here referred to is, of course, the Sudra order. The commentator points out that whereas only the 3 superior orders are regarded to be eligible for the study of Sankhya and for inculcation of such srutis as Tattva-masi, that thou art, hereby as lays down that as regards the yoga path, all are eligible to betake themselves to it. 977. Fixed senses, that is, when the senses are fixed on the mind and the mind on the understanding. Ajaram is immutable or unchanging, or that in which there is no change for the worse, or for the better. By subtlety is indicated the incapacity of being apprehended, and by Mahadaram is meant infinity. 978. The Anu Anadrisya is explained as Guruvakana. This seems to be the true meaning, otherwise of Kshaya would be pleonastic. Abhutagatim is Bhutasamplavaparyantam, that is, till the destruction of all beings. Imam is Sastraprasidam. 979. The Vedas proclaim the efficacy of both acts and knowledge. Acts are not laid down for those that have knowledge. 980. Sabashita is explained by the commentator as Ayam to Paramodharma Yat Yojana at Midasanam. 981. Navatate does not mean annihilated but, as the commentator explains, ahamism iti najana at manam. 982. Manasana Kamana is explained by the commentator as Sankalpana. 983. The meaning is this: the man of acts is like the newborn moon, that is, subject to growth and decay. 984. This has been explained in a previous section. 985. The soul resides in the body without partaking of any of the attributes of the body. It is, therefore, likened to a drop of water on a lotus leaf, which, though on the leaf, is not yet attached to it. in so much that it may go off without at all soaking or drenching any part of the leaf. Yoga chitatma kamisiogena jaito nirada atma chitam yenatam, as explained by the commentator. 986. Literally, Tamas and Rajas and Sattva have the attribute of Jiva for their essence. The particular attribute of Jiva here referred to is the Jnanamaya Kosha. Jiva, again, is all accident of the soul. The soul comes from the Supreme Soul. Thus the chain of existence is traced to the Supreme Soul. In verse 20 again it is said that the body, which by itself is inanimate, when it exists with the soul, is an accident of Jiva as uninvested with attributes. 987. I follow Nilakantha substantially in his interpretation of this verse. Two kinds of creation are here referred to as those of which Vyasa has spoken in the previous sections. The first is Ksharat Prabhrityasaga, meaning that creation which consists of the 24 entities commencing with Kshara or Prakriti. The other creation, consisting of the senses with their objects, represents Buddhiswarya or the puissance of the Buddhi, these being all Buddhikalpita. This second creation is also Atisaga, which means, according to the commentator, Utkrishta, and which is also Pradhana or foremost, the reason being Bandhakatvam or its power to bind all individuals. I take Atisaga to mean derivative creation, the second kind of creation being derived from or based upon the other, or, as I have put it in the text, transcends or overlays the other. 988. It is explained in previous sections how the course of righteousness is regulated by the character of the particular yuga that sets in. 989. Vyasa has already explained the character of the two apparently hostile declarations. The meaning of Suka's question, therefore, is that if two declarations are only apparently hostile, if, as explained in the Gita, they are identical, how is that identity to be clearly ascertained? The fact is, Suka wishes his sire to explain the topic more clearly. 990. The course of conduct of human beings, that is, the distinctions between right and wrong. Vimuktatma is taken by the commentator to imply Tyaktida. The second line may also mean having cast off, by yoga, the consciousness of body. I shall behold my own soul. 991. I do not follow the commentator in his interpretation of this line. 992. When the huts become smokeless, that is, when the cooking and the eating of the inmates are over. When the sound of the husking rod is hushed, that is, when the pestle for cleaning rice no longer works, and consequently when the inmates are not likely to be able to give much to the mendicant. 993. There is an apparent conflict between the two declarations. If both are authoritative, they cannot be regarded to be scriptural declarations in consequence of their conflict. If one is so and the other not so, the scriptural character of the latter at least is lost. The scriptures cannot but be certain and free from fault. How then, the question proceeds, is the scriptural character of both to be maintained? 994. The Birdwind translator makes a ridiculous blunder in rendering Jahanyasai, which he takes to mean sleeping on a wretched bed. Jahanya implies, here as elsewhere, subsequence in point of time. 995. Both the vernacular translators have misunderstood the last part of the second line. It does not mean that the disciple should approach the preceptor when summoned, implying that he should be prompt to answer the summons, but that he should not disturb his preceptor by clamoring for lessons or instruction. He should go to his preceptor for taking lessons only when his preceptor summons him for it. 996. Meaning, he should cast submissive or humble glances instead of staring boldly or rudely. 997. Learning was never sold in this country in ancient times. The final fee is not a return for the services of the preceptor but a token of gratitude from the pupil. Its value depended upon the ability of the disciple, though there are stories in the scriptures of disciples coming to grief on account of their persistent forwardness in pressing the acceptance of this fee. Vide the story of Galava in the Udyogapava. 998. The fourth kind of conduct, called kapoti, is also called ansha. It consists of collecting such seeds of grain as have fallen down from the ears and as have been abandoned by the reapers. 999. Thus the second is more meritorious than the first, the third than the second, and the fourth than the third. The fourth or last, therefore, is the first in point of merit. 1000. It is said that the householder who cooks must give a share of the cooked food to a brahmachara or yati or anyone who comes as a guest. If he does not do it but eats the whole of what has been cooked, he is regarded as eating what belongs to a brahmana. This, of course, is a high sin. 1001. The commentator supposes that these relatives and kinsmen are named because of the great likelihood there is of disputes arising with them on account of shares of inheritance. 1002. The sense is this: these various persons, if duly reverenced by the householder, are able to send the latter to the places indicated or make him comfortable in those places. 1003. Vide verses 2 and 3 of this section. Of the four courses, the first Torkusaladinya is left out here. The three others, of course, are the Kamadanya, the Aswastana, otherwise called Anchasla, and the Kapoti. The Birdwind translator makes a blunder in enumerating the three kinds of domesticity here referred to. 1004. The Birdwind version of this verse is incorrect. 1005. The cow is a sacred animal and there is merit in feeding and properly tending a cow. Forest recluses kept kine for merit as also for homo or sacrifice with the ghee obtained from them. The story of Vasishta's cow is well known. 1006. These five are Agnihotra, Dasapinamasi, Chaturmasya, Pazu sacrifice and Soma sacrifice. 1007. The Birdwind translator misunderstands the words Abravakasa. It is a well-known word occurring in almost every lexicon. Wilson explains it correctly. 1008. That is, they do not use a regular husking or cleaning apparatus for cleaning the grain they use as food. 1009. So that very small portion of the grain comes out for drink or mixes with the water. 1010. That is, who had no fixed residence and who never sought with any effort for the necessaries of life. The Birdwind translator takes both Yathavasa and Akritikrama for two independent names of rishis instead of taking them as adjectives of Sudavatandi. 1011. That is, whose wishes were immediately crowned with success, in respect of both blessings and curses, etc. 1012. Narananda is explained as Krichkrakandriamnidiparatwat. 1013. Anakstra is explained by the commentator as different from stars and planets but still freed from darkness and, therefore, effulgent or luminous. Anadrishaya is fearless. 1014. Atmayaji is explained as one who performs his own sraddha or obsequial rites. The sandai in the next word is Asha. Atmakrida is one who does not take pleasure in wife or children but whose source of pleasure is his own self. Similarly, Atmasraya is one who without depending upon kings or others takes refuge in himself. 1015. Such sacrifice, for example, as those called Brahma Yajna, etc. 1016. Yajna is the sacrifice of ordinary sacrifices, that is, the usual sacrifices consisting of tangible offerings unto the deities, and performed with the aid of Vedic mantras. The ablative implies cause. Atmanaja is sacrifice in self, that is, yoga. The meaning of the first line, therefore, is when through performance of ordinary sacrifices and rites, the mind becomes pure and the sacrificer is enabled to practice yoga. And to the three fires he should duly sacrifice on his own self, means, of course, that without any longer adoring his fires by visible rites and actual recitation of mantras, he should, for the sake of emancipation, worship in his own self or seek the extinction of mind and knowledge in yoga. 1017. To this day every orthodox Brahmana or Kshatriya or Vaisya never eats without offering at the outset 5 small mouthfuls unto the 5 vital breaths, that is, prana, apana, samana, udana, and vyana. 1018. Vapya or vapayatva means causing or obtaining a shave. The Birdwind translator makes a blunder by supposing it to mean parivyata. The sannyasa mode of life, as well known, can never be entered without a previous shave. K.P. Singer gives the correct version. 1019. It is difficult to render the word abhaya into English. To give abhaya to all creatures is to pledge oneself to a life of total harmlessness, or to practice universal compassion or benevolence. Abstention from every kind of injury is the great duty of the 4th mode of life. 1020. The duties included in yama, as explained by the commentator, are universal benevolence, truthfulness, faith, brahmacharya, and freedom from attachment. Those that are included in yama are purity of body and mind, contentment, study of the Vedas, meditation on the Supreme, etc. Swasastra Sutra means the sutras of his own sastras, that is, the duties laid down in respect of that sannyasa which he has adopted, the chief of which is inquiry after the soul or self. Beauty meant to implies Vedic recitation and the sacred thread. He who has taken to sannyasa should display energy in these, that is, persistently inquire after the soul and throw away all caste marks and other indications. The desirable end is, of course, gradual emancipation of that obtained at once. Following the commentator, K.P. Singer gives the correct version. The Birdwind version, containing the very words of the gloss, is based upon a complete misconception of their meaning. 1021. The commentator correctly explains that by the first line of this verse, Vyasa answers his son's question. The 2 modes referred to are the first and the second, and not the second and the third as K.P. Singer in his vernacular version wrongly states. Having answered the question, the speaker, in the second line, proceeds to indicate the simple or straight path for reaching the highest object of man's endeavor, viz., Parama or Brahma. 1022. Bhavasamahatu is explained as Chittasamadanivan. 1023. The skull is to be used as a drinking vessel. Kuchla, which I render rags, is supposed by the commentator to signify reddish or brown cloth which has, from age, lost its colour. 1024. Elephants, when hurled into a well, become utterly helpless and unable to come out. That person, therefore, into whom words enter like elephants into a well, is he who answers not the evil speeches of others. What is said here is that only a person of such forbearance should betake himself to mendicancy or sannyasa. 1025. I have given a closely literal version of this verse. The commentator explains that first line refers to the person who deems himself to be everything and everything to be himself. The second line refers to the same individual who, by yoga, can withdraw his senses and the mind and consequently make the most populous place appear as totally solitary or unoccupied. This is the yoga process called pratyahara and is described in section 233 ante. The Birdwind translator gives an incorrect version. K.P. Singer follows the commentator. 1026. Sutia, when sorgia, means no satiety but the full measure of gratification from eating. The speaker wishes to lay down that a mendicant or announcer should never take food to the full measure of gratification. He should eat without completely appeasing his hunger. 1027. I follow the commentator in his exposition of Konjara, which he derives as Kun, earth, or the body which is made of earth, Jaravati iti Kanjara, that is, a yoginin samadhi. The sense seems to be that the fruits of yoga include or absorb the fruits of every other act. The rank and status of Indra himself is absorbed within what is attained to by yoga. There is no kind of felicity that is not engulfed in the felicity of emancipation, which yoga alone can confer. 1028. The commentator thinks that by the one duty of abstention from injury is implied the fourth mode of life or sannyasa. What is said, therefore, is that the observance of the single duty of harmlessness includes that of every other duty, or, what amounts to the same thing, the fourth mode of life is singly capable of giving merit which all the others may give together. 1029. Hayat means for the sake of Hari. That is, one who takes away merit, implying a disciple or attendant. Some texts read them, meaning for the happiness of others. 1030. Because all acts are fraught with injury to others. Whether acts be taken in its general sense or in the particular sense of religious acts, their character is such. 1031. Both the vernacular translators have completely misunderstood the second line of this verse. The commentator correctly explains that Tikshanam Danam means the religion of injury, that is, the religion of sacrifices and acts. So for Sa is Asho, as also Anantyam for Anantyam, which, of course, implies moksham or emancipation. The commentator correctly supplies it to after apnotai and shows that prajabhaya is equivalent to prajanam. The last clause of the second line, therefore, means samoksham apnotai, yet a prajabhaya, or prajanam, abhayam. The dative, not ablative as the vernacular translators take it, is not bad grammar, although the genitive is more agreeable with usage. 1032. A tentative version is offered here, following the actual words used in the original. 1033. All these expressions apply to the Supreme Soul. Immeasurable in the firmament implies that the Supreme Being is vaster than the firmament. Made of gold means, as the commentator explains, Chit having knowledge only for its attribute. Born of the egg, that is, belonging to the universe. Within the egg means capable of being apprehended in the heart. Equipped with many feathers, that is, having many limbs, each of which is presided over by a particular deity. The two wings are absence of attachment or complete dissociation from everything, and joy and gladness and aptitude for enjoyment. Rendered effulgent by many rays of light, that is, transformed into a living and active agent by means of eyes, cars, etc. 1034. The sense is that he who understands the wheel of time is a person worthy of universal regard. The excellent joints of that wheel are the Parva days, viz., those sacred lunations on which religious rites are performed. 1035. I give a little version of verse 33. Following the commentator as regards the meaning of Samprasidam. The sense, however, of the verse is this: Brahma, in the previous sections, has often been spoken of as Sushupti or the unconsciousness of dreamless slumber. The universe flows from Brahma. Unconsciousness, therefore, is the cause or origin or body of the universe. That unconsciousness, therefore, pervades all things, viz., gross and subtle. Jiva, finding a place within that unconsciousness existing in the form of gross and subtle, gratifies the deities, prana and the senses. These, thus gratified by jiva, at last gratify the open mouth of the original unconsciousness that waits to receive or swallow them. All these verses are based upon the figurative ideas that find expression in the Upanishads. 1036. Smriti is memory. One whose smriti is lost means one whose conceptions of right and wrong are confounded. Atmana Sampradana is by the surrender of oneself to one's own passions or kamadibhaya, as the commentator explains. 1037. Chittam is explained by the commentator as the gross understanding, and sattva as the subtle understanding. The understanding that is concerned with the images brought by the mind or the senses is called gross, while that which is concerned with ideas about Brahma is called subtle. Kalanjara is explained by the commentator either as standing for the mountain of that name, that is, irremovable as the mountain so called, or as one who destroys the effect of time, that is, one who subdues time instead of being subdued by that universal conqueror. 1038. The purification here referred to consists in transcending the consciousness of duality. Righteousness should be avoided because of its incapacity to lead to emancipation, which is much higher than heaven. Atmanistitva means living in one's real or true nature, that is, merging everything into the soul. This is attained when the consciousness of a duality is transcended. 1039. Atmanam in the first line is the jiva soul, and Atmani is the supreme soul. In the second line also, the same distinction is observed between the two words. 1040. Brahmanas, who having completed the study of the Vedas have betaken themselves to the domestic mode of life, are so called. Here, probably, the reference is to persons having faith in the Vedas and of pure conduct. 1041. Adhyatma is topic bearing on the soul. Here it signifies the 27 usual topics of philosophical discourse, viz., the 5 organs of action, the 5 organs of knowledge, the mind and 3 others called chitta, etc., the 5 vital breaths, the 5 elementary substances, desire, acts, and avidya. 1042. The second clause of the second line is explained by the commentator as Yasmin Kamani Nimitsati Yatenu Pasyati. 1043. The grammatical construction is gan by Paramagatigan and Nativatanti. The meaning is this: mind, understanding, and nature, or individual disposition of man or animal or vegetable, etc., are all due to their own previous states. Nature, in particular, being the result of the desires of a past state of existence. Such being their origin, they too are due to the 5 entities named. As regards their functions, it is said that having reached to that which is gan by parama, that is, srotridikaryam swarupam, they do not transcend the gunas themselves, or in other words, having become endued with the faculty or power of seizing particular attributes, such as scent, form, etc., they actually seize or apprehend them. 1044. In other words, the senses and the mind are nothing but the understanding displayed in a particular shape or form. The principal function of the mind is to cherish and discard impressions. The understanding is nischay atmaka, or engaged in arriving at certainty of conclusions. 1045. Everything above the soles of the feet and below the crown of the head is, of course, the whole body or self or the person. Asmin katai is, ahamitai dasanam tasmin karanai. There can be no doubt that the commentator correctly explains the meaning. 1046. Neniyate is, as the commentator explains, an instance of karmika dari prayoga. Hence, the meaning is that both the attributes of form etc., and the senses with mind which apprehend those attributes, are the understanding itself, so that when the understanding is not, these also are not. The object of this verse is to establish the identity of the understanding with the senses, the mind, and the attribute with the senses and the mind apprehend. Both the vernacular versions are inaccurate. 1047. The three attributes of Rajas, Tamas, and Sattva do not spring from any different thing but from their own counterparts existing in a previous state of existence or life. They arise from their respective states as they existed with the chitta or understanding in a previous life. Hence chitta, and the objects of the senses and the senses also arising from it, are all affected by these three gunas. 1048. The last word in the first line is not prabodhita but aprabodhita. 1049. In the original, the word Atman is used in various senses. Sometimes it stands for the Jiva soul, sometimes for the Supreme Soul, sometimes for essence or the principal portion of anything, sometimes for one's own self, and sometimes even for the person or body. It is not difficult to distinguish in which sense the word is used in what place. 1050. Vela is tide or current. The understanding, although it exists with the three states of Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas, can yet transcend them by yoga. The ordinary and extraordinary states of the understanding are spoken of in this verse. 1051. The Bengal texts make this a verse of one line. In the Bombay text, verse 9 is made a triplet, so that this line is included in it. Medayani is explained as Meda, Rupadi Jnanam, Tatradani. 1052. If I have understood this verse correctly, the theory of perception laid down is a sort of idealism which has not, perhaps, its counterpart in European metaphysics. The senses are first said to be only modifications of the understanding. The mind also is only a modification of the same. A particular sense, say the eye, becomes subservient to the understanding at a particular moment. As soon as this happens, the understanding, though in reality it is only the eye, becomes united with the eye, and entering the mind raises an image there, the consequence of which is that that image has said to be seen. External world there is, of course, as independent of mind and understanding. That which is called a tree is only an idea or image created in the mind by the understanding with the aid of the sense of vision. 1053. The speaker here combats the theory that the qualities of Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas inhere to the objects themselves of the senses. His own view is that they inhere to the mind, the understanding, and consciousness. The qualities may be seen to exist with objects, but in reality they follow objects in consequence of their permanent connection with the mind, the understanding, and consciousness which have agency in the production of objects. The commentator cites the instance of a wife's beautiful and symmetrical limbs. These excite pleasure in the husband, envy in a co-wife, and desire, mixed with pain at its not being gratified, in a weak-hearted gazer, all the while the limbs remain unchanged. Then again, the husband is not always pleased with them, nor is the co-wife always filled with envy at their sight, nor is the gazer always agitated. Like the spokes of a wheel which are attached to the circumference and which move with circumference, the qualities of Sattva, etc., attached to the mind, understanding and consciousness, move along with them, that is, follow those objects in the production of which the mind, etc., are causes. 1054. This version of verse is offered tentatively. I give the substance without following the exact order of the original. Compare this verse with 42 of section 194 ante. 1055. As soon as the darkness of the understanding is dispelled and true knowledge succeeds, the soul becomes visible. 1056. That is, who adopts the sannyasa or the last mode of life after having duly gone through the preceding modes. 1057. Ganan in the first line means Vishayan, in the second line it means Satyavadan, Vikrayatu is Vikrambhajamanan. How the understanding creates objects has been explained in previous sections. 1058. Nanuvatanti is explained by the commentator as Nagatadavat Nasyanti Kintu Rajjaragadaiva Bada Eva, etc., and he concludes by saying that according to this theory Naranvyanas are Eva Gananam, or, in other words, that the Gunas are not so destroyed by knowledge that they do not return. 1059. According to the speaker then, there is not much practical difference between the two opinions here adverted to, and one's course of conduct will not be much affected by either of the theories that one may, after reflection, adopt. 1060. Janmasamadhi is explained as certain to be acquired by virtue of birth or of the practice of the duties laid down for one's own order. Paranam is moksha prapakam. 1061. The Bengal reading Buddha is preferable to the Bombay reading Siddha, which would be pleonastic in view of what follows in the second line. 1062. Lokam is explained as lokiye titi loka, that is, objects of enjoyment such as wife, etc., atram, is afflicted with faults or defects. Ubayam kritakritam is as the commentator explains, sokasakarupam or rupitam and anurupitam. 1063. Many of the verses of this and the previous section correspond with those of section 194 ante. Many verbal changes, however, are noticeable. In consequences of those changes, the meaning sometimes becomes lightly and sometimes materially different. 1064. Gokarabaya, literally, pastures, is used here to signify all external and internal objects upon which the senses and the mind are employed. Their proper home or abode is said to be Brahma. 1065. The absence of anything like precision in the language employed in such verses frequently causes confusion. The word Atma as used in the first line is very indefinite. The commentator thinks it implies Ashanabadi, that is, the perishable understanding. I prefer, however, to take it as employed in the sense of chit as modified by birth. It comes, I think, to the same thing in the end. The inner soul is, perhaps, the soul or chit as unmodified by birth and attributes. 1066. Abhava Pratipatti Atma is explained by the commentator as for the attainment of the unborn or the soul. 1067. The commentator explains the first line thus, Ye the savani matan itatha et ani vakansi me. He takes the words, Ye the tatha kathai dani maya as implying that I have treated of the topic Ye thatathaina. 1068. The commentator explains that Tazir has reference to Gandhad. Prakaram means Vyavahara. Pasyada is Vidushka. 1069. That is, one that only knows the Vedas and has observed the vow of Brahmacharya is not a superior Brahmana. To become so requires something more. 1070. I follow the commentator closely in rendering this verse. Savavit is taken in the sense of Brahmavit. Akama is one contented with knowledge of self. Such a man, the Srutis declare, never dies or perishes. The two negatives in the last clause nullify each other. The Birdwind translator, with a gloss before him, for he cites copiously from it, misunderstands the negatives. K.P. Singer is correct. 1071. Avanat is explained as Janesh Jainayar in a Nusarnat. 1072. Kamakantu is explained as Kamehanta, that is, Minahara. 1073. Heaven is Brahma invested with attributes. Tranquility of soul is Brahma uninvested with attributes. Upanishad is explained as Rahasya. This renders recondite object. The sense of the verse is that each of the things mentioned is useless without that which comes next, and as tranquility or Brahma when invested with attributes is the ultimate end, the Vedas and truth, etc., are valuable only because they lead to tranquility. 1074. Both the vernacular translators have rendered this verse wrongly. In the first place, Ikshasi is equivalent to Ikshita. Santoshat is for the sake of Santosha. Satwam is Buddhiprasidam. Manas is explained as Sankalpa or Samsaya. The grammatical order is Sokhamanas Santapya Kladanam. The commentator adds Santapamiti Namulantam, that is, formed by the suffix namul. 1075. Samagra is literally full or complete, implying that such a man becomes Jnanatripta. Only 5 attributes are mentioned in this verse, but Santosha mentioned in verse 13 should be taken to make up 6. 1076. Both the vernacular translators have rendered this verse incorrectly. In the first place, Shadbi has reference to the 6 things mentioned in verse 11 and 12 above. These 6 again should be Satwagun Upteh, that is, destitute of the attributes of Rajas and Dharmas. Unless freed from those 2, even the 6, of themselves, will not lead to knowledge of the soul. Tribi has reference to Sravana, Manana, and Nidhi Asna. Ayasham is residing within the body. Pritya implies transcending consciousness of body Ojjavati Vadidi Habhimanadathaya. Tamganam is Muktilakshanam. The sense, in a simple words, is this: transcending all consciousness of body, they that succeed in knowing the soul which resides within the body become emancipated. The first line of the verse simply points out how the soul may be known. 1077. Anviti is explained as Vadhate. 1078. The reading I adopt is Say Vaishani, and not Havaishani, although the latter is not incorrect. In treatises on yoga, Vaishya imply the gross elements and the 11 senses including the mind. Avaishya imply the 5 subtle elements, Tanmatrani, and Buddhi. By Gunan is meant Mahat and Avyakta or Prakriti. If Avaishani be taken, the reference to the subtle elements would imply that the grosser ones have already been transcended. 1079. Atikrantaganikshayam, that is, one who has transcended disregards the very puissance that the destruction of the gunas is said to bring about. 1080. Kariyatam is Prakriti, which alone is active, Purusha being inactive. Paramamkaranam is, of course, Brahma uninvested with attributes. 1081. Vandwani is governed by Anashthaita. Mahat here is elaborate. The speaker, having first discussed the subject elaborately, intends to speak of it in brief in this section. 1082. Panchasu is explained by the commentator as Panchatmakeshu. Hence, he properly points out that Bhava and Abhava and Kala are included by the speaker within bhutas or primary elements. Bhava implies the 4 entities called Kama, Samanya, Vaishya and Samavaya. By Abhava is meant a negative state with respect to attributes not possessed by a thing. We cannot think of a thing without thinking of it as uninvested with certain attributes, whatever other attributes it may possess. 1083. Enlarged, the constructions of the original becomes thus: Uterashu, Bhutshu, Purvabhuta, Guna, Santi. 1084. Uttara imply the 3 entities known by the names of avidya, ignorance, karma, desire, and karma, acts. This part of the verse is skipped over by the vernacular translators. 1085. That is, the soul when invested with avidya and desire becomes a living creature and engages in acts. It is through consequences then that are derived from acts that the infinite soul, or chit, becomes Jivatman. 1086. This is a very difficult verse, and no wonder that both the vernacular versions are defective. K.P. Singer gives the substance, skipping over many of the words. The Birdwind translator, though citing largely from the gloss, misunderstands both verse and gloss completely. The grammatical construction is this: Ebisave kalatma ke bave hanwitam savamya or kalushiam pasyati, sa, samaham karma nanuvatate. Savam here refers to pranajitam, or the entire assemblage of living creatures. Kalatma ke bave is panyape padi samskaratma bih. Bave is taken by the commentator as equivalent to bhavana bih. I prefer to take it in the sense of entity. He who looks upon these as a kalusham, that is, as unstained chit, that is, he who has a knowledge of the soul, becomes freed from samaham karma, that is, succeeds in becoming nishkama in consequence of his acquaintance with Atma-tattva. 1087. Conversant with the scriptures, that is, yogin, acts laid down in the scriptures are the practices connected with yoga. Sariranam, the commentator takes, implies the soul is invested with a subtle body. Of course, Sariran as distinguished from Sariran generally means the soul or the owner of the Sariran without reference to the body. Hence, the word cannot be taken as referring to the soul as uninvested with the Lingasarira. 1088. I follow the commentator in his exposition of this verse. Sahatu is Nivida, Drysyamana is explained as though unseen by the eye is yet realized through instruction and by the aid of reason. 1089. Taper is Rasam Imandalam. Pratirupam is Pratupade. Satwam is Sattvapradanlingam. The sense, in a simple words, seems to be that the yogin beholds within his own body and those of others the souls or chits residing there as invested in subtle forms. 1090. Both Atmashantatam and Karmajam Rajas are governed by Jahutam. The first means all that is, Kalpita in self, that is, the creations of the understanding or the mind, implying, of course, the objects of the senses or the external world. The second means Kamadi via Sanam, that is, the calamities constituted by desire, etc. Pradhanadvamaktu is one who is freed from identity with Pradhana or the universal cause, hence, the puissance that yoga brings about. Such yogins have their subtle forms under complete control under all conditions and at all times. They can enter at will into other forms. Sattvatma is Lingadika. 1091. Satatam qualifies Anvita. Nityam qualifies Charishnu. Sadanajya is explained by the commentator as in reality terminable, though the words always etc. have been used. The plain meaning of the verse is that yogins, in their linga body, rove everywhere, not excluding the most blissful regions in heaven itself. 1092. The meaning is this: like yogins, ordinary men even have the linga sariram. In dreams, the gross body is inactive. Only the subtle body acts and feels. The Birdwind translator misunderstands this verse completely. 1093. Atikramanti is understood at the end of the verse. Vajrapamani is explained by the commentator as so undying that they are not destroyed at even the universal destruction, hence, of course, the Karuna bodies. The Karuna bodies are the potentialities, existing in the tanmatra of the elemental substances, of forming diverse kinds of linga bodies in consequence of the acts of jiva in previous periods of existence. 1094. Eta is Madakdam Vakyam, Yogam implies yoga pradhanam. Samam has referenced yogam. What the speaker wishes to say in this verse is that dhyana is not laid down for sannyasins alone, but it is laid down for all others as well. 1095. Pradhanam is avidya or ignorance. Vinyoga is viparinama. The particle anu always interpreted as following the scriptures or some special branch of knowledge that treats of the subject spoken of. 1096. The correct reading is a iseh, meaning made of iron, and not a iseh. KP Singh adheres to the incorrect reading. The chains of iron here are either the diverse longings cherished by worldly men, or, perhaps, the bodies with which men are invested. 1097. The dual genitive dakaya is used because worldly sukha also is regarded as dukkha. Tyajamana is equivalent to tyaktamikja. It is an instance of hatas anash. 1098. Yena is explained as Striyadina Ichuna. Sa is Striyadich. Samrahati is Vadhayati. Tam is Vadhakam. 1099. Udriate is literally tears up. The use of the word asina suggests also cutting. The root of the tree, of course, is avidya or ignorance. 1100. KP Singh wrongly translates the first line. The Birdwind translator quotes the gloss without understanding it. The first half of the first line, literally rendered, is the senses are the mind citizens, meaning, as the commentator rightly explains, that they are citizens under the lead of the mind. Dada means for the sake of the senses, that is, for cherishing them. Prakriti is Mahati Kriya Pravriti. Dada is Kriya Phalam, that is, happiness or misery. The meaning, in brief, is this: the body is a city. The understanding is its mistress. The mind is her principal servitor. The senses are the citizens under the lead of the mind. In order to cherish the senses, the mind engages in acts productive of visible and invisible fruits, that is, sacrifices and gifts, and the acquisition of houses and gardens, etc. Those acts are liable to two faults, viz., rajas and dharmas. The senses, both in this life and the succeeding ones, depend upon the fruits, happiness or misery, of those acts. 1101. The meaning is this: the senses, the mind, the understanding, etc., are all due to acts. These, therefore, are said to rest upon acts and draw their sustenance therefrom. 1102. I expand the first line of 14 for giving the meaning clearly. 1103. The sense is that the understanding, being stained or afflicted, the soul also becomes stained or afflicted. Inam is Atmanam. Viritam is placed like an image upon the mirror. 1104. Because the sun had not yet obtained the light of full knowledge. 1105. It is curious to note how carelessly this verse is rendered in the Birdwin version. In the Bengal texts there is a misprint, viz. Tatha Faraza. The Birdwin translator does not notice it, but gives just 8 qualities instead of 10. Capacity to be congealed is to be inferred from Cha. KP Singer is correct. 1106. The Rishis, it is evident, regarded an entity not as an unknown substance in which certain known properties inhered, but as the sum total of those properties themselves. So far as the human mind is concerned, there is no warrant for the proposition that matter is an unknown substance in which extension and divisibility, etc., inhere. On the other hand, matter, as it appears to us, is only extension, divisibility, etc., existing in a combined state. 1107. The elements are 5 in number. Their properties number 50. The 5 especial properties of the understanding should be added to those 5 and 50. The total, therefore, of the properties of the understanding comes up to 60. 1108. This in a difficult verse. Anipatam is agamaviradam. The grammatical construction, as explained by the commentator, is this: tat, tasmanopurvas likokokt vishayayat, anagatam tavaukdam tat chintaklilam. Tuam tu, samprati ir, lok, tat, madukdam, butadha dattwam savamavapu buta prabhavat santipadi bhava. Butadha is Brahma, and bute prabhavat is Brahma's word. This is an instance of the ablative with layup understood. What Bhishma wishes Yudhishthira to do is not so much to attend to the various theories about the origin of the universe, but to carefully attend to the method of attaining to Brahma. To be of tranquil heart, of course, implies the possession of a nirvritika buddhi. 1109. That is, they could be slain by only their equals who were engaged with them, meaning that all those warriors were very superior men. They could not possibly be slain by others than those with whom they fought. 1110. In the case of gods and rishis, thinking and summoning are the same. 1111. The commentator explains that the accusatives in the first line of verse 5 governed by harm in the previous verse. 1112. A padmarka consists of 10 digits, that is, 1,000 millions or a billion according to the French method of calculation. 1113. To lead a life in the woods with the deer and after the manner of the deer confers great merit. Vide the story of Yayati's daughter Madhavi in the Udyoga Parvamanti. 1114. The commentator explains that this means that death would attain to the status of all-pervading Brahma. Even this is the boon that the self-born grants her for protecting her against iniquity and laying her fears. 1115. That is, being freed from wrath and aversion. 1116. Vasishta's work commences with the query, what is Dharma? The first answer is anything consistent with the Srutis and the Smritis. Then comes Sishtakara, or the conduct of those called Sishtu, or the good. 1117. However casuists may argue and moralists pretend, a lie like that of Sir Henry Lee for saving his prince from the hands of Cromwell, vide Woodstock, or like that of the goldsmith's son, even when he was dying, for saving the Prince Chevalier from the hands of his would-be captors, is excusable in the estimation of many and even meritorious according to some. The world again is agreed that if an adulterer be called into the witness box, perjury would be a venial offence compared with the meanness of betraying the honour of a confiding woman. Hence, the exclusion of such a witness, according to almost every system of law, in trials for adultery. The rishis wrote for men and not angels. The conduct referred to is that of the good and pious. 1118. In explaining verse 7, the commentator uses the words that I have enclosed within parenthesis. According to him, verse 9 hath reference to the robbed thief while he goes to the king for invoking justice. 1119. There is another reason why one should not give way to intoxication of might and should not set at naught the eternal injunction against taking what belongs to another. K.P. Singer incorrectly translates this line. 1120. Implying that such a man is always alive to his own faults. He never thinks that others are guilty of an offence which he, in a moment of temptation, may have committed. 1121. K.P. Singer wrongly translates this line. 1122. The construction is not at all difficult, yet both the vernacular translators have misunderstood it, the Birdwin version being thoroughly unintelligible. This is only another form of the well-known saying, Do to others as you would that they should do to you. 1123. The Birdwin translator gives an incorrect version of the second line. Yad is equivalent to yedi, and yazia stands for anyam. The genitive inflection is used for the accusative. Data stands for Tasman, implying or paper to vishay. Curiat is drigokari curiat. 1124. The surplus should not be coveted for its own sake, but for such use. 1125. The second line is incorrectly rendered by K.P. Singer. 1126. Priyabupagadam is Priyina Prapdam and not hins Aya. 1127. I am not sure that I have understood the original correctly. Nilakantha says that the sense intended to be conveyed is that Yudhishthira finds fault with Bhishma's previous course on the indications of righteousness. 1128. The argument, as explained by the commentator, is this: Bhishma has said that righteousness and its reverse arise